We have already seen how wretched was the existence led by the Irish cultivator. He was therefore content, when he wove linen, with a remuneration so scanty that it wholly prevented in Ireland, and retarded even in England, the introduction of machinery. After 30 years of experimenting, alike in England and in Scotland, with the earliest machines for spinning flax, and despite the establishment around Leeds and Dundee of two important centres of flax spinning by machinery, it was only some 3 years before our date that one solitary factory in London had introduced machinery for the manufacture of coarse sailcloth. In 1815 the weaving of linen cloth was still a village handicraft. The woolen manufacture was one of the oldest English industries. It had always been the object of parliamentary solicitude, being regarded as the chief source of British wealth. About 1750 the export of woolens accounted for a third of the entire value of English exports. As long as the war with revolutionary and imperial France continued, the constant demand for woolen cloth for the army had rendered less acute the crises of this industry. And wages had even risen. Since the opening of the 19th century the manufacturers had been accustomed to ascribe the victory which they enjoyed over their French or Flemish competitors to the superiority of their plant. Nevertheless, the progress of machinery, though more rapid than in the linen manufacture, was slower than in the cotton manufacture. What was said above of cotton weaving in Lancashire may be applied to the woolen manufacture as a whole. The manufacture of cotton was a new industry which had been obliged to create within a century its entire plant. The woolen manufacture, on the other hand, being based on long-established traditions, offered more opposition to technical innovations, whatever desire they might feel to force the rate of production. The capitalists were obliged to consider the attachment shown by the workmen for their old organization and old plant. The discontent and the turbulence of the wool workers never ceased to engage the attention of Parliament during the first 15 years of the century. There are, therefore, at our disposal numerous official documents informing us as to the state of the wool trade in the two districts where it had centred since the economic decline of Norfolk had been completed, namely certain counties in the southwest, Gloucestershire, Somersetshire, and Wiltshire, and the West Riding of Yorkshire. Tall machinery had already made its appearance in the southwestern district, but the opposition of the workmen rendered it difficult. Moreover, the machinery was confined to the preparatory and to the final stages of the manufacture, the carding and spinning, the dressing and dyeing. The gig mill, whose use was destined to render one of the dressing operations speedier and more perfect and against which the workers rose in revolt, was not even a machine, but merely an improved frame. Water power was used, not steam power as yet. At the very time when the Lancashire mills were abandoning the rivers and were being concentrated in the large towns, the woolen manufacture in Gloucestershire was being dispersed throughout the countryside in the search for waterfalls. Weaving was still done entirely by hand. In this department the backwardness of the woolen as compared with the cotton manufacture is obvious. Nearly a century earlier John Kay had invented his fly shuttle for use in the manufacture of woolen cloth. The cotton weavers had appropriated it, and when now the fly shuttle was at last being introduced, in the face of many obstacles, into the houses of the weavers of wool in the southwest, in the cotton districts it was being superseded by the power loom. The organization of labor was, however, much the same as that which obtained among the cotton weavers. For many years the town merchant had successfully controlled the artisans of the countryside, the manufacturers, whose goods he sold. He had become, in fact, to employ the current term, a merchant manufacturer. He furnished the artisans with the raw material, and received back from them the manufactured article. The price paid for their work was contested between himself and them under conditions almost identical with those of the labor disputes of our own time. Certain of the merchant manufacturers, in order to obtain more absolute control over the processes of production, even attempted to introduce the factory system, by collecting a large number of fly shuttles in one single place, to be worked under their direction. But popular hostility usually compelled them to close their establishments, and they would then sell the looms which they had acquired to the artisans of the neighborhood. It was in this way that John Kay's already antiquated fly shuttle spread throughout the country districts of the Southwest. It is, nevertheless, indisputable that before the first appearance of machinery and the factory system there had grown up in this district a system closely akin to that of capitalism. The West Riding had remained more faithful than Gloucestershire to the old system of domestic industry. Every year the small handicraftsman mounted his horse and rode off to buy raw wool from the farmers. He had it picked, carded, and combed. Then he returned home and wove it with the help of his family. He would, moreover, give out work among his neighbors. Leeds and Bradford in the north in the Aire Valley, Wakefield, Huddersfield, and Halifax in the south in the Calder Valley, were the centres of the woolen industry. The wool market was held at Wakefield and the cloth market at Leeds, while Bradford was the emporium for combed wool. In these towns large halls had been erected either by public subscription, or at the cost of a society, in which to hold a weekly market. Whenever cloth was to be sold, the artisans were drawn up in rows, each behind a counter, and istum. The merchant passed along the rows selecting and purchasing their goods. In the West Riding the control of the artisans' labour had not fallen, as in Gloucestershire, into the hands of the merchants. Nevertheless, certain manufacturers were already setting up spinning mills where machinery was employed. They were copying the example of the processes employed in Lancashire for spinning cotton had perhaps come themselves from Lancashire. These mills were, however, at first, what were termed locally public mills, that is, mills open in a sense to all comers, where the small manufacturers, instead of being obliged, as before, to make long journeys across the hills, could bring their parcels of wool to be carded or their carded wool to be spun. It would appear, in short, that in Yorkshire machinery only came into employment with the express approval of the weavers, and in a form which endangered their economic independence as little as possible. For example, an attempt, made in Bradford in 1794, to introduce an excellent combing machine of Cartwright's invention, had proved a failure on account of the invincible hostility of the workmen. More recently the merchants had begun to open dressing shops or dressing mills in which certain operations necessary for finishing the cloth before it was put on the market were performed under their control by men working together for wages. An improved frame, known as the shearing frame, was introduced into these mills. The shearers declared war against the new machine and appealed to the weavers for support. The weavers responded to the appeal, for they also had begun to feel themselves threatened by the competition of machinery. Certain merchants, not satisfied with establishing workshops for the final processes of the cloth manufacture, had attempted, in Halifax, Huddersfield, and Leeds, to open weaving mills. When the cloth workers espoused the cause of the shearers, they were defending their own cause. Their numbers were large and they extended over a district 12 to 15 miles wide, and 20 to 30 miles long. They were members of the lower middle class, men who owned a house, a few acres of land, a horse and its stable. They formed the bulk of the West Riding electorate, and could put pressure on their representatives. It was, therefore, a very difficult matter to overcome their opposition to the factory system. Out of 466,000 pieces of cloth manufactured in Yorkshire in 1805, only 8,000 were made in the factories, which were confined to the production of a small 299 number of fancy goods. In 1812, the Yorkshire artisans, like those of Lancashire, destroyed power looms. The West Riding affords the sole instance of a direct transition from the domestic system to the system of machinery and factories, without that intermediate stage which we found existing among the cotton weavers and the wool weavers of Gloucestershire. In 1815 this transition had not yet been accomplished. There were, therefore, labour riots in Lancashire and in Yorkshire. But in both districts alike the disorders of 1812 were but the backwash of an agitation whose centre was the neighbouring county of Nottingham. The special industry of Nottinghamshire, namely hosiery, dated from the opening years of the 17th century. It was then that the knitting frame had been invented, a frame composed of 2,000 pieces of wood or iron, in which the enormous number of needles at work simultaneously had made it possible to knit 100 stitches in the time formerly required to knit one. It was a machine quite as ingenious, more ingenious indeed, and more difficult for an outsider to understand than the fly shuttle, the jenny, the water frame, or the mule. Since the 17th century the knitting frame had already undergone a certain number of improvements. From 1750 onwards there had been numerous inventions for knitting ribbed stockings, and fancy patterns, and for making tulle and lace. 5 In 1812 there were in England 29,582 knitting frames, of which the vast majority were either at Nottingham, where the raw material was cotton, at Leicester, where it was wool, or at Derby, where it was silk. England enjoyed in this industry the same preeminence as in the textile industries. As against her 30,000 frames the entire continent only possessed a little over 13,000. Machinery in the strict sense, however, had not made its appearance as yet, and the large factory was unknown. There was instead a system similar to that which we have remarked among the wool weavers of Gloucestershire. Here, however, the system involved more intolerable abuses and led to popular outbreaks of a graver character. Middlemen, who did no manual work, had acquired control over the industry, were forcing the rate of produce, and sweating the workers, who were for all intents and purposes a proletariat in their employ. Around Nottingham, Leicester, and Derby the social edifice was constructed as follows. At the summit were the real capitalists, the hosiers, who bought the raw material and finally received back the finished produce to put upon the market. They never came into direct contact with the actual workers, the framework knitters. Between the two classes came those known as master stockingers, or bag hosiers, people of no great wealth or importance, usually local shopkeepers. The hosiers paid them by the job to give out work and to collect it when finished. It is obvious that these middlemen could only make a profit at the cost of the artisan. They robbed him by payment in kind *, they robbed him by estimating too low the amount of work supplied, and by opposing, for this reason, the adoption of certain machines which would have rendered possible the automatic measurement of the goods delivered. They robbed him by refusing to pay for work of whose quality they disapproved, while keeping the goods in question. The Nottinghamshire hosiers were subject to a further form of exploitation from which the Lancashire and Gloucestershire weavers were free. They did not own their frames. The knitting frames, whose cost was beyond an artisan's purse, were regarded in the district as one of the most profitable investments that a capitalist could make. In 9 years he could get back the price he paid for one. It was a common thing for gentlemen of independent means who lived in the neighbourhood to invest sums of £100, £500, even £1,000 in the purchase of frames, although they were themselves utter strangers to the industry. About 1,810, some 2/5 of the frames were in their possession. Usually the hosiers themselves owned the frames and deducted a frame rent every week from the wages of every knitter. The wages of the knitters, who were so mercilessly sweated in these various ways, had sensibly fallen during the last 25 years. At the outbreak of the war the average wage had been close on 13s a week. In 1811, despite the enormous rise in the cost of foodstuffs, it had fallen almost to 12s when the hosier was the owner of the frames at which the artisans worked. He was for all intents and purposes the owner of a dispersed factory, where everything belonged to him, both the raw material and the plant. Furthermore, an artisan would sometimes hire several frames at once, and put several men to work with these, collected in a single workshop under his supervision. Such a shop of frames, or shop of machines, as it was termed at Nottingham, was of course simply a factory in embryo * only in embryo. However, many years were yet to elapse before the establishment here of large factories where the power was supplied by engines. The bobbin net machine invented by Heathcote in 1809 for the manufacture of lace was not a machine in the strict sense in which we have been employing the term. It was a frame which required a man to work it. It was not until in 1816, when the artisans had wrecked his lace-making frames, and compelled him to remove to Tiverton in Somersetshire, that Heathcote was to invent a process whereby the frame could be driven by water or steam power, and to set up in that district a real lace factory. 5 Here again was an industry without factories or machinery, in 302. Which, nevertheless, the condition of the workers resembled very closely that of factory hands. During the years immediately preceding 1815, Nottinghamshire was the hotbed of acute discontent among the proletariat. The artisans of the hosiery manufacture were in loud protest against the remorseless competition which prevailed among the hosiers, against the bad quality of the raw material, against the low wages they were receiving, against overproduction. Illogically enough, they complained simultaneously that the number of looms was excessive, and their rent too high. A movement of insurrection on a large scale was organized in 1811. For 2 years the Luddites, as these revolted workmen were called, smashed frames by the hundred, pillaged houses, and assaulted or killed obnoxious persons. The agitation spread to the neighboring districts and caused panic throughout the length and breadth of England. Cobbett extolled the radicalism of Nottingham, Byron sang the praises of the Luddites. 9. In order to secure the transport of raw material to the places where it was manufactured, to dispatch the manufactured articles to the places where they would be used, to send out on all sides a host of commercial travelers, to receive the news of the entire globe, the manufacturers and merchants demanded plentiful and speedy means of communication. Nevertheless, the transport industry about 1815 was lagging behind the rest of the British industries. Urgent need was indeed spurring on inventors to discover new contrivances for the purpose, but the decisive inventions had not yet been made, or rather, to speak more accurately, although made, they had not yet come into practical use. To take first internal communications. As far back as the 17th century the English had begun to improve these. They had established the system of turnpike roads, according to which the sums necessary for the repair of roads was levied from those who used them. They had rendered more navigable the small and shallow streams that intersected the English country districts. More recently Telford, famous for the roads which he made in Scotland, had inaugurated a new era by following Thomas Paine's advice and employing iron in the construction of bridges. In 1815 John Macadam was appointed Surveyor General of British Roads, and could henceforth apply on a large scale the results of 134 years of study. The various transport services had also been sensibly improved. About the middle of the 18th century it had been a source of general congratulation that the journey from London to Edinburgh could be accomplished henceforward in 10 to 12 days instead of requiring 3 weeks. In 1784 the service of mail coaches organized by Palmer for the conveyance of letters and passengers had suddenly shortened distances. Henceforward Edinburgh was now only 60 hours' journey from London. Then the speed of the mail coaches was itself surpassed. During the years immediately preceding 1815 a perfect mania for speed possessed the rival coach services. The diatribes of the press against the races between the drivers of stage coaches only provided the proprietors with an excellent advertisement. A stage coach performed the journey between London and Leeds in 21 hours, that is 12 hours less than the mail coach. Nevertheless, when all is said and done, both roads and vehicles resembled very much the roads and vehicles at the service of a contemporary of the Stuarts or Tudors, perhaps even of a contemporary of Alfred the Great or Julius Caesar. All the progress accomplished amounted only to this, that a speed which was formerly the exception was now the normal speed, available at all times and in all seasons, on certain fixed days and at fixed hours. Moreover, as the speed increased so also did the cost of traveling. Outside the metropolitan district, where the postage of a letter was only ad, the rates of postages had been growing constantly dearer. The postage of letter from London to Chester, which had been only 4d. At the commencement of the 18th century, cost 6d. After 1784, 8d. After 1786, and 10d. After 1812.2 one single technical invention, copied from 17th century France, had effected in the transport industry an unquestionable economy of time, labor, and cost. A canal was in all truth a labor-saving machine, roads of a certain kind on which one horse will draw as much as 30 horses on ordinary turnpike roads, or on which one man alone will transport as many goods as 3 men and 18 horses usually do on common roads. 8 Even had the construction of a canal been 20 times as costly as the construction of a road, there would still have been good reasons for making the canal rather than the road. In many cases, however, it was actually less expensive to make a canal than a road. Great landowners followed the example set by the Duke of Bridgewater and supplied skillful engineers such as Brindley, Telford, and Rennie with the necessary capital to cover England with canals. From 1815 onwards the port of Liverpool was connected by a network of waterways with all the manufacturing centres of Lancashire, with Kendal in Westmoreland, with the manufacturing centres of Yorkshire and Staffordshire, and beyond these with the Midlands, the ports on the south coast, and the estuaries of the Thames and Severn. In the course of 50 years 2,600 miles of canal had been constructed in England, 276 miles in Ireland, and 225 in Scotland. Locks enabled the canals to cross hills, aqueducts took them over valleys. The construction of canals was to be continued with feverish activity until the competition of railways began. To all appearances this competition was imminent, for the need to which railways ministered was pressing, and the canals that intersected England were far from satisfying it. Railroads existed already in every coal mine, and in several places Parliament had already sanctioned the construction of actual tramway lines. 1 We have seen already how the fixed engines which pumped water from mines were sometimes used to draw wagons along rails. It was in 1815 that George Stephenson, a miner's son and a miner himself, patented, as the result of experiments carried out at the instigation and with the assistance of his employer, the first locomotive that can be regarded as really practicable. Nevertheless, some 10 to 15 years had yet to elapse before the invention came into actual use. After the foregoing sketch of the internal communications of England, we must now turn to the means at her disposal for the exchange of her products for those of foreign countries. In this department also progress had undoubtedly been made, but nothing of any great moment had been accomplished. In Scotland the government had appointed in 1786, in pursuance of a concert plan, a commission to inquire into the lighthouses of the north of Scotland, and in 1806 had devoted the residue of the sums confiscated 60 years before, after the rebellion, to the improvement of commercial ports. In England the intervention of the state was more indirect and was confined to the passage of a series of statutes authorizing the foundation of societies due to private initiative. The lighthouse on the Bell Rock, erected by Rennie in the open sea at the entrance of the Firths of Forth and Tay, was an object of worldwide admiration. A century had already passed since Liverpool, by the construction of docks, had delivered ship owners from the extortions of the quay owners, had put an end to the activity of the bands of thieves who used formerly to loot merchantmen, and had enabled the loading and unloading of merchandise to be organized on a business footing. Liverpool had ruined in the northwest the old ports of Lancaster and Chester, and had taken the place once occupied by Bristol in the trade between England and America. London followed the example set by Liverpool. In the first decade of the century alone, 3 mercantile bodies had constructed, in accordance with Rennie's designs, the London Dock, the West India Dock, and the East India Dock. These docks covered some 20 to 30 acres, employed thousands of officials and labourers, and were surrounded by warehouses, whose construction had been the first experiment in iron architecture. When, however, we leave the work accomplished on the coast and in the ports, and consider the construction of the vessels themselves, we are again struck by the universal backwardness of the industries of transport as compared with the directly productive industries. From 1801 to 1809 the yearly tonnage of the vessels entering British ports, as of the vessels leaving those ports, had been on an average about 1,700,000 tons. In 1810 it had reached 2 million tons and did not exceed this figure during the following decade. 5 The number and tonnage of British vessels entering and leaving the port certainly did increase, but not the total number and tonnage of vessels of every description registered. It is, indeed, quite likely that the crises of overproduction which were afflicting British manufacture were in part explicable by the insufficiency of the means of transport. It is true that inventors were engaged in the search for methods of navigation which were shortly to revolutionize the entire art. Already their efforts were being crowned with success. In 1801 Lord Dundas had employed a small steamboat for touring on a Scottish canal. In 1807 Boulton and Watt constructed, on Fulton's model, another steamboat, intended for use on the Hudson. Since 1811 2 or 3 small steamboats had plied regularly on the Clyde between Glasgow and Greenock, and in fine weather performed the journey quicker than the mail coach. 2 other steamships, built like the former at Glasgow, were in use on the Thames, one between London and Gravesend, the other between London and Margate. This latter ship reached London by sea, and the newspapers celebrated as a magnificent feat her voyage of 1,500 miles, rounding Land's End. Nevertheless, the idea of steam navigation on the open sea still seemed utopian. No one thought that the steamship could ever come into general use except as a means of carrying passengers on the English estuaries between deep water and the landing stages. Ship owners profited on the whole by this insufficiency of the means of transport, and were in a position to dictate their own terms to the merchants who competed for the privilege of shipping goods on their vessels. For them the opening years of the century had been years of uninterrupted prosperity. The sailors of the merchant service benefited by the favorable condition of affairs as well as their employers. We possess exact statistics enabling us to follow the fluctuations in rates of pay on the colliers at Shields and Sunderland. Before the war the pay for each voyage to London had been from £2.10 to £3. By 1800 it had risen to £10, £11, and even to 11s. The rise ought not to surprise us, if we remember the general rise of prices, the demand for sailors for the navy, and the risk of navigation in time of war. It was inevitable that the rate of pay should fall with the restoration of peace, but it did not fall so low as the ship owners desired. The Newcastle and Sunderland sailors obtained by a skillful and methodical opposition, without any resort to violence, a collective contract, fixing their pay at £4.10s, and determining the number of men and boys required to man each ship, according to the size of the vessel. The industry of marine transport was as yet free from that overproduction which invariably accompanies the progress of technical invention. In this department the era of iron and coal had not yet opened. 11. In the period about 1815 British industry was in the throes of transformation. The entire revolution in technical processes was causing grave social disorders. It is true that the crisis was not equally violent in all branches of manufacture. Machinery did not make equally rapid progress in all alike. In several the system of capitalism had preceded the introduction of machinery. The condition of the workmen was not everywhere equally miserable, and even where the destitution of the men was the same, the spirit of rebellion was not equally aroused within them. The hotbeds of proletarian revolt were the districts where the system of domestic industry still prevailed, and where the artisans were rising either against the imminent introduction of machinery and factories or against the sweating to which they were subject, even before the appearance of the machine and the factory, at the hands of the merchants for whose profit they worked. It remains true, however, despite the various character of the phenomena produced, that we are witnessing a cleavage, and a cleavage growing ever sharper, between two classes. One of these consisted of the wealthy capitalists, who aimed at increasing the productivity of the workman's labor, either by obtaining a more absolute control in workshops and factories or by the adoption of improved plant and more powerful machinery. The other consisted of the manual workers, reduced to the state of living machines, and completely under the thumb of the capitalist who interposed between themselves and the consumer. These two confronting classes bore no sort of resemblance to two properly constituted nations, each conscious of its unity, and capable of declaring war according to certain juridical rules, and of concluding treaties which it felt bound to observe. Neither the new class of employers nor the new class of workmen had yet learned to organize. Not only was there open war between capital and labor, but also, in the ranks of capital and of labor alike, confusion and anarchy prevailed. 12. The capitalists, the owners of factories and heads of manufacturing and commercial undertakings, moved forward like a disorderly mob to the conquest of markets. Combinations and syndicates of any kind were unknown. The producers had come to no understanding for the assignment to each producer of a particular market to be supplied with his goods, or for a fixed quantity of articles to be made at his factory. The combination of capital under any form played a very insignificant part in British. 309. Manufacture. It is true that joint stock companies had made considerable progress since the early years of the 18th century, when they had been prohibited by a statute passed expressly for that purpose. Adam Smith was only registering the progress accomplished despite this legal prohibition, when he recognized the useful part played by joint stock companies in all undertakings which could be reduced to what is called a routine or to such a uniformity of method as admits of little or no variation. Such undertakings were banking, insurance, the construction of canals, the water supply of large towns. These companies had made further progress during the opening years of the 19th century and had won an important victory at law when the Court of King's Bench refused to apply to one of them the antiquated statute of George I. They continued, nevertheless, to occupy an anomalous position in the organization of British industry. Lawyers were embarrassed, and public opinion outraged by the difficulty of fixing the financial responsibility of the shareholders in case of bankruptcy. Joint stock companies were unknown in the branches of manufacture really representative of the Industrial Revolution, such as the manufacture of cloth, metal working, and mining. Any companies that did exist in these departments consisted of a mere handful of individuals, who shared not only the stock but also the control of the business. Registered individualism was the general rule. Each manufacturer founded his own fortune, and desired to remain, and did remain, sole master thereof. The immediate result of this individualism was irregularity of production. Every individual capitalist had seen that there was a market for an ever-increasing yearly output. He concluded from this that he could force on the market, without any agreement with his fellow manufacturers, all the articles he could produce in his workshops or factory. The inevitable result, however, of the fact that all were making simultaneously the same calculation, was that the increase in the rate of production was in excess of the increase in the rate of consumption. This meant overproduction and consequent crisis. The credit even of old established firms was shaken and thousands of workpeople thrown upon the streets. Then, as the actual result of the crisis, the correct ratio between production and consumption was restored. The goods offered for sale at very low prices were finally sold out. The ruined employers disappeared. The workmen thrown out of employment found work again either in new establishments or in the old, carried on now on an even larger scale, for no sooner was a crisis over than the producers resumed once more their feverish toil. Had the manufacturers been prudent, they would have sought to protect themselves against the excesses and dangers attendant upon competition either by demanding government interference or by the voluntary agreements among themselves. But their systematic optimism and their manufacturing and mercantile enthusiasm blinded them to every difficulty. They counted on the discovery of new markets to absorb an ever-increasing production. They demanded the abolition of all restrictions on the freedom of production and exchange, and especially the abolition of the tariff wall between different countries. Their program was one of universal brotherhood of a sort. Free trade was to abolish war. We must remember, however, that for the collective rivalries of nations, they would have substituted competition between all the individual members of those nations. Moreover, the manufacturers had only recently begun to take up this free trade propaganda. Adam Smith, in his classical work, had still to censure their obstinate adherence to protection. We can even follow, during the years preceding 1815, the stages of their conversion to the cause of free trade. After the annihilation of French sea power at Trafalgar, Napo 311 Leon had adopted other tactics in a second attempt to destroy the industrial and commercial supremacy of Great Britain. He tried to take his revenge on land, by using his dominion over Europe to organize an economic blockade of the two islands composing the United Kingdom, to starve England into submission by depriving her of the foodstuffs of which her own soil no longer furnished a sufficiency, and to ruin her by refusing her the raw material which her manufacturers obtained from the continent, and by closing the principal markets to her manufactured goods. In 1806 the Decree of Berlin had prohibited all commerce or intercourse of any kind with England, had ordered the arrest of all British subjects found on French soil, and the confiscation of all vessels and cargoes of English origin. In 1807 the Decree of Milan had declared as denationalized and lawful prize any vessel which had submitted to be searched or taken into an English port by an English cruiser. In 1810 the Fontainebleau decrees had ordered that any articles of English manufacture found in the countries subject to Napoleon should be confiscated and publicly burnt. A quantity of goods actually were burnt to a value exceeding £40 million. SOS Loch Mest Anticithi assert the English response to this policy of systematic boycott was an attempt to break through the circle which enclosed them. Since Napoleon had excluded them from Europe, they sought new markets beyond the ocean. The hemp, and the timber needed for building, which they could no longer obtain from Russia and Denmark, was now procured from Bengal and from the North American colonies. Since corn could not be obtained from the Baltic, its cultivation in Ireland was fostered, and in 1806 Ireland was allowed for the first time to import corn into England free of duty. In another direction the English attempted to force their way into the Spanish and Portuguese colonies in America, which for centuries had been closed to foreign commerce. As the result of an understanding with the London merchants, but without the approval of the government, Sir Home Popham and General Beresford ventured in 1806 to make a regular raid on Buenos Aires and Montevideo. The raid failed. Shortly afterwards, however, the French armies invaded the Spanish peninsula, and immediately not only the whole of South America but also Oporto, Lisbon, and Cadiz, in revolt against the French occupation, opened their markets to the products of English manufacture. Pi. The total value of English exports to America rose from £7,771,418 in 1805 to 10 and 11 million in 1806 and 1807, to £16,591,871 in 1808, and to £18,014,219 in 1809. The value of exports to Portugal rose from £426,122 in 1808, to £804,022 in 1809, to £1,308,216 in 1810, and to £4,650,703 in 1811.1. Nor was Portugal the sole European market for British goods. British goods found their way even into the parts of Europe subject to the dominion or influence of Napoleon. The elasticity of commerce, as an English orator termed it, proved strong enough to overcome all the obstacles piled up by continental governments. The goods would be landed in some Baltic port, and no system of police, however well organized, could then prevent them from reaching any point in Europe. Napoleon himself, who was always short of money, tolerated infractions of his own system. His troops needed to be clothed and shod, and for that purpose he permitted the import of English cloth and leather by way of Hamburg in perfect safety and at half price. English goods had accumulated in Denmark ready to be smuggled over the frontier. The importers must have paid an insurance premium of 33%. Napoleon decided to permit the open importation of the goods on payment of a duty equal to that percentage. By this step his treasury benefited to the extent of 30 million francs in 1 year. In 1810 the harvest in England failed, famine was imminent, and the blockade might perhaps have proved successful. But Napoleon, in order to obtain English gold for France, and to increase his revenues, authorized the export of corn on a large scale into England on payment of an export duty. Thanks to his action, England was supplied with bread and the famine was averted. So far we have observed no traces of any opposition between the policy of the British government and the interests of the manufacturing and mercantile classes. The aim of both was the same, namely to discover new markets, to recover markets which had been closed, and in every way possible to render nugatory the measures taken to boycott British commerce. Pitt's party was at once the war party and the commercial party. In 1803 the city had manifested its warlike spirit by the foundation, at an enormous public meeting attended by 5,000 people, of Lloyd's Patriotic Fund. £150,000 were subscribed in the space of a month, and 6 years later the Society's funds had reached the sum of £425,000. Out of this fund relief and pensions, the latter often larger than those given by the government, were distributed by a committee of businessmen to officers, soldiers, and sailors, and to their wives and children. If the world ever saw a magnificent act that time might on adamant write, "Sons of commerce, 'tis yours." Thus wrote Dibdin, the popular ballad-monger. But as time went on, far-reaching differences of opinion revealed themselves between the cabinet and the city. 13. To the measures taken by Napoleon the British government replied by a tariff policy resembling, on the whole very closely, that adopted by the Emperor. To Napoleon's decrees corresponded the orders in council opposing an English blockade to the French. It is, indeed, hard to say which of the two governments, during the struggle which had been going on throughout the past decade, had been the first to strike. Napoleon had issued the Berlin Decree as an answer to an order in council of April 1806, declaring the entire continental coast from Brest to the Elbe in a state of blockade. Similarly, the Decree of Milan was the direct reply to an order in council of January 7, 1807, and to 7 orders in council of November 1807. The substance of these orders may be summed up as follows. The entire coast of the countries subject to French domination or in alliance with France was declared to be in a state of blockade. All commerce was prohibited between one French or Allied port and another, or between any such port and a neutral port. One resource was, however, offered to neutrals desirous of trading with a French or Allied port. Greater facilities than were formerly given were now accorded to neutral vessels importing foreign goods into England. They were even permitted to re-export these goods or export others. They were allowed to carry on this import or export trade with any part of the coast of France or of her allies which was not at the time actually blockaded by English vessels. The sole condition imposed was that the neutral vessels should have touched at an English port, declared and unloaded their cargo, and paid a duty on it. In short, Napoleon issued a prohibition of all commerce between England and the countries subject to his authority or influence. The English government replied by a prohibition of all commerce between neutrals and France, unless the neutral ships put in at an English port on their way and paid a duty to the English exchequer. Napoleon defied England to dispense with the continental market, and the British government in return defied the French Empire to dispense with all goods which were thither of English manufacture or had passed through the English customs. The two nations, to employ the illustration of a minister, George Rose, were in the position of two men who had both put their heads in a bucket, and were trying to see who could keep his head under the longer. The manufacturers, however, far from accepting this policy, rose up against the restrictions placed by Cabinet and Parliament on the export of their goods. It was in vain that William Spence, the economist, in a work which reached a 5th edition within 2 years, reaffirmed the old physiocratic doctrine that land was the sole source of wealth, that commerce, being merely an exchange of equal values, was barren, and that therefore a great nation, and England above all others, would lose nothing by the sacrifice of her trade. James Mill began his career as a writer by a defense of commerce, which enjoyed an equally great success. He contrived to prove that commerce was the creator of utility and wealth, that universal overproduction was an impossibility, and that the supply was, of its nature, always equal to the demand, since all products were exchanged against all products, and partial gluts of the market were due solely and entirely to the clumsy interference of government, which paralyzed exchange. This was undoubtedly the first work, explicitly and dogmatically preaching free trade, which had appeared in England since the beginning of the war. It reflected the opinions of the manufacturers and merchants. From 1807 onwards Liverpool was in open protest against the Orders in Council. As the years went by, all the seaports and manufacturing towns joined the movement of protest. Eventually the movement became so strong that the cabinet beat a hasty retreat. An Order in Council of April 26, 1809, opened to free trade all the German ports beyond the EMS, and the Italian ports between Pesaro and Orbetello. It is true that the blockade, while restricted in scope, was apparently rendered more stringent. The Order in Council of 1809 discontinued the facilities granted in 1807 to neutrals willing to trade with the blockaded coast on condition of first touching at an English port. But this discontinuance was merely formal. Since 1806 the British government had assumed the authority to grant licenses authorizing individual merchants, in direct contravention of the Orders in Council, to import a determined quantity of certain kinds of foreign merchandise, on condition that the importing vessel re-exported English merchandise to the value of £5 or more for every ton of cargo capacity. These licenses were the object of the most reckless speculation, both in the city and in all the ports of the continent, and their number went on constantly increasing. 1,600 in 1806, they exceeded 18,000 in 1810.1. Nevertheless, the system was still far from giving satisfaction to merchants and manufacturers. The licensed vessel was usually a neutral, owned by a foreigner and manned by a foreign crew. This aroused the complaints of English shipbuilders and shipowners. The interests of the merchant service were, they alleged, being sacrificed to those of commerce. The Baltic powers, henchmen, whether voluntary or involuntary, of Napoleon, were being assisted to build fleets and to train sailors. Between 1806 and 1809 the number of ships built in England fell by more than a half. During the same period the proportion of foreign to British vessels in the ports of the United Kingdom was constantly increasing, and in 1810 had reached 131.27%. The merchants themselves complained. They charged the license system with favouring the port of London to the detriment of other ports, since the London merchants were nearer the cabinet and therefore in a better position to obtain all the licenses they wished. They also charged the system with extending unduly the influence of the executive. How, they asked, could the cabinet refuse a license to a merchant who was an influential member of parliament or who possessed a strong electoral interest in a borough? Even if the working of the system could be kept free from abuses, the Board of Trade was, according to them, undertaking a task wholly beyond its power in thus claiming to act as the providence of the economic world, and to know better than the parties interested what sorts of goods were in demand, and at what time and in what quantity these goods were wanted. The irregularities observable in the distribution of goods, the repeated crises and the constant gluts of the market were due perhaps to the mistakes of the Board of Trade. Opposition to the licensing of trade strengthened among manufacturers and merchants their distrust of all governmental interference with the economic machinery of the country. The dispute which broke out in 1812 between the British government and the United States formed the occasion of a decisive conflict. The economic interests of the United States had been injuriously affected by the Franco-British War. To defend themselves against the effects of the decrees and orders in council, they had adopted in their turn a policy of retaliation. By the Non-Intercourse Act of 1809 all commerce, whether of import or export, between the United States, France, and England was rendered impossible. When in 1810 the Non-Intercourse Act expired, the American government adopted a subtler policy, and put up its favor, as it were, to auction between the two rival powers. It declared the Non-Intercourse Act would be suspended until March 1811, and would then only come into force against whichever of the two nations had failed during the interval to modify its decrees so as to free the neutral commerce of the United States. Napoleon's Diplomacy did not fail to turn to profit the deep-rooted ill-feeling which existed between the English and their former colonists. At little cost to himself he gave full satisfaction to the American demands. It was, therefore, against England alone that the Non-Intercourse Act came back into operation on February 2, 1811. Notwithstanding, negotiations continued between the cabinets of St. James and Washington. They concerned several matters: fictitious blockade, the right claimed by England to recapture, without any form of trial, English sailors, or those presumed to be such, found on board American vessels, and the orders in council. It was this last matter that affected the manufacturers and merchants. Throughout the winter of 1811-12 they were engaged in a campaign to force the hand of the cabinet, and to compel it to grant the demands of the American diplomatists by revoking completely the orders in council. Licenses were granted freely to Baltic ship owners, but refused to Americans. This was, maintained the opposition speakers, an absurd policy. North America was the sole power in the world beyond the reach of Napoleon, and its navy could never be incorporated in the enemy's fleet. It was, therefore, to the political interest of Great Britain to conciliate the United States instead of constantly provoking them and driving them into war. Moreover, England's economic interest coincided with her political. In Warwickshire men were everywhere being thrown out of work. The reason was that North America had ceased to buy her hardware. In Lancashire also there was similar unemployment, because raw cotton could no longer be obtained from North America. It was by no means unlikely that if America could no longer exchange her agricultural produce for English manufactured articles, she would become herself a manufacturing state. The report spread that the United States were already beginning to manufacture their own nails and horseshoes, and that in certain Baltic ports American cotton thread had already made its appearance. The speakers on the side of the government made a very poor defense. They confined themselves to casting upon the opposition leaders the responsibility of having inaugurated in 1806 and 1807 the policy of orders in council. They pretended to be in doubt whether the orders themselves were being attacked or the licensing system, which was a departure from the orders. They urged their opponents not to compromise the freedom of action of the English diplomatists by unseasonable debates, while the negotiations with the United States were in progress. When a motion was made for the institution of an inquiry into the operation of the orders in council and the licensing system, they secured its rejection in both houses. Nevertheless, their majority in the Commons was only 72. Very significant defections occurred among the supporters of the government, among them being Canning, a member for Liverpool, and Wilberforce, a Yorkshire member. A widespread agitation was organised. The Leicestershire framework knitters, the Staffordshire potters, the clothiers of the West Riding, the workers engaged in the cotton industry at Kendal, the Birmingham hardware manufacturers, the ship owners of London, Liverpool, Glasgow, and North and South Shields united to demand the revocation of the orders in council. At Liverpool a petition was signed by 3/4 of the shipowners. The petition from Birmingham bore 14,000 signatures registered after Perceval's assassination. The cabinet, reconstructed only with the greatest difficulty and in confused disorder, was forced to yield. On June 23 there appeared a proclamation by the Prince Regent revoking the orders in council of April 26, 1809. So far as concerned American vessels and their cargoes, registered rejoicing took place in the manufacturing districts. At Birmingham the Committee of Artisans prepared a triumphal reception for the delegates who had carried their petition to London. A crowd of 0,000 took part in the celebrations. When a general election was held a few months later, Brougham, who had led the entire campaign, stood for election at Liverpool against the Tory candidates Canning and General Gascoigne. Though he failed to win the seat, his opponent's majority was very small indeed, and the result of this election was generally regarded as a sign that on the question of freedom of commerce the business world was at issue with the party in office. But since 1688 the party in power had always enjoyed the support of the business world. 14. The victory gained in 1812 by the supporters of freedom of commerce was in reality no victory at all, or rather, to speak more accurately, it was a victory won a few days too late. 5 days before the revocation of the orders in council on June 23, the government of the United States had declared war on England. 2 years were to pass before peaceful relations were re-established between the two nations. The South American market was insufficient to compensate for the loss of the market afforded by the United States to English merchandise, and was glutted by the goods profusely and indiscriminately thrown upon it. Where was a new market to be found? In Asia perhaps, but did not the East India Company's monopoly stand in the way? The advocates of freedom of commerce pressed for its abolition. There existed formerly in England several large trading companies, privileged with rights of monopoly, which organized trade with foreign countries and established permanent factories abroad. As the power of the state grew, and the government was enabled to afford direct protection, by its consuls, sailors, and soldiers, to Englishmen residing abroad, these privileged companies had all disappeared with the exception of one, which continued to occupy a position of peculiar importance. This was the East India Company, the United Company of Merchants of England trading to the East Indies. It is true that its sovereign rights had been restricted. The meeting of shareholders, the court of proprietors, and the council of directors, had been made subject in 1785 to a board of control, composed of 6 members which were nominated by the government, the president of the board being ex officio a member of the cabinet. Nevertheless, the company retained the right, subject to the control of the board, to build forts, to appoint governors, to coin money, to hold courts of law, and to raise and maintain an army. It is also true that the economic privileges of the company had been currently detailed. In 1793 a statute had been passed to compel the company to ship every year on board its vessels 3,000 tons of goods belonging to private merchants. But the company still retained the monopoly of navigation between the United Kingdom and India and China, and all the imports from the Far East had to be deposited in the company's warehouses and there sold publicly. The company owned a fleet of 115 vessels, manned by some 10,000 sailors, and maintained, around its docks and warehouses between London Bridge and Blackwall, a population of 50,000. In India it governed a territory of 380,000 square miles, a population of 60 million, and an army of 150,000 men. It was considered to represent a total capital in stocks, land and buildings, docks, vessels, and the private means of its 2,000 shareholders and of all its employees, of £21,000,000. In the economic conditions of the time the existence of the East India Company constituted a glaring anomaly. The company's charter expired at the beginning of 1814. Ever since 1808 negotiations had been in progress between the Court of Directors and the President of the Board of Control to settle the conditions under which the contract should be renewed between the company and the nation. The company's political rights were not even the object of serious discussion. Had the government attempted to exercise a more direct control over the administration of British India, the opposition would have protested against this dangerous increase of the patronage and influence of the Crown. But, on the other hand, public opinion demanded the abolition of the economic monopoly. This was actually effected in 1813, after 18 months of heated debate. The company still retained the monopoly of navigation and trading with China. But trade with India was thrown open to the merchants and shipowners of every British port. It would, however, be untrue to say without considerable reservations that the entire business world was in arms against the sole surviving trading company. The East India Company had managed to create a group of supporters among the merchants. To grant to all the British ports the right to trade with India was to deprive not only the company but the Port of London of the monopoly of commerce with the East. The London merchants, therefore, sided with the company, and we find Alexander Baring in 1813 defending the company's monopoly as zealously as he had denounced the orders in council the year before. The opposing forces were, on the one side, these kings of British commerce, who lived in London and prided themselves on their culture, their connections with the gentry, and their respectability of long standing. On the other side, the nouveau riches of the North and Midlands, of whom only a mere handful were beginning to make their way into the ranks of good society, a rabble of upstarts, as the Londoners were pleased to consider them, without commercial morality, without traditions, and without manners. The old mercantile society of London was defeated by a combination of interests whose power was perhaps now realized for the first time. Their opponents had, moreover, won their victory under the banner of novel principles, which since 1792 had never been explicitly avowed. The revocation in 1812 of the orders in council had sought the resumption of normal economic relations with a foreign nation whose attitude threatened war. Military as well as commercial interests had been involved. Had the advocates of commercial freedom invoked too openly the doctrines laid down by Adam Smith in his Wealth of Nations, they would have been denounced as unpatriotic cosmopolitans, and would thus have endangered the success of their cause. No difficulty of this sort existed in 1813. When the East India Company's monopoly came up for discussion, the question concerned Englishmen alone. Hence the debates assumed an entirely different tone. The opponents of the monopoly openly adopted the language of the new school of political economy, and demanded the recognition of their right to an open trade, an unlimited trade, a free trade with the British possessions in India. The natural state of things was free trade. This was the first appearance of a formula destined in a few years' time to become, in a somewhat wider acceptation, a popular catchword. The public discussion in 1813 of the renewal of the East India Company's charter was the starting point of that wide campaign in favor of the economic dogma of free trade which spread ever more and more rapidly in commercial and political circles. The victors of 1813 suddenly found themselves in the following year thrown upon the defensive. Two good harvests in succession, and the renewed importation of foreign corn consequent upon the restoration of peace, had lowered the price of cereals. This was a source of rejoicing to the manufacturers, for they considered that the rate of wages and hence the cost of manufacture was determined by the price of bread, and it was therefore to the manufacturers' interest that bread should be cheap. But the landowners and farmers saw ruin staring them in the face, and demanded the imposition of higher duties to protect agriculture. It was in vain that the manufacturers organized an agitation even more powerful than the agitation of 2 years before against the orders in council. The cabinet paid no heed to it and brought in a bill in conformity with the demands of the agriculturists. It was in vain that the manufacturers invited the populace to riot. In spite of rioting, the bill became law. The defeat of the manufacturers was unquestionable. We submit, nevertheless, that the defeat actually helped forward the cause of free trade. The debates on the Corn Bill compelled the manufacturers to reconsider their own position. Why, urged the agriculturists, would you prevent us protecting ourselves against foreign competition? Are you not protected yourselves? British industry had, indeed, grown up during the past 2 centuries under a system of strict protection. Merchant shipping was subject to the Navigation Acts which only permitted the import of foreign goods on ships of the country from which they came or on English ships, built in England and manned by a crew 3/4 English. If the goods were imported on ships of their own country they paid higher duties. During the war the Navigation Acts had been applied with greater laxity. Nevertheless, they remained on the statute book, and it was only in 1814 and 1815 that their provisions were slightly relaxed in the case of the Indian and American trade. The recruitment of English labor for works abroad, or the export of machinery were offences punishable with heavy penalties. Moreover, additional legislation on these points had Leith placed from time to time on the statute book, as new industries had arisen. The import duties imposed by Pitt's Great Consolidation Act of 1787 had been increased in 1797, 1798, and 1803.2 in 1809. The duty on merchandise of a kind not specified particularly elsewhere, and wholly or partially manufactured, had been raised to 37%, with a special war duty in addition, amounting to a third of the permanent duties. In 1813 the permanent duties were increased by a quarter on all imports, by 2 othirds, while the war should last. On all goods coming from France or countries under French supremacy iron paid a duty of £7.18 a ton, tin a duty of £114. The duty on earthenware exceeded 79%, on cotton goods it amounted to 85%, on cloth to 90%, and on glass to 114%. The importation of silk was absolutely prohibited. If the manufacturers wished to escape from the force of this ad hominem argument of the agriculturists, they had to be prepared to give up the benefit of these duties. But there was really no reason why they should not do so. For many years past the agriculturists had enjoyed under a system of low duties a most effective protection, thanks to the difficulties of importation in time of war. The manufacturers, on the other hand, had built around manufactures a lofty and skillfully constructed tariff wall, which had proved totally unnecessary. The preeminence of England in manufacture was too great. Goods of foreign origin were simply unable to compete in England with the homemade articles. The manufacturers would surely be well advised to set the example of free trade by the abolition of duties in the vast majority of cases perfectly useless, even at the risk of sacrificing a small number of industries in a weaker position. Prudence equally dictated the abolition of certain duties whose sole purpose was to produce revenue. The duties, for instance, on French wine were very heavy, and had been made still heavier in 1815, but in so far as the French were prevented from selling their wines in England, they were prevented from buying British cotton and woolen goods. The petitions of 1814 and the riots of 1815 proved that on the question of free trade the manufacturers had working-class opinion on their side, despite the conflict of interests between employers and employed, and could therefore organize against a small group of agriculturists a large popular opposition party truly representative of the will of the nation. The hour of triumph for free trade had not yet come, but it was drawing near. Cobbett and Burdett, at once landowners and demagogues, tried in vain to stem the rising tide which swept them before it. In February Ricardo published his essay on the influence of a low price of corn on the profits of stock, to demonstrate, as the title proceeds to tell us, the inexpediency of restrictions on importations. In him the free traders had found the classical exponent of their doctrines. 15. We have seen that in the new class of employers there was a total lack of organization or even of the desire for organization. When the leading manufacturers acted in concert it was not to demand measures of protection, but, on the contrary, the removal of all legal restraints upon their absolute freedom to contest among themselves the markets of the world. They demanded the reduction of tariffs and the abolition of monopolies. They also demanded the prohibition of workmen's unions and the repeal of statutes regulating the conditions of labor in the interest of the worker. On these two last points they obtained satisfaction, with the result that the disorganization of labor corresponded to the disorganization of the employers. There was, however, this important difference that the disorganization of the employers was the deliberate choice of the employers themselves, whereas the disorganization of labor was forced on the workmen against their will. It was in part the work of the employers and the legislature, in part the inevitable result of circumstances. The progress of the system of wage labor, and the opposition which was becoming ever more and more acute between capital and labor, tended to increase the number of associations formed by the workmen to defend themselves against their masters' exactions. Throughout the whole of the 18th century these associations had been the object of a series of prohibitory statutes. An Act of 1749 prohibited workmen's unions in all branches of the textile industry enumerated severally, in the principal depart 325. Ments of metal working, in the manufacture of felts and hats, and in certain other specified industries. In 1799, when a member of Parliament brought in a bill to prohibit combinations in a particular industry, Wilberforce intervened to demand a general statute applying to any and every combination of workmen. The war, the financial crises, the rise in the price of food, the revolt of the workers against machinery, and of the sailors against discipline, the Irish Rebellion, all combined to fill the ruling classes with alarm. It was in 1799 that the statute was passed prohibiting political associations. The moment was, therefore, favorable. Wilberforce was at once the mouthpiece of the party of order and of the business world. Within a month the bill for which he asked had been introduced, registered, passed, and had received the royal sanction. In 1800, as the result of a motion by Gascoigne, supported by Sheridan, a second act amended and to a certain extent relaxed the first. 5 The Act of 1800 extended to combinations of employers the penalties enacted by the Act of 1799 against combinations of workmen. It forbade any magistrate, who as an employer had a direct interest in the struggle, to take part as a magistrate in enforcing the act. It organized an entire system of compulsory arbitration by the magistrates in contests between employers and workmen. But despite these modifications, introduced in deference to opposition criticisms, the spirit of the new act was identical with that of the Act of 1799. It remained a criminal offense for workmen to form a combination with the object of securing an improvement in the conditions of their labor, of compelling the choice of certain workmen in preference to certain others, or of exercising any sort of control over the management of a business enterprise. It was a criminal offense to attempt to take a man from his work by bribery, persuasion, solicitation, intimidation, or any other means whatever. It was a criminal offense to take part in a meeting, or to collect funds on behalf of any of the above-mentioned purposes. 3 months in prison, meant with 2 months hard labor, was the penalty prescribed. Any money illegally collected was liable to confiscation, half being forfeit to the treasury, half to the informer. Nor was this enough. Despite the criticism raised by Hobhouse and Lord Holland, a summary process was instituted to punish breaches of the Act. One single magistrate by himself received power to condemn and sentence offenders. The power of appeal to quarter sessions was a mere farce, for the appellant had to deposit £20 as caution money, and no workman possessed £20 to deposit. Such was the nature of the Act, to whose provisions labour was subject for 15 years. We must now inquire how it was applied in practice. The British government possessed no efficient police, and therefore had scant weapons at its disposal to repress breaches of the law. The employers asked the government to take the initiative in prosecuting illegal combinations, but the Attorney General refused. They, on the other hand, were loath to take the first step, as this would provoke reprisals on the part of the workmen, who would combine to cease working the very thing the employers were most anxious to prevent. The workmen's combinations, therefore, were not prosecuted systematically. The employers waited till a strike occurred. 3 Then they did not spare severity. The strike leaders were imprisoned and the funds confiscated. But in ordinary times the workmen's combinations were tolerated, and in some exceptional cases the toleration was open and quasi-legal. An instance of this was the foundation in 1803 at Leeds of the Clothiers' Community, a body governed by an elected committee which claimed to limit the number of apprentices, and collected funds for the relief of sick members and the widows of deceased members. A parliamentary commission, appointed in 1806 to investigate the conditions of labor in the woolen industry, never entertained a serious thought of disputing the legality of this association. Here we are dealing with one of those industries in which the transformation of the system of production was still far from complete. Domestic labor still continued side by side with factory labor. The workmen's combinations still possessed somewhat of the character of guilds, while already possessing certain of the characteristics of a trade union. They contained both employers and men, who agreed in an effort to uphold the old industrial system against the factory system. This made it difficult to regard them as illegal combinations in the sense of the Act of 1800. Similarly, in the silk industry at Spitalfields near the city, the workmen on the one hand, and the employers on the other, constituted respectively 2 associations which collected funds, elected officers, and assumed the discussion of all questions respecting the prices which according to law were to be fixed by the magistrates. Both societies were illegal, and both would have been suppressed had any complaint been made. But because the employers and the men were in agreement, no complaint was made, and the system of collective contract prevailed at Spitalfields, as a matter of public knowledge and with the toleration of the law. The law itself left open to the workmen a means of securing their funds from danger of confiscation. They could have their associations registered as friendly societies. The oldest friendly societies dated from the beginning of the 18th century, but they had only become numerous during the last 60 years. Certain statistics drawn up in 1803 enumerate 9,672 societies with a total membership of 704,350.2. The governing classes beheld them with mixed feelings, with anxiety but also with sympathy. The village inn was usually the headquarters of the friendly society, and it was also at the inn that unemployed workmen in search of a job found lodging. The publican acted as treasurer, and the members of the society paid into his hands a weekly subscription of 2d or 3d. In case of illness they received 6 or 7 shillings a week relief. Once a month, sometimes once a week, the societies held a meeting, when they played games and drank far into the night. What might not take place, what might not be said at the banquets which formed part of the compulsory rights of a friendly society? What was a friendly society but a popular club, likely, during a time of political agitation, to become a center of Jacobin propaganda? But on the other hand, the relief, distributed by these societies, reduced the number of paupers thrown upon the parish, and in this way prevented the poor rates from becoming too heavy a burden on the ratepayers. How to keep these advantages, while guarding against the danger of revolution, was the problem which Cabinet and Parliament tried in vain for 30 years to resolve. To compete with the friendly societies, other societies were founded, called savings banks, which were managed by aristocratic committees of patronage. But they met with very indifferent success. 5 Unavailing attempts were made to place the friendly societies under government control. The Act of 1793 the first legal recognition of friendly societies, which gave them the right to prosecute defaulting treasurers before the courts, also allowed them, if they desired it, to put themselves under the control of the magistrates. But it also expressly permitted them to refrain from so doing. The workmen were, therefore, at once protected and emancipated by this Act of 1793. They founded an ever-increasing number of nominal friendly societies, whose real purpose was to improve the conditions of labor. We must not, however, exaggerate the opportunities offered to workmen by the friendly societies for the defense of their economic interests. The magistrates would always be disposed to apply to them the provisions of the Act of 1799 prohibiting any federation of political associations. The friendly societies would, therefore, be well advised, if they would safeguard their funds, to remain isolated one from another. But in that case any joint action by the workmen belonging to these societies would be rendered impossible, and the organization of the working class would be broken up into a vast number of small and scattered fragments. It was, moreover, dangerous to attempt the utilization of a friendly society as a trade union for resisting the employers, so long as the members of a friendly society confined themselves to the administration of sick pay they kept clear of all conflict with the law. But the moment the authorities suspected that they were helping unemployed members, whose unemployment was demonstrably due to a strike, the funds were immediately confiscated. We find, accordingly, that from 1800 onwards workmen's unions of a different type were founded. There was no subscription, either compulsory or voluntary, to a common fund. Every member received a ticket, and at any place in the United Kingdom he was entitled, on the presentation of his ticket, to receive a definitely fixed payment from his fellows. The trial at Edinburgh in January 1815 of 4 calico printers revealed the existence in that industry of such an association. A local newspaper, the Glasgow Herald, denounced the organization as more a case of sedition than combination, and, in fact, an attempt made by the journeyman calico printers in the 3 kingdoms to form a sort of parliament of their own, and by that means to dictate the price of labor. Associations of this nature were the more dangerous to public order, because they were free from financial considerations of any kind, neither having nor desiring to have any accumulated funds. They were not even organized in view of a strike, a demonstration on the whole peaceable, and during which the workmen need a reserve fund on which to subsist. They were rather organized for violent demonstration, for intimidation by armed force, for the destruction of looms and machinery. 16. The Luddite outbreaks of 1812 were the development of a form of revolutionary association directly caused by an oppressive legal code aggravated by new legislation equally oppressive. This popular rising occasioned at the time diverse opinions as to its causes. The journalists and speakers who supported the government hinted that the rising bore a political character, that the rebels dreamt of restoration of the Cromwellian Republic, and that the outbreak had its instigators in high position. 1 These insinuations were scarcely serious and often insincere. As far as Nottinghamshire was concerned, their object was apparently to injure the position of the Lord Lieutenant, Lord Fitzwilliam, who belonged to the opposition. As a matter of fact, the aristocratic leaders of the Whig party had been the first to take alarm for the safety of their properties. In 1812 the rumour spread that Lord Derby's seat in Lancashire and the Duke of Devonshire's seat in Derbyshire had been burnt. The ministerialists also charged the manufacturers with inciting the working classes to riot in order to intimidate the cabinet into abolishing the orders in council. This was an equally absurd accusation. It was against the manufacturers that the rioting was immediately directed, and, if they redoubled their exertions to obtain markets abroad, it was in the hope that, by alleviating the widespread destitution, they might avert the urgent danger which threatened their private houses and factories. The Luddite rising was the rising of a class, due exclusively to economic causes, to questions of wages and labor organization. For a whole year, from March 1811 till the second half of January 1812, the movement was confined to Nottinghamshire, where the glutting of the market by the cheap manufacture of articles of an inferior quality had lowered wages and reduced 50,000 families to starvation. In this county a secret society was formed, concerning which, in the absence of official documents, we can only gather scattered scraps of information and doubtful rumours. Irish immigrants were plentiful in the manufacturing districts of the north, and a military organisation was there discernible, probably copied from the United Irishmen of 1799. Its object was the destruction of frames, which was accomplished in accordance with a general plan. 4 companies divided among them, in 1811, 4 districts of the county. Frames would be smashed systematically on the same night at a distance of 12 miles one from another. Operations were controlled by a rigid discipline. An eyewitness has depicted the insurgent forces walking in groups of not more than 50, some keeping guard armed with swords, pistols, and guns, others entrusted with the actual destruction of the frames, armed with axes and hammers. Immediately the task of destruction was accomplished, the leader of the band called over the names, every man being designated and called by a number. Then, on the firing of a pistol, the band dispersed, and the authorities never succeeded in discovering the culprits. The smashing of frames was no novelty in the district, and for a long time past the proverbial expression had been current that when frames were destroyed, Ned Ludd had passed that way. A rumour grew up in consequence that the movement was directed by a mythical personage, King Ludd or General Ludd, and it would appear that several of the leaders of bands adopted that name. In February 1812 the cabinet decided to take action. Over 3,000 troops had already been assembled at Nottingham. 2 acts were passed, one making the destruction of knitting frames a capital offence registered, the other conferring on the magistrates of the county exceptionally wide police powers. But at this very moment the troubles spread to the woolen district in the West Riding, to the cotton district of Lancashire and Cheshire, and even reached the lowlands of Scotland, where a general strike broke out among the weavers. Everywhere the working classes were suffering from the same evil, and the crisis of overproduction was universal. The ruling classes were stricken with panic. A rumor spread that there existed a huge conspiracy, reaching from Glasgow to London, and controlled by the same leaders, whose object was first to stir up a rebellion in the north which would draw off the troops of the capital, and then, as soon as London was left without a garrison, to give the signal for a general rebellion throughout the entire kingdom. Napoleon was making preparations to invade Russia, war with America was imminent, the Prime Minister had been assassinated, and the news of his death had been greeted with demonstrations of popular rejoicing. Southey, who was engaged on an article upon the French Revolution for the Quarterly Review, confided to a correspondent his opinion that the subject was most mournfully well timed. At this moment nothing but the army preserves us from the most dreadful of all calamities, an insurrection of the poor against the rich, and how long the army may be depended upon one's a question which I scarcely dare to ask myself. * You are quite right in apprehending a jacquerie, wrote Walter Scott to Southey, the country is mined below our feet. Once more the cabinet sought from Parliament new weapons for the repression of the riots, now becoming general, and obtained in July an Act for the preservation of the public peace in certain disturbed counties in England. Sent in reality, however, civil war, chronic in England, had lost its more atrocious features. The extraordinary horror, aroused towards the end of April by the isolated assassination near Huddersfield of a manufacturer named Horsfall, proves how free from bloodshed the outbreaks of 1812 had on the whole been. By January 1813, when the judges, in virtue of a special commission, passed their last sentences on the Yorkshire rioters, order may be regarded as universally restored. Napoleon had evacuated Russia, markets had been found for British industry, and the price of corn had fallen. It is the recovery of employment, rather than the measures of repression, which explains the cessation of the disturbances which had all along been due simply to hunger. Nevertheless, the great manufacturers were anxious, now that the disturbances were over, to strengthen their position for the future. They wished to win a last crowning victory over the workmen's associations. The discontented artisans of Nottinghamshire, at the same time that they were organizing a conspiracy for the destruction of frames, had addressed a petition to Parliament in which they demanded, since the old corporate regulations had fallen into disuse, legal intervention to protect both themselves and the public against fraud and bad work. They asked for a statute guaranteeing to the workers the correct measurement of work done, forbidding payments in kind, and compelling the employers either to pay a legally fixed wage or at least to advertise publicly the wages offered, that any unfair bargaining might be rendered impossible. Nothing could have been more regular than this action of theirs, nothing more in conformity with the spirit of industrial legislation of the 18th century. The state forbade workmen to form combinations, but intervened, on the other hand, as an impartial arbiter between employers and employed, and regulated their relations. Indeed, the reason why the state was opposed to the formation of workmen's combinations was not because their objects were regarded as, in themselves, unlawful, but because in thus attempting to obtain justice for themselves the workmen were considered to be usurping the functions proper to the state. Furthermore, there were a certain number of old statutes which had never been repealed. Among these was the celebrated Statute of Elizabeth, an enormous code of labor legislation in 48 articles, which fixed the length of apprenticeship and provided for the fixing of wages by the magistrates. The workmen had, therefore, no need to demand, like the Nottinghamshire hosiers in 1812, a new statute for their protection. They used frequently to club together and pay a lawyer to prosecute employers for a breach of the provisions of the old statute. The Act of 1800 gave the great manufacturers no handle against these temporary associations whose object was so strictly legal. In the contest between themselves and their men they were in a false position. The workmen were obeying the law, the employers were the revolutionaries. But just because it was a period of revolution circumstances favored them. The introduction of new mechanical processes was overturning daily in every workshop and factory the order of rank and importance which obtained formerly among the various operations of any manufacture. In such conditions it was impossible to fix a definite scale of wages. The magistrates were simply incompetent to estimate the alterations which must of necessity be made in such a scale from day to day. The new machinery suddenly simplified certain processes which had required special skill, and substituted unskilled for skilled labor. It was out of the question to enforce the 7 years apprentice plus ship prescribed by the statute, when the use of a frame or loom could be learned in a year or two, sometimes even in a month or two. It was equally out of the question to enforce the limitation in the number of apprentices imposed by certain provisions of the statute, now that one skilled workman, assisted by a large number of children, sufficed to accomplish a task which had formerly demanded several adults. It may be admitted that the workmen's combinations had been in some cases rendered impossible by judicial prosecutions, but on the whole it is truer to say that they had been rendered impotent by the rapid transformation of the methods of manufacture. At the very time that a few philanthropic employers were laying the foundations of a new code of legislation, adapted to the conditions of the new factories, the old legislation regarding labor was on its deathbed. The magistrates often refused to apply it. It was the boast of the lawyers that there was not a single statute through which they could not drive a coach, and 6.1 sometimes defeated. Employers refused to obey the injunctions of the bench, and the magistrates did not possess the necessary powers to enforce obedience to their decisions. Moreover, the statute of Elizabeth applied to England alone, and neither to Ireland nor to Scotland, which had become so important a manufacturing centre. Nor did it apply to the women who were employed in such multitudes in the factories. It had been legally decided that it did not apply to any industry which could be proved not to have existed at the time when the statute was passed. The statute had thus been tendered practically inoperative, and from the close of the 18th century its repeal had been expected as the recognition of an accomplished fact. From 1800 onwards all petitions sent up by associations of workmen to demand new regulations such as those of the calico printers in 1804, and the cotton weavers in 1808, 1809, and 1811 had been rejected. In 1802 the cloth makers committed the imprudence of petitioning for the enforcement of the old regulations. The only result was a temporary act passed in 1803, and made perpetual in 1809, repealing the statute of apprenticeship so far as concerned the woolen manufacture. Then came the disturbances of 1811 and 1812. The House of Commons, while passing special legislation to repress the rising, also adopted, to give some satisfaction to the malcontents, a bill regulating the conditions of labor in the manufacture of hosiery. 3 But the bill was thrown out by the Lords and abandoned by the Commons. This was the last occasion on which Parliament attempted anything of the kind. In 1813 an act was passed repealing those sections of the Elizabethan statute which gave the magistrates power to fix wages. Another act, passed the following year, repealed the articles regulating apprenticeship. It was in vain that the workmen sent up petition after petition against the repeal of the old legislation. While the supporters of free commerce were triumphing in the repeal of the orders in 336. Council and the abolition of the East India Company's monopoly, the supporters of free industry won an equal triumph by the repeal of the Statute of Elizabeth, which they maintained to be contrary to the natural rights of man. It was a triumph by no means making for social peace. The workmen, deprived first of their right of association and then of their legal right to state protection, were driven to the formation of secret societies, to conspiracy, and to riot. It is true that the Luddite disturbances had subsided, and that employers and men alike took part in the rising of 1815, but 2 years were not to elapse before a renewal of Luddite outrages. Never before had the existence of workmen's associations in England been so precarious, never had their character been so revolutionary. The entire edifice of the new economic system was based on the ability of every head of a manufacturing enterprise to run the risk of temporary crises, to turn out every year a larger quantity of goods than he had turned out the year before, and to increase every year the numbers and demands of his clientele by forcing the supply of the articles which he produced. Moreover, in his efforts to force the rate of production, the manufacturer was not confined to the use of the capital which he actually possessed. As a matter of course he borrowed regularly. He therefore needed the services of a banker to advance him the necessary sums, and a vast banking system, already over a century old, regulated, or should have regulated, the industrial organization of the country. On the outer edge of the system were the country banks, whose numbers Adam Smith had already considered excessive, but which had multiplied still further during the period following the War of American Independence. A merchant, a manufacturer, or a shopkeeper would begin by merely dabbling in finance, accepting deposits and discounting bills of exchange. His sole stipulation was that he need not return deposits immediately. In the meanwhile he used them to discount bills. Very soon he would discover that this class of business demanded too much time to be compatible with other occupations, and he would then become a banker pure and simple, a specialist in the art of making payments and recovering debts on behalf of manufacturers and merchants, and endeavoring to render these proceedings as economical and as expeditious as possible. Point 1 Here, as in all other departments of English commerce, individualism reigned supreme. It would appear from some statistics of 1819 that out of 28 or 30 joint stock companies engaged in banking in Scotland there were 20 whose shareholders were below 15 in number, and some which only had 2 or 3. In England the foundation of joint stock banks was illegal, and the banks that were only too plentiful were private banks controlled by isolated individuals. Despite the crises which compelled periodically the liquidation of a large number of banking houses, banks continued to multiply. There were 353 banks before the crisis of 1797, 386 in 1800.3 in 1810, after a further crisis, the banks numbered 646. And there were 761 in 1813 after a third crisis. Point 4 A further period of difficulty opened in 1814 and continued till 1817. 89 banks failed in the course of these 3 years registered, but past experience was calculated to inspire bankers with confidence, and the system went on spreading. The custom of accumulating gold and silver pieces at home was dying out in the country districts of England. The moment the coin had been received it was deposited in a bank, which found it ever easier, as commerce and manufactures developed, to obtain profitable investments for the money. In Scotland, where the law was more favourable to banks than in England, the system of cash accounts had become general. The bank opened for a client a credit account for a certain sum, say £2,000 or £3,000 on the guarantee of 2 persons of known solvency. The Scottish banks had, moreover, acquired the reputation of affording their creditors exceptional facilities for repayment. In England this practice was unknown. At the most a few bankers were willing to make advances on a mortgage or on the security of capital sunk in a business. It was by discounting bills that the banks supplied the capital necessary for the advancement of trade and manufacture. In Lancashire this method of business had been carried so far that bills drawn upon London at 2 or 3 months' date had replaced banknotes as the fiduciary currency employed in conducting important business transactions. As bills of exchange came into general use, coin became less necessary. The bankers began to realize that it was not necessary, in order to meet withdrawals of deposits, to keep a cash reserve equal to the amount deposited. What, then, prevented them from extending their clientele, and increasing the circulation by discounting bills not in cash but in their own notes, in their own paper money, payable by them on demand? It was estimated that between the years 1810 to 1815 the private banks of the provinces issued notes to the value of some £20,000,000. In 1810 one bank alone issued to its clients notes to the value of £70,000. Bank of England notes were largely driven out of use by the paper issues of the private banks, and their circulation became confined to the district within a radius of 50 to 60 miles from London. A little further from the capital than this the farmers and shopkeepers actually refused Bank of England notes, so unfamiliar was their appearance. We hear of half-guinea notes in 1802.5. In 1810 Cobbett declared that he had seen notes for 7 seconds. Notes for such tiny sums served for almost every purpose of currency. Having the control of credit, the bankers throughout England formed a very influential body. Cobbett used to reckon up the country seats, bought, to his knowledge, by these squires of a novel-type country rag merchants as he called them, as indeed they really were, seeing that they had acquired their wealth by flooding the country with paper money. Besides possessing great influence, the bankers, despite the increase in their numbers, were, as a class, extremely respectable. Although the English bankers, forming part of a system shaken by repeated crises, conducted a highly speculative business in which a huge fiduciary circulation rested upon a cash reserve of very small dimensions, they continued, notwithstanding, to take a position far above that occupied by traders and manufacturers. They presided over the progress of the industries of the nation. It was their profession to pass judgment upon the credit of the businesses whose paper was brought to them for discount and to decide whether they would accept it, and so suffer the business in question to continue in existence, or refuse it and thus condemn that business to extinction. It was, moreover, easy for them, as part of their professional practice, to make opportune advances of cash to county families. It was by such methods that Mortlock, the Cambridge banker, had acquired great popularity and had made himself the most influential personage in the town. In return for electioneering services rendered to the Duke of Rutland's clique, he had obtained lucrative government posts. He had sat in one Parliament. Gloucester, Newcastle-on-Tyne, and Bristol returned local bankers as their representatives. At Ipswich Cricket, the banker, successfully opposed with government support the aristocracy of the neighbourhood. At Rochester another banker, James Hulks, triumphed over the influence of the government. A seat in Parliament was by no means injurious to a banker's professional interests. He would take into partnership the clerk who had shown the greatest industry and honesty and would entrust the routine work to him. Meanwhile he was living at the centre whither the news of the entire world converged. If he made himself serviceable to the cabinet, he would be rewarded by useful pieces of information and by financial services of all kinds. 8 In a large city such as Liverpool, the banking interest assumed a different shape. The bankers and the merchants together constituted the aristocracy of a purely mercantile city, and were divided by a wide social gulf from the cotton manufacturers. Among them was Roscoe, who collected a magnificent library, wrote the history of Lorenzo de' Medici, and entertained the chimerical dream of making Liverpool a modern Venice or Florence, renowned at once for her commerce and for her culture. It would be an exaggeration to regard him as typical of his class. Nevertheless, he was the pride of his native city. The banks were like reservoirs into which flowed all the capital accumulated by saving, and from which it flowed out again to stimulate production anew. But some banks received more money than they could dispose of among their local clients. Others, on the contrary, found that the demand for cash exceeded the contents of their coffers. The banks of agricultural districts belonged to the former category. The agriculturists lent more than they borrowed, and the difficulty experienced by the landlords in collecting their rents was due in part to the farmers' and bailiffs' habit of keeping their money as long as possible at interest in the local banks. Money left the agricultural districts of the southeast and went to assist the development of the manufactures of Lancashire and Yorkshire. London served as a sort of natural balance to establish an equilibrium of supply and demand between the banks of the agricultural and those of the manufacturing districts. The provincial bankers had begun by keeping paid agents in the capital. They had come, however, to realize that this was an unprofitable expense. For purposes of discount with other parts of the kingdom, they made use of the independent banks which had been established in London to supply the local needs of the capital. They deposited, moreover, with the private banks of London their government securities and investments of all kinds, which they were obliged to keep available for realization so as to be ready to meet demands for cash. The superior importance of London as compared with the provinces was the measure of the preeminence in dignity and influence of the 60 to 70 Lombard Street bankers who controlled the financial organization of the nation as compared with the 1,000 or so country bankers. Not only did they obtain seats in the House of Commons, it was not altogether unknown that one of their number should be raised to the peerage. They prided themselves on their culture and knowledge of literature. They were, in the true sense of the word, an aristocracy. The banker Bagehot, writing at a period when joint stock banking was on the increase and when the golden age of private banks had passed away, speaks of the charmed value possessed by the name London banker in the opening years of the 19th century. The calling is hereditary, the credit of the bank descends from father to son, this inherited wealth soon brings inherited refinement. There has probably very rarely ever been so happy a position as that of a London private banker, and never perhaps a happier. To satisfy more perfectly the economic needs of the country, the London bankers were untiring in their efforts to improve the machinery of their banking operations. They began by fostering the growth of a new profession, which served to bring them into closer connection with the country bankers. The bill brokers devoted themselves exclusively to the task of becoming acquainted with the credit of their country clients. They brought the London bankers bills to cash, and cash for which they received bills. They were simple go-betweens who did not need capital, nor did they guarantee the value of the bills they brought to be discounted. But the large number of their clients, and their financial prosperity, were of themselves a sufficient proof of the soundness of their judgment to warrant the London bankers to trust them almost blindly. £7 million passed annually through the hands of Thomas Richardson, the greatest of these brokers. A London banker knew that he had only to apply to Richardson or to one of his fellow brokers to obtain at any moment as much money as he needed on the security of commercial bills. He was thus enabled to carry on more business than before with a smaller cash reserve. The circulation of capital thus became brisker. It was rendered brisker still by the institution of the Lombard Street Clearing House, 40 years before our date. It became the general custom in the banking world of London to settle the daily accounts by striking a balance of reciprocal indebtedness. Every day at 4 o'clock drafts and checks were taken to the clearing house, and when reciprocal debts had been cancelled between the banks concerned, only a small number of banknotes were required to pay the difference and thus settle the entire account. In 1810 46 bankers made use of the clearing house. The checks and drafts brought in daily represented a sum of close on £5,000,000. To settle these debts some £220,000 to £250,000 worth of notes was found sufficient. Thus was accomplished spontaneously, first in the mutual relations of country banks, and then in the mutual relations of the London banks, a process of centralization. The centralization was completed, however, by an institution due not to private initiative, but to the intervention of the government, namely the Bank of England, which formed the apex of the entire system. The enormous edifice in the classical style of architecture between Threadneedle Street and the Poultry, known as Grocers' Hall, harbored a host of 700 persons, exclusive of those engaged in menial offices, working under the orders of the governor, the monarch of the place, and 24 directors, who were in theory elected by the shareholders of the bank, but were chosen in practice by a species of co-optation. Since bankers were legally ineligible, the directors of the Bank of England were London merchants, highly respectable and tolerably cautious, as was only fitting in view of the manner of their choice. The bank was, practically speaking, contemporary with the glorious revolution of 1688. The newly established government had allowed a group of merchants who were prepared to advance them a loan of £1,200,000 at 8% to form a corporation authorised to engage in banking, in London. The society, thus formed, took advantage of the constantly recurring pecuniary embarrassments of the government to make their position ever stronger and stronger. An Act of 1713? Confirmed and explained in 1742,3 granted the bank the sole right to carry on in England the operations in which it was engaged. Without the express grant of any statute, the bank had acquired a monopoly of the issue of banknotes in the capital. Later, in return for advances of money made to the government, it obtained on several occasions the renewal of its privilege. It had been agreed in 1781 that the monopoly was to expire in 1812. It had been agreed since 1800 that it was not to expire till 1833. In 1815 the bank was paying an interest of IO% on a capital of £11,642,400.3. The country banks deposited the bulk of their reserves with the London banks. The London banks used the Bank of England as a deposit bank. The funds thus placed at the disposal of the bank were employed to discount commercial bills. It was for the governor and the directors to display the necessary shrewdness and to make advances on such a scale as to ensure a satisfactory dividend to the shareholders, while not advancing enough to diminish unduly the reserve of the bank. For this reserve, a reserve of metal in normal times, of banknotes in the exceptional periods when the bank was dispensed from the necessity of making payments in specie, was the final reserve, on which alone the entire currency of the nation was based. Among the clients of the bank was one whose debt exceeded out of all proportion the debts of all the others. This was the state, which owed the bank in perpetuity the interest on a capital not only equal to, but larger than, that on which a dividend was paid to the shareholders. The state made use of the bank to discount the bills issued by the Treasury, Navy bills bearing interest after 6 months, exchequer bills from the day of issue. Sometimes the bank would take bonds from the government at par and then issue them to the public at a profit. In the discussions which took place on such occasions between the bank and the Treasury, that is between the largest borrower and the largest lender in the kingdom, it was the duty of the bank to display the necessary independence, and to take care, while allowing the state freely to increase the national debt, that public credit was not endangered or the fiduciary currency depreciated. The government rewarded the services thus rendered by depositing its balances with the bank. The entire consolidated fund accumulated in the coffers of the bank, from the time when it was collected from the taxpayer till the time when it was spent by the state. In the interval the bank was free to put out to interest the enormous capital that was temporarily at its SOAE on the sole condition that there was always sufficient ready money to pay the creditors and officials of the state. In 1694 the foundation of the Bank of England had been a daring innovation. Countless had been the protests raised against it. The bank had been regarded either as incompatible with the conditions requisite for the existence of a healthy economic society, or else as dangerous to the liberties of the subject, if not to the crown itself. Now it had on its side the force of long prescription. The Bank of England, like the Hanoverian dynasty, was an institution clothed with all the majesty of law. Contemporary with the system of government so dear to England, it shared the prestige of the system. The stability of the Bank of England is equal to that of the British government. It acts not only as an ordinary bank, but as a great engine of state. This panegyric, coming from the determined foe of every kind of state interference in economics, is truly astonishing, and justifies the irony of Cobbett. Some people suppose that paper always made a part of the currency or common money of England. They seem to regard the Bank of England as being as old as the Church of England at least, and some of them appear to have full as much veneration for it, too. The institutions above described were calculated, if they functioned normally, to exert a steadying influence on national industry and commerce. The country bankers, the London bankers, and the Bank of England advanced capital to every individual according to his credit and his ability to make profitable employment of the sums advanced. But were the bankers good judges of this credit, of this ability? For many years past economic crises in England had been increasing in number and gravity. While the bills and acceptances of the banks were increasing beyond all bounds, coin grew scarce and the price of the precious metals rose abnormally. The rate of exchange on Hamburg rose 15 to 17% or above par. Manufacturing and commercial crises occurred simultaneously with banking crises. How were these simultaneous phenomena related? Which was the cause, which the effect? Fluctuations of foreign exchange are due to two different causes, which will sometimes be mutually exclusive, but will at other times work together. One cause is the favorable or unfavorable balance of trade. Let us suppose, for example, that a manufacturer in country like England obtains raw materials from some foreign country, say from Sweden, and in return supplies Sweden with manufactured articles. As far as possible, the English and Swedish buyers try to pay their respective debts by means of bills of exchange, and insofar as this can be done, actual transport of the precious metals is avoided. If, however, the debt of one of the two countries exceed the debt owing from the other country, a certain amount of precious metal must be transported from one country to the other. Bills of exchange drawn by the first country on the second will bear a premium, which will exactly correspond to the cost of transporting the precious metals, that is, the freight, the merchant's profit, and the risks of transmission. This is the first and most general explanation of the course of exchange. But there are factors of another sort to take into account which may at times outweigh in importance the factors above mentioned, and even in some degree conceal their operation. Let us suppose the coinage of a particular country to consist entirely of worn or clipped pieces, and that in consequence of this, while their face value remains the same, their real value has depreciated in comparison with the coins current in a neighboring country. In exchanging sums reckoned in the currency of the former country against sums reckoned in the currency of the latter, there will be a loss corresponding to the difference of intrinsic value between the two coinages. Or again, let us suppose that the government of a particular country issues a paper currency and enforces its circulation. In relation to specie, this paper money will suffer a depreciation wholly comparable to the depreciation of worn or clipped coinage. Hence any country whose currency is depreciated in either fashion is obliged, when paying any debt contracted abroad, to pay a sum larger than the nominal amount of the debt as calculated in its own coinage. Here we have the other cause of a rise in the rate of exchange to the disadvantage of the country in question. To which of these two causes, then, are we to ascribe the 347 favorable position of England as regards exchange? Apparently to the second. For we must remember that for almost 20 years past the banking system had been in an abnormal condition, owing to the suspension of cash payments. This step had been taken by the government in 1797 in order to avert a financial crisis and to prevent the exhaustion of the bank's metallic reserve. Cash payments should have recommenced with the conclusion of the war. At the time, however, of the Peace of Amiens, it was considered necessary to continue the suspension. When, as the result of the artificial system thus established by law, the foreign exchanges became ever more and more unfavorable to England, public opinion naturally began to connect the two facts. In 1809 Ricardo began his literary career by an article in the Morning Chronicle in support of the doctrine of the so-called bullionists, namely, that the cause of the rise in the price of gold was the depreciation of the banknote. A few months later his conclusions were endorsed by a committee of the House of Commons, and the bullionists seemed on the point of obtaining from the Cabinet the repeal of the Act of 1797, and a return, if not forthwith, at least as speedily as possible, to the system of cash payments. Nevertheless, in 1811 the acceptance of banknotes at their face value was practically made compulsory. In 1815 Napoleon's return from exile, and the resumption of hostilities with France, enabled the government once more to postpone the return to cash payments. It was, nevertheless, undeniable that Ricardo's doctrine was gaining wider acceptance every day and that public opinion was becoming constantly more accustomed to regard the resumption of cash payments as the remedy for the almost chronic troubles which afflicted the finance, the manufactures, and the trade of the country. An unfavorable balance of trade failed, according to the bullionists, to account adequately for the enormous fall in the exchanges. In the first place, it required to be shown that the balance of trade really was unfavorable. But in truth, during the very years when cash payments were suspended, England had acquired a monopoly of manufactures for the entire world. The report of the Parliamentary Committee of 1810 showed that between 1807 and 1809, while the exchanges were becoming more and more unfavorable to England, the balance of trade had become more and more favorable to her. The excess of exports over imports. 348. had passed from £5,866,000 in 1807 to £12,481,000 in 1808, and £14,834,000 in 1809.1. Even if it were granted that the balance of trade was unfavorable and so caused a fall of the exchanges on Hamburg, Paris, and Amsterdam, accompanied by an export of the precious metals, these phenomena would only have been temporary. Would unite to encourage the French, the entire denomination was in arms. After a hasty inquiry, Martin was expelled from the Section 3. It is safe to say that the advocates of revolution were the exception among the Baptists and Independents. Their most eloquent pastors denounced the political creed of Jacobinism. Robert Hall, Baptist preacher at Cambridge and a friend of Mackintosh, preached a famous sermon in 1800 attacking what he called modern infidelity. By this he understood the principles of the French Revolution. The Congregationalist preacher William Bengo Collier made himself famous in 1804 and 1805 by his patriotic sermons to the volunteers. The subscribers to his lectures on the proofs of Scripture truth included Lord Grenville, Robert Southey, and 3 Anglican bishops. And all contemporary evidence agrees that if the old nonconformist denominations remained faithful to Whiggism, the vast majority of their members belonged to the right wing of the party. When the anti-Jacobins made their charges universal and attacked the Methodist preachers, the injustice became scandalous, the calumny almost self-evident, for the sect was on principle conservative. At the time of the American War, when Price, Priestley, and White Dissent as a body declared for the rebels, John Wesley had published 2 pamphlets, whose circulation extended to several thousands, to inculcate loyalty in the colonists and the British public. In 1792 the statutes of the Wesleyan body expressly demanded from their members loyalty and obedience to the king and his government. None of us, ran their declaration, shall either in writing or in conversation speak lightly or irreverently of the government. We are to observe that the oracles of God command us to be subject to the higher powers, and that honor to the king is there connected with the fear of God. For such conduct ensured that in spite of the calumnies of writers and speakers among the supporters of the government, the unpopularity of Jacobin principles did not prejudice the Methodist pro-religion and culture. Pagan. The new type of nonconformity, evangelical and pietist, was gaining ground every year. 6. Nonconformity was making progress alike in the towns, the industrial districts, the countryside. It even made proselytes in the army to the alarm of the officers. Speaking in the House of Lords in 1810, Lord Harrowby prophesied the day when a majority of the nation would be nonconformist. There is no evidence available to determine the extent to which his prophecy was supported by facts. Neither the census of 1801 nor the census of 1811 included a religious census. In 1811, the dissenters estimated themselves at only 2 million out of a population of 10 million. But according to an official inquiry of the same year in parishes of over 1,000 inhabitants, the number of nonconformist chapels considerably exceeded the number of Anglican churches, being 3,438 as against 2,533.4. On the evidence we may conclude that while the nominal members of the establishment still constituted an enormous majority, the nonconformists already equaled, if they did not exceed, the Anglicans who practiced their religion. Naturally the ruling classes witnessed this flowing tide with dishonor registered. The squires had no love for the half-starved and shabbily dressed preachers, and the parsons were annoyed to witness the peace of their parishes disturbed by their fanaticism. On the other hand, the Liberals and Democrats attacked the new type of dissent with a violence at least equal to theirs. They were exasperated by the unexpected revival of unreasoning Illuminism. Among these were Sidney Smith, the eccentric clergyman of the Edinburgh Review, and Cobbett in his Register, while Leigh Hunt in the Examiner surpassed the others in his angry attacks upon the popular evangelicalism. But the leaders of the Whig party were obliged to show a greater circumspection, for they needed nonconformist support to obtain a majority in the boroughs. The Tories, on the other hand, and their attitude was altogether new, began to consider the susceptibilities of evangelical nonconformity, for they had remarked that, since the rise of Methodism, dissent was not so strictly bound as of old to the Whigs. The Whigs were now the party of Catholic emancipation, and at the general election of 1807 the Court party made a not unsuccessful appeal to the no-popery prejudices of dissent. Hence a series of measures administrative and judicial carried during the first decade of the century witnessed the greater tolerance now felt in government circles towards the nonconformists. In 1802 the Duke of York, in his capacity as Commander-in-Chief, issued strict orders establishing absolute freedom of worship in the army. In 1809, the dissenters obtained from the government their veto on a law, passed in Jamaica, reserving to Anglican clergy the right to evangelize the slaves, and in the same year a judicial decision granted them the right of burial in the churchyards, and equal freedom with Anglicans from the obligation to pay toll on their way to Sunday worship. Registered it was to satisfy nonconformist complaints that in 1812 the inferior church courts were deprived of the power of excommunication. And it was also in this year that after long months of struggle the nonconformists won their most brilliant victory. Throughout the 18th century it had been recognized that whoever possessed a preacher's license was exempt from the obligation of service in the militia, and so long as dissent retained its traditional organization the exemption gave rise to no difficulties. But the new system of itinerant and local preachers, inaugurated by Methodism and imitated by the other sects, made it possible for any laborer or farmhand to escape military service by declaring his intention to preach without offering the least guarantee of education or even of good character. This was an obvious abuse, and in 1800 when political associations and trade unions had been made illegal, the government had intended to take action. Since the government was not in a position to make unnecessary enemies, nothing was done in the matter, and the question continued for the present undecided. But the nonconformists felt their position threatened. In 1803 the Wesleyans organized a committee of privileges, modeled on the old committee of the three denominations, to defend their interests in Parliament and in the courts. At the same time Conference endeavored to forestall state interference by regulating the legal status of its preachers. Members of local congregations were forbidden, under penalty of expulsion, to seek a license from the civil authorities without the previous approbation of the conference of their circuit. Point 2 The decision was not calculated to satisfy the government. It was precisely these missionaries, delegated by a distant authority and unattached to any particular congregation, whose activities alarmed the Anglican clergy. Nor, apparently, was it seriously carried out, since the Conference of 1810 judged it necessary to insist on obedience. In 1811 the Cabinet returned to the design abandoned in 1800. Lord Sidmouth introduced in the House of Lords a bill imposing a number of restrictions on the exemption from service hitherto granted to all nonconformist preachers. Immediately the entire nonconformist body was in arms. For the first time an alliance was concluded between the old and the new dissent. The Wesleyan Committee of Privileges joined the Committee of the Three Denominations, and the Wesleyans, owing to their more perfect organization, directed the agitation. They launched a manifesto in which they called attention to the beneficent influence exercised by the nonconformist sects during the previous half-century, in raising the standard of public morals, and in promoting loyalty in the middle ranks, as well as subordination and industry in the lower orders of society. The war with France rendered national unanimity particularly urgent. Why then revive old hostilities? To two influential nonconformists who played an active part in Parliament, William Smith and Thomas Thompson, approached Lord Sidmouth. The Cabinet let the bill drop before the second reading. Nevertheless Anglican diehards still possessed a weapon against their enemies. What they could not obtain by legislation, they could obtain indirectly in the courts. A nonconformist preacher, who had failed to take the oath required by the Toleration Act, remained subject to the penal legislation of the 5 Mile Act, and the Conventicle Act. But the Toleration Act had not foreseen the new forms of organization which the Methodists had introduced into nonconformity, especially the system of itinerant preachers. The local justices began to take advantage of this to refuse the oaths of all preachers who could not prove their attachment to a particular congregation. and the decisions of the magistrates were confirmed on appeal by the Court of King's Bench. For the second time the world of nonconformity was in an uproar. A new association was formed for the defense of Protestant liberty *. The Wesleyan Committee of Privileges called upon the ministers and preachers of the denomination to suffer distress on their goods, or imprisonment of their persons, rather than pay any penalties for worshipping God agreeably to the dictates of their consciences. Registered, it would have been madness on the part of the cabinet to antagonize the nonconformists at a moment when the supporters of Catholic emancipation were stronger than they had ever been. In 1811 Perceval had abandoned the attempt to alter the existing legislation to the prejudice of the nonconformists. In 1812 he altered it in their favor. The bill he had drawn up was passed after his death, in July. This act, popularly known as the New Toleration Act, repealed the 5 Mile Act and the Conventicle Act, and renewed their provisions only with most important modifications. Henceforward, religious meetings of under 20 persons were exempt from all control, as previously meetings of under 5 persons. This facilitated the prayer meetings of laymen held in private houses which the Methodist revival had brought into fashion. All exemptions which the law bestowed on clergymen, including exemption from military service, were expressly granted to the itinerant preachers. An amendment introduced later in the House of Lords provided that the preacher must be a professional preacher and must not work at any other trade for his livelihood. Thus the benefit of the act, granted to the itinerant preachers, was refused to the local preachers. But this does not affect the fact that the new organization of the nonconformist sects had received legal recognition by an act passed unanimously and after the most cursory debates, and the victory won by the evangelical dissenters redounded to the advantage of their rationalist brethren. In 1813 the Unitarians were able to advance from the practical toleration which they had hitherto enjoyed to legal recognition. Vil. Throughout the debates in Parliament during 1811 and 1812, on the degree of toleration to be granted to the sects, the Anglican prelates had either kept silence or adopted a conciliatory attitude. Religion. Not that there was much love lost between Anglicans and nonconformists. No doubt the majority of the magistrates, who in 1812 refused licenses to the itinerant preachers, were parsons. But at the very time when nonconformity was being remodeled, and by its growing alienation from democracy was winning Tory favour, the Church of England was the victim of a species of internal schism which enfeebled her power of resistance. In 1815 the Quarterly Review deplored the unhappy condition of the Church rent by the mutual antagonism of two powerful parties, the breach daily widening, animosities daily inflamed, and charity almost extinguished by controversial rancour. Here also Methodist influence was at work. To be sure, John Wesley had been driven from the church of which he was an ordained priest. But he had left a rearguard behind him which persisted in the attempt to realize his original dream, not the creation of a new sect, but the regeneration of the church herself. Several clergymen, disciples of Wesley and Whitefield, without breaking with the church, had founded in their parishes, on their individual initiative, little groups of laymen who met for mutual edification and the propagation of religious truth. 2 And laymen built chapels to supply the lack of churches, which they maintained at their own cost and under their private control, without consulting either the clergyman of the parish or the bishop of the diocese. Under their direction the old Low Church party was reorganized, no longer as of old liberal and rationalist, but pietist, or, as it was termed, evangelical. And this fact obliges us to complicate with an additional feature our picture of organized religion in England. If the Wesleyan sect, with its hierarchic constitution, and frank political conservatism, constituted the high church of nonconformity, the new Low Church or evangelical party was a species of Anglican Methodism. What had been the history of the movement? It originated with a number of clergymen who, if they did not break with the church of which they were the accredited officers, did not display a scrupulous regard for her discipline. They continued to befriend Wesley and Whitefield, gave them hospitality when their preaching tours brought them to their parishes, even invited them to occupy their pulpits, and sometimes imitated their example by evangelizing neighboring parishes, whose clergymen gave scandal by their lukewarmness. Among them were Walker, the Cornish revivalist; Hervey, the author of Meditations in a Churchyard; Grimshaw, the mad parson of the Yorkshire moors, who whipped his flock to church; John Newton, who after a youth spent in the slave trade became parson of Olney, and boasted the conversion of the poet Cooper, and others of a sterner and colder disposition, such as Venn and Romain. All this generation had now passed away, and it was at the very moment of its gradual extinction, during the last years of the 18th century and the opening years of the 19th, that the evangelicals organized themselves as a party with centers of propaganda, and methods peculiar to themselves, a party with no lack of friends proud to avow their friendship, yet attracting the implacable hostility of others. The first center of the evangelical movement was the University of Cambridge, where the party possessed two great men, the leaders of evangelicalism among the clergy. These were Isaac Milner and Charles Simeon. Isaac Milner, a man of awe-inspiring and overwhelming personality, one of his admirers compared him to a sledgehammer, occupied the chair of Newton. At once president of Queen's College and dean of Carlisle. He was rather the professor than the scientist, and the preacher far more than the professor. Charles Simeon was vicar of Holy Trinity for 32 years. He received no stipend, performing his clerical functions purely for the love of God, and had even abandoned his share of his father's estate to his brother, lest excessive wealth should seduce him from his duty. Nevertheless, he was still a rich man and lived as a gentleman. For years he had to face the opposition of the fellows of his college, indeed of all the members of the university, graduates and undergraduates alike. The farmers of the neighborhood and the poor of the town attended his sermons, which were interrupted by the jeers and booing of the undergraduates. But he possessed that distinctive form of genius, blent of meekness and severity, which goes to make the great churchman. And this carried him through to final triumph, and enabled him, despite the persistent hatred of which he was the object, to become one of the most respected men in Cambridge. He was ready, when the occasion required, to endure the worst insults. But he could also crush his opponents with a look, invoke the aid of the police, and punish those who insulted him with public humiliations, even with imprisonment. Under his orders was ranged a little army of 120 enthusiasts, organized on the Wesleyan model in groups of 20, who met regularly for meditation in common, public confession, and the management of a charitable fund. In the neighborhood, he had his circuit of parishes which he visited periodically. At Cambridge, Simeon recruited a body of young evangelical clergy, whom he scattered later throughout the kingdom to leaven Anglican preaching insensibly with the spirit of the new Pietism. The Cambridge group was supported by another group at Clapham near London. This was a group of laymen who linked the evangelical clergy with the world of politics and business to which they themselves belonged. Its members were men of wealth, who provided funds for the construction of chapels, and the purchase of advowsons. In this way they enabled the clergymen trained by Simeon to employ freely under their patronage the new methods of evangelization, secure from episcopal interference. Their leader was Wilberforce, distinguished as a parliamentarian, famous as a philanthropist. From 1795 to 1808 he lived at Clapham, on Battersea Rows. His neighbors were the Thorntons, bankers and philanthropists, Zachary Macaulay, the editor of the Christian Observer, Lord Teignmouth, formerly Governor-General of India, James Stephen, the lawyer. This group of Pictists had chosen as their parish clergyman John Venn, son of the celebrated Henry Venn. To their receptions at Clapham there gathered a motley throng of Anglican clergymen, nonconformist ministers, gentlemen of means, lawyers, businessmen, and representatives of all the oppressed races on earth, Spaniards and Portuguese from Europe and America, Negroes, Hindus. It required all Wilberforce's tact and affability to secure harmony even for a single evening among guests so ill-assorted as these. The Clapham group, known as the Clapham sect, consisted chiefly of members of Parliament. There they were joined by other members, country gentlemen such as Sir Richard Hill had been formerly, and Thomas Babington was at present, nonconformists of the mercantile class like Thomas Thompson, the Methodist banker of Hull, William Smith, and Joseph Butterworth. Together they formed a little party of their own filled with self-importance, the party of the saints, to use the mocking epithet of their opponents. Though William Smith belonged to the opposition, the saints were generally speaking conservatives, and voted for Pitt and his successors. But they stood for independence and morality. In 1795 Wilberforce had braved Pitt's anger and jeopardized his own popularity by speaking in favor of peace. In 1805 he had voted for the trial of Lord Melville, and in 1809 for an inquiry into the Duke of York scandal. In a political crisis, the independence of Wilberforce and his friends might threaten the existence of the cabinet. From the depths of Somerset, the famous Hannah More, novelist, theologian, reformer of morals, evangelist of the poor, founder of schools, and a woman who treated on an equal footing with bishops, collaborated with the saints by her writings and philanthropic activities. No picture of the evangelical group would be complete which left unmentioned so notable a celebrity. Equally with Wilberforce and Simeon, she was one of the great men of the party. A religious party must possess a common belief. The evangelicals plainly belonged to the Calvinist tradition. But their Calvinism was of a very mild variety. When at the close of the 18th century an exceedingly long and exceedingly violent theological controversy had arisen between the Arminians of the school of Wesley and the Calvinists who followed Whitefield, the saints had carefully avoided taking part in it. If they did not accept Wesley's Arminianism, it was because they rejected certain of his private opinions, the doctrine of instantaneous conversion, that God in an instant by a sudden miracle transfers sinners to a state of grace, and the doctrine of perfection, that a sinner once saved can never relapse. But on the other hand, they were repelled by the extravagance of orthodox Calvinism. They rejected the paradox, too subtle and too immoral for their liking, that all works are essentially worthless. "How I hate," wrote Hannah More in 1802, "the little narrowing names of Arminian and Calvinist. Bible Christianity is what I love, that does not insist on opinions indifferent in themselves. I began," wrote Isaac Milner, "to study the controversy when a very strong Arminian. Very close thought shook my Arminianism. But I think I have learned where to stop. Calvin is much too systematical for me. Though a moderate Calvinist myself, I think," wrote Simeon, "the great mass of Calvinists are wrong." Wilberforce could even write in 1822 that every year he became more impressed with the unscriptural character of the Calvinistic system. 4 Nothing places in a clearer light the decay of the old dogmatic Calvinism than the aversion to it displayed towards the close of the 18th century by the leaders of the last great Protestant revival, by the Arminian Wesley and by the moderate Calvinists of the evangelical party. The evangelicals accepted as a general principle the dogma of justification by faith, but they declined to speculate on the niceties of the doctrine. They were not theologians, but men of emotion and action. Their Calvinism, if we are entitled to use the term to describe their position, was a sentimental and a practical Calvinism, one might almost say, an undoctrinal Calvinism. This feature of evangelicalism made it easy for its adherents to work with Protestants of every denomination. For while the evangelicals maintained the theological principle which was the common foundation of all the doctrinal systems of Protestantism, they systematically refused to interest themselves in the theological differences which held Protestants apart. And their philanthropic activity constituted a bond with the nonconformists, their fellow philanthropists. Here also was common ground on which they continually met. "These city people are better than at our end of the town," wrote Wilberforce at the outset of his career as a religious reformer after dining with some of his new friends. Sprung himself from the gentry, he found himself introduced into the world of commerce. There he met indeed a majority of Anglicans, but dissenters also, and he did not fail to appreciate the earnestness and zeal of the latter. Some of these were Methodists, but their number was few, for Methodism, a new sect, drew its adherents chiefly from the lower and lower middle classes. Others were members of a sect of which no mention has hitherto been made, so eccentric is its character, and so difficult is it to classify or describe, the Friends or Quakers. The sect was revolutionary in its obstinate refusal to take oaths in the courts, to pay tithes, and to perform military service, but of all revolutionary groups it was the most peaceable. For Quakers condemned rebellion equally with war and for the same reason, and offered the government only a passive resistance. They deliberately rejected all forms of worship or courtesy. But this contempt for forms had itself degenerated into a rigid formalism. Public opinion, if it laughed at the comic aspects of Quakerism, respected the solemn silence of their meetings, which contrasted strikingly with the noisy and emotional services of the new sects, their honesty, their spirit of order and economy, their unwearied and enlightened charity. Wilberforce's friends worked side by side with rich Quakers, and respected businessmen of the three old denominations: Independents, Baptists, and Presbyterians. Among the latter, however, were Socinians and Rationalists. But even with these the evangelicals were willing to enter into friendly relations. They were indeed on good terms with avowed liberals, attached to no denomination, and with freethinkers who made no secret of their hostility to religion. It was enough, if their friends were animated by a sincere and practical zeal for the reformation of abuses and the crusade against ignorance and vice. By a strange paradox, men who were Protestant to the backbone, zealots for the dogma of justification by faith, were so devoted to philanthropy that on the common ground of good works they were reconciled with the most lukewarm Christians, even with declared enemies of Christianity. But as the evangelicals thus entered into frequent relations with heretics of every kind, they condemned themselves to increasing isolation and suspicion within the Anglican communion. The existence of numerous and powerful Protestant sects has always been a source of weakness to the party within the Church of England which emphasizes most strongly her Protestant character. With few exceptions, the episcopal bench adopted an attitude of frank hostility. Bishop Porteus of London, indeed, inclined to evangelical views. But he had died in 1810, and in 1811 his successor had issued a charge fulminating in the most violent language against traitors more dangerous to the Church than avowed nonconformists. Bishop York, of Ely, had protected Simeon against the local persecution to which he had been exposed. But he died in 1811, and his successor, Dampier, employed every means in his power to annoy Simeon and check his irregular propaganda. Who were the bishops on whom the evangelicals could now count for protection? Chute Barrington of Durham and Henry Bathurst of Norwich. These prelates, however, tolerated the evangelicals rather from a broad-minded and liberal temper than from any sympathy with their views. And there was also Bishop Burgess of St. David's, who was active in the moral reform of his clergy, an ardent supporter of the propaganda for the abolition of slavery, and a friend of Hannah More. In 1815 they won an important victory. Dr. Ryder, the brother of an influential minister, was appointed to the See of Gloucester. "This is a wonderful event," exclaimed Simeon. "He is truly, and in every respect, a man of God. He preached for me at Trinity, not 2 years ago, and I for him at Lutterworth, not half a year ago. Does it not appear that God is with us of a truth?" But Simeon's very delight proves that the gain of a seat on the episcopal bench was a rare, almost a miraculous, success for the evangelicals. The party was a minority not only of the episcopate, but of the Church as a whole. It consoled itself for this by regarding itself as the salt of the Church. What was the number of true Christians? Simeon was asked the question by the agriculturist Arthur Young, himself a convinced pietist. The Quaker Fry St. 439. Mated their numbers at 3 million, but Simeon considered his estimate too optimistic. At Cambridge he knew no more than 110 vital Christians, that is only 1% of the inhabitants. The evangelicals managed to persuade first themselves, then by degrees the general public, that they were the only true Christians. Did Coleridge repudiate his youthful pantheism and return to Orthodox Christianity? At once the rumor spread that he had turned Methodist. Did Lord Eldon allow himself to write a long private letter filled with pious reflections? He judged it prudent to explain to his correspondent at the close that his piety must not be taken as proof that he had joined the saints. Never in the history of Anglicanism had any party exercised so profound an influence. Never had any party been in such a false position. Vil did the abuses which disgraced the establishment cry for reformation? The saints were ready to undertake the task. To adopt the language of one of their pamphleteers, they sought to expel from the parsonage Parson Doolittle and Parson Merriman and to replace them by Parson Lovegood. They desired numerous churches, resident parsons, well-paid curates. Already in 1783 Wilberforce expressed his belief that his friendship with Pitt had placed him in a position to effect much in the way of reform. Reforming statutes he thought would be his for the asking, even the appointment of a bishop chosen by himself but we have already remarked the poor success of his efforts to secure bishoprics. And his attempts at legislation were thwarted by episcopal opposition. He failed to carry a bill to facilitate the construction of churches by private persons through granting the advowsons to those who had borne the expense of their erection. The bishops were far too ill-disposed towards these proprietary chapels which escaped their control, were strongholds of the semi-heretical evangelicals, and were even on occasion shared with nonconformists. 1 Wilberforce and his friends were more successful in their attempts to deal with the non-residence of vicars and the pauperism of curates, but only after long struggles marked by countless vicissitudes. Their history is not without interest, for it casts a brilliant light on the attitude and power of each of the rival parties then contesting the government of the Anglican Church. In 1796 Parliament passed an act enabling bishops to raise the stipends of the curates in their diocese to £75 instead of the previous maximum of £50. The cost of living had risen and curates had an equal right to consideration with other minor officials. Their stipend was deducted from the stipend of their vicars, who were thus submitted to an indirect and inadequate penalty for non-residence. Wilberforce desired a more radical measure, but had failed to secure a hearing. And, moreover, we must take into consideration the character of the act as a whole. Bishops were given power to fix the stipends of curates at their uncontrolled discretion, and power also, for any cause they deemed good and reasonable, to revoke curates' licenses summarily and without process of law. The curate's sole appeal was to the archbishop, who was to decide by a summary procedure. Thus the object of the act was apparently to strengthen the position of the episcopate. It offered greater satisfaction to the high church than to the low church party. 5 years passed by. The vicar's non-residence began to be felt as a scandal. There existed an act of Henry VIII never since repealed, prohibiting, under severe penalties, pluralism, non-residence, and clerical trading or farming. Moreover, this old act gave private persons the right to prosecute for its infringement and even promised them a reward if successful in proving their charge. 2 or 3 lawyers realized that there was money to be made out of the act and began the prosecution on a large scale of churchmen who had violated its provisions. The High Church took alarm. They procured first the passage of a bill suspending for a year all prosecutions for breaches of Henry's Act. Then Sir William Scott, brother of the Lord Chancellor and an orthodox high churchman, carried a bill which mitigated very considerably legislation so galling to the clergy. Henceforward, it was legal for a clergyman to manage a farm if he had obtained his bishop's consent. The right of non-residence, that is, of absence for a period exceeding 3 months, was granted ipso facto to clergymen who held certain specified diocesan offices, and bishops were given the power to grant permission for non-residence in a number of cases, which the Act enumerated in detail and which included the simultaneous possession of several benefices, and they were even permitted to go further and grant this license outside the cases specified by the Act. On this occasion the evangelicals were apparently divided. Grant spoke in favor of the Act. Simeon's brother criticized it in a speech approved by Wilberforce. He denounced a new order of ecclesiastical law which went to place an unconstitutional power in the hands of the bishops. On the whole, the Act of 1803 plainly constituted a victory for the High Church. Sir William Scott completed the Act of 1803 by 2 further bills. The object of one of these was to indemnify curates who might find themselves suddenly deprived of their curacies because the bishop had enforced residence on their vicars, for it was passed this same year. The object of the other was to complete the Act of 1796 and to encourage the residence of curates by improving their financial position. But the bill, though introduced 4 times in succession in both houses registered, was finally rejected. It provided that when the annual value of a benefice exceeded £400 the bishop could assign a fifth part of the income to the curate if that fifth did not exceed £200 or £250 for year. The opponents of the bill stigmatized it as an equalitarian and Jacobin measure. Every rector and vicar, they maintained, had a right to the full income of his benefice, and the state could not transfer a portion of that income to a curate without violating the property of the lay patron and the incumbent. One is accustomed to arguments of this sort from the opponents of reform, but in this instance they were used by Whig speakers. Behind the bill they scented the activity of the evangelicals, and this prejudiced them against it from the outset. For they had no affection for the Low Church party since it had become imbued with this new spirit, a spirit as unlike the spirit of the old Low Church party, which had been consistently latitudinarian and devoted to the Whigs, as the new dissent, permeated by Methodism, was unlike the old rationalist nonconformity. 2 Nor had they failed to remark the alliance between the evangelicals and the High Church party to carry the bill. The saints had desired stricter legislation which would have imposed on vicars an unconditional obligation to set aside a fixed portion of their stipend for their curates. Since that was beyond their reach, they acquiesced in a bill which abandoned the curate to the discretion of his diocesan. By this concession they purchased the support of the High Church party and the bishops. The Archbishop of Canterbury expressed his satisfaction that the new bill restored to the bishops a power they had exercised in the primitive church and had lost only after the Reformation. It is not, therefore, surprising that the Whigs should oppose legislation which revived the traditions of Catholicism, restricted lay patronage in the interest of the hierarchy, struck a blow at Erastianism, and strengthened clericalism in the Church of England. The bill was rejected. And even the Act of 1803, inadequate and conservative as it was never applied. Vicars neglected to obtain from their diocesan a renewal of their license for non-residence. The bishops neglected to draw up, as the Act prescribed, an annual list of non-resident clergy. The abuse of non-residence prevailed even more widely than before. But the influence of the evangelicals was on the increase. Perceval, who became Prime Minister in 1809, favoured them. Lord Harrowby, a cabinet minister, was himself an evangelical. He it was who in 1815 secured the nomination of his brother, Dr. Ryder, to the See of Gloucester. In 1810 Perceval obtained from Parliament a grant of £100,000 to improve the condition of the poorer clergy. Lord Harrowby supported the grant in the House of Lords, but dwelt on its inadequacy. Legislation, he urged, of a more comprehensive character was necessary to cure the evils under which the Church suffered and to enable her to check the continuous progress of nonconformity. The clergy must be compelled to keep their parsonages in repair. In too many parishes they were either non-existent or uninhabitable, which provided the clergy with a welcome excuse for non-residence. The law should define the maximum distance between the livings which might be held by one incumbent. In every instance the bishop should assign the curate a fixed stipend, which in poor livings might absorb the total value of the benefice. And a government subsidy should secure a minimum stipend, graduated in accordance with the size of the parish, to all clergymen without exception. The bill introduced by Lord Harrowby in 1812, and through his efforts passed into law the following year, gave a partial effect to these extensive proposals. Henceforward, in parishes where the population did not exceed 300, a curate possessed the right to a minimum stipend of £80, or to a stipend equal to the value of the living if its annual value did not exceed £80. This minimum stipend was increased when the population of the parish exceeded 300, and again when it exceeded $00. If the annual value of a benefice exceeded £400, the bishop was given power to assign 100 to the curate, and to make him a further allocation proportionate to the size of the parish. The saints gave Lord Harrowby's bill their unreserved support. But this time the High Church party were hostile. In the House of Lords the bishops were loud in their protests against a bill which, they declared, destroyed the Anglican hierarchy, arrayed curates against their vicars, and imposed rigid rules on the heads of the Church instead of leaving them, like the earlier acts, the unfettered exercise of their discretion. On this occasion, there is no doubt, the advantage rested with the evangelicals. Then the High Church party took the offensive. The Act of 1803 had not been regularly applied, and it contained clauses maintaining the old right of private prosecution. The clergy, once more exposed to the unwelcome attentions of the informer, were loud in their demands for relief. Parliament acted, as it had acted 13 years earlier. To put a stop to the prosecution of Yakars *, the operation of the Act of 1803 was suspended for a year, and the suspension annually renewed till 1817, when the Archbishop of Canterbury introduced and carried an Act of General Scope consolidating previous measures, a miniature code of canon law *. The Acts of 1803 and 1813 were refurbished and combined in one act. Curates were given the right of farming even without the bishop's consent, provided the farm did not exceed 80 acres. Otherwise episcopal authority was strengthened. Private persons lost the right of prosecution. On the whole, the Act of 1817 was a High Church victory. But its complicated provisions bore the marks of the long conflict between the rival parties, their diverse demands, their respective defeats. 9. When from the reform of the internal organization of the Church we turn to the encouragement of her foreign missions, we find the evangelicals faced by the same prejudices. In 1776 they had founded the Society for Missions in Africa and the East. Simeon advised the foundation, John Venn, the parson of Clapham, took the chair at the first meetings, Henry Thornton was the first treasurer. The society was strictly Anglican, and to make its Anglicanism plain the founders in 1812 changed its name to the Church Missionary Society. But from what quarter was its inspiration derived? Plainly from Methodism and the New Descent. When the 18th century opened, and for many years to come, there was not a single Protestant missionary in the entire world, with the exception of the small German group of the Moravian Brethren. Under the direct influence of the Moravians, Wesley had revived the missionary spirit among the Protestants of England. The Methodists were the first to organize, in 1787, a regular system of foreign missions. Wilberforce and Henry Thornton were among the subscribers. In 1792 the Baptists followed their example. In 1795 the Evangelicals founded, before their Anglican Society, a London Missionary Society, based on the principle of united action by all denominations of Orthodox Christians. Since nonconformist missionaries were now scattered throughout the British colonies, wherever there were Aborigines or slaves to be converted, in Nova Scotia, Jamaica, Trinidad, on the west coast of Africa, among the Hottentots, in the East Indies, it was natural that the High Church party should regard with suspicion the Evangelical Society for Missions. Could such a society be trusted to combat heartily the nonconformist missionaries? On the contrary, was not the society openly encouraging them, even making them frequent grants and seeking only to supplement their work by action on similar lines? Two incidents, still recent in 1815, had revealed the depth of the gulf which on these matters divided the evangelicals from the Anglican hierarchy. Jellicals in 1804. There was already in existence a society dating from the close of the 17th century, the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge, composed exclusively of Anglicans, of which the archbishops and bishops were ex officio members, and whose object was the free distribution of Bibles and books of common prayer. But this old society, confident in its official status, had gone to sleep. When during the last decade of the 18th century the Welsh Methodists had appealed to it for the Bibles they needed, it had been unable to satisfy the request. Then the Methodists and their fellow nonconformists took action, and with the assistance of the Anglican evangelicals formed a large society for the printing and free circulation of Bibles. In a short time the society had become very wealthy. The founders had reckoned on an annual income of £10,000, in 1812 it exceeded £50,000.1. From 1809 they built up their organization on a pre-arranged plan and aimed at the foundation of a branch in every county. But when in 1811 they contemplated the foundation of branches at Oxford and Cambridge, the High Church Anglicans took alarm. They had no wish to see a breach made in the fortresses of the establishment through which Methodism might find an entrance. When, under Simeon's influence, 200 undergraduates undertook to found the branch at Cambridge, Marsh, a professor who since 1805 had waged a theological war against the evangelicals, publicly denounced the scheme. To ask Anglicans, he said, to join a society whose object was the distribution of Bibles and nothing except Bibles, was to confuse the Anglican Church with the sects, for the doctrinal basis of the Church was not the Bible only, but the Bible with the official commentary contained in the Book of Common Prayer. Isaac Milner, who occupied a position of authority, being the master of college and a dignitary of the Church, had no wish to appear the leader of an undergraduate revolt even in the cause of religion. But Wilberforce agitated in London. And as a result of his activities, a member of the royal family and Chancellor of the University, the Duke of Gloucester, accepted the presidency of the Cambridge branch. It was founded, and Milner, now sure of his ground, addressed the inaugural meeting. Another branch was founded at Oxford. By 1814 there was not a county that did not possess its branch of the Bible Society. The High Church attack had failed. But the mutual antagonism persisted, and the old Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge continued to compete with the Bible Society. The other incident belongs to 1813. Parliament was discussing the renewal of the East India Company's charter. It was a principle with the company to respect the native religions. Not only did it abstain from missionary activity of any kind, it discouraged private missionary enterprise by every means in its power. Long had the saints been scandalized by this policy of religious indifference. 20 years earlier, at the previous renewal of the Charter, they had secured the adoption by the Commons of a series of resolutions affirming the obligation of Parliament to work for the religious welfare of the British possessions in India. Since the resolutions had remained a dead letter, no act being passed to carry them into execution, the evangelicals proceeded to attempt the conquest of India by more direct methods. With Lord Teignmouth, Charles Grant, and Robert Thornton, evangelicalism penetrated to the heart of the East India Company. The company, thus inspired by a new spirit, regarded the Christian missions in a more favorable light. These missions were the Danish mission, established for a century past at Trinquebar, the Baptist mission in Bengal, the evangelical mission on the Coromandel coast. The company consulted Simeon in the appointment of their official chaplains, and appointed Henry Martin, Buchanan, and Thomason. But in 1806 the influence thus directly exercised by the evangelicals over the company received a setback. A serious mutiny of the native sepoys occurred at Vellore. It was attributed by the Indian government to the belief of the natives that the English were intending their forcible conversion to Christianity. The saints, no longer in favor with the company, realized the necessity of invoking further parliamentary assistance. It is easy to anticipate the difficulties which confronted them in this course. If they merely proposed to organize in India one or two dioceses, served by a regular hierarchy of priests, the high church clergy would have no quarrel with their plans. 1 But in that case the evangelicals would incur the suspicion of the Methodist and other nonconformist missionaries, enthusiasts for the conversion of India, but by no means disposed to see Indian Christianity identified with episcopacy and submitted to the control of the Church of England. If, on the other hand, it were proposed to grant an absolute liberty of missionary propaganda in India and to open that vast territory to the missionaries' uncontrolled activities, the High Church party would be in arms against the proposal. The only missionaries then in India were either Baptists or evangelicals, whom public opinion confused with the nonconformists under the common designation of Methodist. and the bishops were little disposed to see the respectability of English religion compromised in Asia by the invasion of a host of unwashed enthusiasts. Moreover, although the influence of Perceval and Lord Harrowby had disposed the government favourably to the evangelicals, the temper of the majority in the House was uncertain. The evangelicals were in an awkward predicament. Agitation outside the House was difficult. If a campaign of petitions were organised, the dissenters would sign en masse. But for that very reason Anglicans would refuse to sign, and the total impression produced on Parliament would be unfavourable. Notwithstanding these difficulties, Wilberforce and his friends contrived to win a partial success. They began by obtaining from the Cabinet and the Legislature the appointment of a bishop for India and 3 archdeacons. There remained the more delicate problem of the missions. They secured the insertion into the Charter of a clause investing the Board of Control in London with authority to overrule decisions of the Company refusing a missionary a licence. Though this fell far short of unfettered religious freedom, it was more than the evangelicals had dared to hope. The first bishop sent to India, Middleton, was, as we should expect, a high churchman. But he had the wisdom to adopt a conciliatory attitude towards the evangelical missionaries and chaplains and administered his diocese to their entire satisfaction. Thus even in the interior reform of the Anglican Church the evangelicals, in spite of the opposition of the vast majority of the clergy, always took the offensive and won many victories. And they were even more successful when they undertook the reform not of the Church but of the national morality. It is even arguable that in many ways the dubious position occupied by the evangelicals on the border line between the Church and nonconformity enlarged their sphere of action. Outside the establishment they came to the assistance of the Methodists and other nonconformist Pietists, and protected them against the contempt and hostility of the clergy. And meanwhile, they exercised on the upper classes a direct influence akin to that exercised by the Methodists on the masses. In the 18th century the English aristocracy, gentry, and upper middle class had been freethinkers and loose livers, cynics, critics of established institutions and received ideas, republicans. As late as 1794 Isaac Milner, writing to a correspondent, expressed the disgust he felt for their conduct. Now in general, he wrote, the lower orders only regard such things, and the great and the high have, all over Europe, forgotten that they have souls. But the French Revolution had opened the eyes of the gentry and the wealthy traders to the risks to which their light attitude towards religion was exposing the social order of which they were the principal beneficiaries. And the evangelicals appealed successfully to this new attitude to support their propaganda. Even if a gentleman were personally devoid of justifying faith, he respected its presence in his neighbors and encouraged it among the poor as the surest guarantee of law and order, if not of salvation. The names of Voltaire and Rousseau had become objects of universal execration. At the second entry of the Allies into Paris a leading article in the Times expressed its desire for the demolition of Voltaire's statue. We would grind to powder the statue of the vain, obscene, heartless, atheistical Voltaire. And a few years earlier, during a period of public panic, when the entire nation was in dread of a French invasion, Lord Exeter at his Stamford seat had made a public bonfire of the works of Voltaire, Rousseau, and other apostates from Christianity. A few of the old Whigs were left to lament this change of public opinion. The natural tendency of the excesses of the French Revolution, wrote Thomas More, was to produce in the higher classes of England an increased reserve of manner, and, of course, a proportionate restraint on all within their circle, which have been fatal to conviviality and humour, and not very propitious to wit, subduing both manners and conversation to a sort of polished level, to rise above which is often thought almost as vulgar as to sink below it. The aristocracy abandoned its former friendship with men of letters. Sport, politics, the preservation of social order, and morality, now constituted the only fashionable topics. Formerly, in the days of William of Orange and Louis XIV, of Lord Chatham and Louis XV, the English regarded their country as the citadel of freedom at war with the Turkish despotism. No doubt during the first 15 years of the 19th century they still cherished the same belief, but the word liberty no longer bore for them the sense it had borne for their fathers. They now understood by liberty restraint self-imposed and freely accepted as opposed to restraint forcibly imposed by the government. England was contrasted with Napoleonic France, as being at once the home of liberty and of virtue. Probably the vast majority of Englishmen, despite so much bitter strife of ideas and interests, would have agreed in this belief. It is to the cultivation of the moral qualities, wrote the Morning Chronicle, the leading organ of the liberal opposition, that England is indebted for her power and influence. From the want of them France may be mischievous, but she never will be great, for and this change in the opinion entertained of themselves by the English was undoubtedly the result of the Methodist propaganda continued by the evangelicals. The 19th century Englishman was distinguished from the continental European, and it was a distinction of which he was proud, by a feature which, if superficial, was none the less characteristic, his strict observance of the biblical Sabbath. And this Sabbath observance was unquestionably a direct result of the Methodist and evangelical revival. The saints had indeed never succeeded in obtaining from Parliament the legal prohibition of every kind of work and amusement for one entire day every week, nor even an act prohibiting the publication of Sunday newspapers. But they did not abandon the attempt. To obtain their end they had recourse to other means. In 1787 the king had issued, at their instance, a proclamation condemning Sabbath-breaking, blasphemy, drunkenness, obscene literature, immoral amusements. They had proceeded to found for the enforcement of the proclamation a large and important society, which included in its membership the entire bench of bishops, members of both houses, and wealthy merchants. In our free state, wrote Wilberforce, it is peculiarly needful to obtain these ends by the agency of some voluntary association, for thus only can those moral principles be guarded which of old were under the immediate protection of the government. It is to us, like the ancient censorship, the guardian of the religion and morals of the people. The Society, reorganized 15 years later under the name of the Society for the Suppression of Vice, carried on a vigorous warfare against blasphemous or obscene publications, brothels, and fortune-tellers. But its principal object was the observance of the Sunday rest. It kept its eye on the days chosen for markets, on the days when the aristocracy took its pleasures, on the days when the militia maneuvered. When employers were inclined to oppose a movement which deprived them of labor one day every week, the evangelicals pointed out that it was to their advantage to command a religious and obedient proletariat. Why had France, even the France of the counter-revolution, failed to learn the lesson? When Louis XVIII left England to return to his kingdom, he chose a Sunday to begin his journey. What ingratitude, exclaimed Wilberforce, and without temptation. What folly! Is this the Roman Catholic religion? Is it philosophical enlargement of mind? How sad that none should have the courage to tell them. Oh shame, shame! Forgive, O Lord, and punish not our land for this ingratitude and cowardice. The activity of the saints was displayed in other and less questionable forms. Although within the last 20 years duels between men in high position had continued to engage the attention of the British public, among them a duel between the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition, and a duel between two members of the same cabinet, the custom was obviously on the decline. In the Army and Navy dueling had been strictly suppressed. This was a result of evangelical propaganda. Point 4. And to the same propaganda must be ascribed the protests raised every day more loudly against the brutal amusements not only of the lower classes, but of the aristocracy itself. Such were the fights between professional boxers to which the population of the large towns eagerly gathered, and there were cockfights, bear baiting, and bull baiting. A bear or a bull was tied to a post and worried by a pack of dogs, and the fight, cleverly interrupted at the right moment, could be continued over several days before the bear or bull was killed. The saints made repeated attempts to obtain from Parliament an act protecting animals from human cruelty, and in the upper house they had the warm support of Lord Erskine. There were lengthy debates on the question in which the best speakers in Parliament took part. Wyndham was a zealous advocate of these cruel sports. He denounced the Methodist Jacobin conspiracy to make the lower classes serious, gloomy, critical, and discontented. He won the day. The act demanded by the evangelicals was not passed and bull baitings were still carried on amid shouts of Wyndham and liberty. But was there any need for new legislation? In 1811 the Attorney General was consulted and declared that in his opinion, since bull baiting took place on the King's Highway and thus impeded traffic and rendered it dangerous, it constituted what English law terms a nuisance and was therefore an offence. And was it even necessary to invoke the help of the courts? The number of bull baitings and bear baitings was decreasing every year. The evangelical propaganda had rendered legal prohibition superfluous. The evangelicals were also engaged in an attempt to protect the children of the working class against the oppression of employers. We have already seen the part they took in the legislation regulating the conditions under which pauper children worked in the factories. They were equally concerned in an effort to improve by Act of Parliament the condition of the children employed as chimney sweeps in London, registered the reform of the prison system, and the penal code was not, indeed, directly due to the evangelicals. Bentham was a disciple of Voltaire and Helvetius, Romilly a disciple of Bentham. But John Howard, the first prison reformer, had been a dissenter, and Elizabeth Fry and William Allen, who devoted their lives to improving the treatment of criminals, were Quakers. Their philanthropic activity had not been uninfluenced by the evangelical revival. And Wilberforce was in full sympathy with all these reformers. Every time Romilly brought forward in the Commons the abolition of the death penalty for an offence, Wilberforce intervened in the debate to support Romilly's proposal with his influence. When in 1812 the revolutionary Democrat, Sir Francis Burdett, demanded the abolition of flogging in the army, Romilly rose in support of his motion, while making reservations as to several opinions voiced by Sir Francis in his speech, and Wilberforce in his turn expressed his assent with further reservations to the views of Romilly. 2. How came the evangelicals to temper their austere code with so much mercy? Had they been influenced unconsciously by humanitarian liberalism? Possibly, but the evangelicals could defend themselves from the charge of inconsistency. The barbarous custom of hanging, Wilberforce had written as early as 1787, has been tried too long, and with the success which might have been expected from it. The most effectual way to prevent greater crimes is by punishing the smaller, and by endeavoring to repress that general spirit of licentiousness, which is the parent of every species of vice. It was by a severe public morality that the evangelicals hoped to render the criminal code unnecessary. 11. Among all the reforms of which the evangelical party were justly proud, the most glorious was the abolition of the slave trade. The agitation dated from the period between the American War of Independence and the French Revolution. About 1788 the abolitionists expected a speedy victory from the skillful organization of their committees of propaganda, the wide circulation of their pamphlets, their public meetings, their petitions. But the French Revolution postponed their triumph. The abolition of the slave trade was identified with total emancipation, and that in turn with Jacobinism. And the convention seriously compromised the friends of the Negroes with the British public, when it conferred French citizenship on Wilberforce in recognition of his campaign against the slave trade. Year after year from 1789 to 1800, Wilberforce and his friends made vain efforts to obtain even a gradual or a partial abolition. From 1800 to 1804 they kept silence, judging it the most prudent course to abstain from any further proposals. Later, when the anti-Jacobin scare had become weaker, their propaganda regained ground in government circles. In 1805, a few months before his death, Pitt forbade by an order in council the importation of slaves into the colonies recently conquered. In 1806 the Fox-Grenville ministry introduced a series of measures which led up to the passage in the following year of an act of total abolition. The legislation thus obtained must not be allowed to remain a dead letter. To secure the execution of the act, Wilberforce and his allies founded the African Institution. 2 They obtained from the government the establishment of a strict watch on the African coast to prevent an illegal traffic in slaves by British subjects. They obtained government support for the colony they had established at Sierra Leone to present the world with an example of a European colony among a Negro population which was not based on slavery. They obtained further official action to prevent the illegal introduction of new slaves into the British West Indies, and the passage in 1811 of an Act of Parliament punishing traffic in slaves with 14 years' deportation. The naval victories of Great Britain rendered their task easier. Every time a French colony was occupied by the English, so much more ground was lost to the slave trade. And since the governments of Spain and Portugal had become dependent on Great Britain, it might be hoped that Britain would force them to abolish the slave trade in their colonies. On the eve of peace, the House of Commons by a unanimous vote enjoined the cabinet to solicit from all the sovereigns of Europe the immediate and universal abolition of the slave trade. For the moment the resolution was fruitless. Lord Castlereagh, who had been one of the few obstinate opponents of abolition in the Commons, was satisfied to obtain in the First Treaty of Paris the promise of Louis XVIII that he would take the necessary steps to effect abolition at the end of 5 years. Thus the slave trade was readmitted for a period of 5 years into all the colonies now restored to France, from which it had been banished, as men had believed, forever. It was impossible to refuse recognition to a treaty definitely concluded and duly signed, but how, then, could Spain and Portugal be refused the 5 years' postponement granted to France? All that Lord Liverpool and Lord Castlereagh could do to satisfy public opinion was to obtain at Vienna a prohibition of the slave trade along the entire west coast of Africa from Cape Formosa. But Napoleon on his return from Elba delivered the abolitionists from the impasse. To conciliate liberal opinion he decreed the abolition of the slave trade. This made it easy, when the Second Treaty of Paris was concluded with Louis XVII, to avoid the mistake made in 1814 and obtain immediate abolition registered. The abolition of the slave trade was now complete. We have called it the work of the evangelicals. The statement, however, requires qualification. The evangelicals had possessed allies whose power was far, very far, from negligible. That the Methodists, like Wesley himself, had always been convinced abolitionists scarcely detracts from the importance of the part played by the evangelicals, for between the evangelicals and the Methodists the relationship was extremely close. Evangelicalism was, after all, but a variety of Methodism. But side by side with the Methodists and the evangelicals, the dissenters of the old school had fought from the beginning for the abolition of the slave trade. The Baptists as a body had supported the movement. So had the Quakers. In 1787 2/3 of the abolitionist committee were Quakers. 2. Among these dissenters, however, were many Socinians, many rationalists, some who were practically deists. In the United States the abolitionist movement was born of an alliance between the Quakers and the adherents of natural religion, Franklin, Tom Paine, and their disciples. And since the opinion of the majority in the British Parliament from 1788, an opinion more or less openly expressed, was in favour of abolition, why was it that the arrival in office of Fox, an anti-clerical Whig, effected a settlement of the question within a few months? If Fox had not then become Premier, but the Tory party had held office continuously from 1784 to 1815, can we feel any confidence that one or other among Pitt's mediocre successors, the Duke of Portland, Perceval, or Lord Liverpool, would have taken the initiative and abolished the slave trade? Would not Rose and Lord Castlereagh have opposed the reform? And in view of the manner in which parliamentary institutions functioned in England at the beginning of the 19th century, can we conceive a parliamentary majority capable of imposing so radical a measure on an apathetic or hostile administration? Obviously the evangelical party cannot claim the sole glory of this decisive blow to slavery. Neither Thomas Clarkson nor Granville Sharp belonged to the party, and their part in the abolitionist campaign was as considerable as that of Wilberforce himself. In fact, evangelicalism played here a role similar to that which it has played in all the humanitarian movements of modern England. It constituted a link, effected a transition between Anglicanism and dissent, between the governing classes and the general public, as represented by the great middle class. It prevented the formation of a reactionary group and won the support of the gentry and nobility, sometimes even of a member of the royal family, for a movement initiated by shopkeepers and preachers. And the action of the party was decisive in securing from Parliament the legislation which embodied the dictates of the national conscience. Till 1806 it had acted under great difficulties. There were so many prejudices to be overcome, so many interests were compromised. But from the passage of the decisive act of 1807 the anti-slavery campaign enjoyed a free course. Henceforward the entire British Empire had an interest in the universal abolition of the slave trade. Failing this, England would find that, carried away by an outburst of humanitarian zeal, she had acted against her commercial interest and had ruined her colonies for the profit of their rivals. Hence the universal outburst of public opinion in 1814, whose violence was so disconcerting to the lukewarmness of ministers and diplomatists. "I was not aware," wrote Wellington, whom long absence abroad had made a stranger in his native land, "till I had been some time here of the degree of frenzy existing here about the slave trade. The nation," wrote Lord Castlereagh on the eve of signing the Treaty of Paris, "is bent upon this object. I believe there is hardly a village that has not met and petitioned upon it, both Houses of Parliament are pledged to press it, and the ministers must make it the basis of their policy." 11. We have described the influence exercised by the Methodist revival on the religious life of the nation. We have witnessed the dissenting sects awaking from their lethargy and increasing enormously the numbers of their adherents, and in the establishment we have seen the low church party operative as an energetic minority. We have described the wider influence exercised by the evangelical revival through the mediation of the churches upon the morality of the entire nation, the growth of a spirit at once philanthropic and conservative, a spirit of social reform and individual piety. But there existed in the United Kingdom religious bodies upon whom this evangelical movement had exercised no influence whatsoever. What, then, had been their influence on the national mind and morality? Let us turn first to the Jews. There were scarcely more than 20,000 Jews in the country, domiciled in London and the large provincial towns. But their numbers were being daily increased by the immigration of Jews from Portugal or Germany. Their wealth was constantly increasing and was no longer concealed. In every town where there was a Jewish colony, sumptuous edifices were replacing the old synagogues formerly hidden away in the slums. They had long been exposed to the persecution which was their universal lot, and had not yet obtained the right of naturalization on the same terms as Christians. But their unpopularity was on the decline. In 1810 Cobbett, an anti-Semite, expressed his indignation that in modern dramas the part of moralist and virtuous sage was often given to a Jew. The system of national loans had constantly compelled chancellors of the exchequer to have recourse to their assistance. Scions of the Whig aristocracy, plunged in debt, had opened to the Jews the door of good society in return for pecuniary advances. And, after all, anti-Semitic prejudice cannot be so strong in a community of traders and bankers as in a nation whose organization is military, must be weaker in a country where a crowd of sects live peaceably side by side than in a country where the national religion is imposed on every citizen. A series of famous names illustrates the importance of the English Jews in the life of their adopted country. To the business world belonged Gideon Sampson, the celebrated banker of the period of the 7 Years' War, whose son became an Irish peer, the two brothers Goldsmid, ruined in 1810, and Nathan Meyer Rothschild. Employed to arrange all financial transactions between Great Britain and the continental governments, Rothschild in 1815 was king of the stock exchange. But it was not only in finance that Jews won distinction. Gompertz was a first-rate mathematician. Isaac Disraeli, father of the future statesman, a distinguished man of letters, Ricardo founded a new school of economics. But none of these men, whether financiers or thinkers, engaged in any distinctively Jewish propaganda, religious or political, peaceful or revolutionary. Often they even abandoned their religion. Gideon Sampson's family became Christian. Isaac Disraeli allowed his children to be baptized, Ricardo was himself a convert to Christianity. In short, the Jews as a body appear to have exercised no collective influence on the religious life of Britain. And in this they were distinguished from two other religious societies, both of whom exerted a profound influence on the national character and which therefore we must consider at greater length. They were the Scottish Presbyterians and the Catholics of Great Britain and Ireland. XO. North of the Tweed the Methodist propaganda exercised practically no effect. Wesley often visited Scotland. But his account in the journal of these northern tours leaves us with the impression that he was in a foreign land whose manners and needs he had the greatest difficulty to understand. Whitefield had preached in Scotland with more success. Aided by a number of Presbyterian ministers, he had conducted several revivals on a large scale. Nevertheless, Methodism took no root in Scotland. In 1815 there were at most 9,000 Scottish Methodists as against 200,000 in England. In Scotland the sermons of Wesley and Whitefield did not, as in England, minister to the needs of the time. Scotland had different religious traditions, other desires. The history of Scottish Presbyterianism throughout the entire 18th century is the history of a stubborn contest between two powerful parties in the Church, the Popular Party and the Liberal Party. The Popular Party was the Orthodox Party. It maintained the obligation for all members of the Church of Scotland to accept in its integrity the dogmatic system of Calvinism. But it was termed popular, because it also defended against the attacks of the opposite party the right of the faithful to elect their pastors. For Calvinism is preeminently democratic Christianity. What could the Methodist preachers from England do to assist the Popular Party in the Presbyterian Church? They were either Wesleyans or disciples of Whitefield. In the former case they were Arminians, and on that ground alone tainted in the eyes of the Scottish Pictists with heresy, if not with infidelity. In the latter case their orthodoxy indeed was beyond question. But they brought with them no new truth and could only offer a national party, whose organization was already powerful, the unwelcome aid of the foreigner. And whether followers of Wesley or of Whitefield, they were either in favor of episcopacy or indifferent to forms of church government. Hence their message, confined to the sphere of personal religion, was out of harmony with the republican zeal of the Orthodox Presbyterians. And the abuses against which they waged war in England were, on the whole, absent in Scotland. Their clergy, provided with adequate stipends, performed its duties conscientiously. Pluralism, non-residence, miserably paid cuirassiers were unknown. Would the Methodists conduct Sabbatarian propaganda in Edinburgh or Glasgow? On this point Scotland set the example to England. The scrupulous observance in Scotland of the law of Sunday rest was proverbial. Meanwhile, in the Presbyterian Church of Scotland the Popular Party steadily lost ground to their liberal opponents. An unending and embittered strife was engaged between the two parties in those half-clerical, HAVELY assemblies by which the Church was governed. The 900 Scottish parishes were divided into districts, each with its lay president, its elder. And each parish was governed by a council of elders under the presidency, the moderation it was termed, of the minister of the parish. Several parishes were united in a presbytery, to which each parish sent a minister and an elder. The presbytery, acting as an ecclesiastical court of second instance, decided on appeal cases judged previously by the parochial councils, but its specific function was the approbation of candidates for ordination, the delivery of licenses to preach. Several presbyteries were grouped to form a provincial synod. At the head of the entire system was the General Assembly, which consisted of representatives of all the presbyteries together with representatives of the royal boroughs and the universities. The assembly met once a year in Edinburgh. A royal commissioner, the head of a noble family, presided and opened the discussions by an address from the throne. A debate on the address followed. The assembly then proceeded to the transaction of business, either in committee or in full session, and it was decided whether a particular question of detail or principle, of organization or doctrine, should be submitted to the examination of the presbyteries. Since the Act of Union in 1707 had deprived Edinburgh of her parliament, religious disputes had kept alive in Scotland party spirit and political passions. The meeting of the General Assembly played the same role in the social life of Edinburgh as the meeting of Parliament in the social life of London. Through the channel of the synods and presbyteries, these disputes engaged the attention of the entire country and penetrated to the most remote districts. Thus religion joined hands with law to develop in Scotland a logical and juristic temper. Unlike English evangelicalism, the Christianity of the Scottish Presbyterian was intellectual and argumentative. And his observation of the Scots might well confirm Wesley in his dislike of theological disputes. Reasoning leads to rationalism and unbelief. As was pointed out above, the dispute between the two parties in the Church of Scotland presented two aspects. One of these was the dogmatic. From the beginning of the 18th century, the Orthodox Calvinists suffered a series of defeats. The majority in the Assembly refused to repudiate books condemned by the Orthodox party as Arian or Socinian, or even books in which extreme Calvinism had been denounced by the liberals. A few Orthodox ministers seceded in their indignation from the national church in 1733 and founded a sect which was soon itself split into hostile sections. But their exodus only strengthened the position of the liberal party within the church. In the universities, the seminaries of the Scottish clergy, the triumph of the liberals was even easier. Their predominance dates from 1737 when, in the University of Glasgow, Hutcheson began to teach natural religion and the ethics of the greatest happiness of the greatest number. After this came the period of Adam Smith and Reid at Glasgow, of Robertson and Ferguson at Edinburgh. And though Reid refuted Hume, he did not excommunicate him. He was, on the contrary, his personal friend. "If you," he wrote to Hume, "write no more on morals, politics, and metaphysics, I am afraid we shall be in want of subjects." And Reid was a member of the party which protected Hume against the persecution of the bigots and prevented his citation before the bar of the Assembly, as the Orthodox desired, to hear the solemn condemnation of his teaching. Besides dogma, the dispute turned on ecclesiastical organization. Both parties accused each other of destroying the balance of the Presbyterian system. The liberals charged the Orthodox with attempting to transform a Presbyterian into a congregational church, by making each parish an autonomous religious unit with free choice of its pastor and uncontrolled by any superior authority. The Church of Scotland, they urged, was not an anarchic church which fulfilled the ideal of the English independence, but a democratic church whose pastors and faithful were implicitly pledged to submit to the majority decisions of the hierarchy of assemblies by which the church was governed. The Popular Party replied by declaring that they would willingly have obeyed the decisions of the synods and the General Assembly, had not the original constitution of the church been gravely tampered with in other respects. An Act of 1711 passed in London had established in Scotland the system of lay patronage and given the Crown or the great landowners the right to appoint the parochial ministers. Therefore they were justified in their revolt against the decisions of a majority of pastors who had not been regularly elected by the people according to the original system. Here also in the 18th century the Liberal Party triumphed. It was in vain that the Popular Party secured certain modifications of the Act of 1711, and a resolution of the Assembly in 1736, that in the choice of ministers account should be taken of the wishes of the congregation. 4 The Liberals ignored the resolution of 1736, applied the Act of 1711 to the letter, forcibly imposed on unwilling parishes ministers chosen by lay patrons, and finally compelled a number of popular ministers to secede and found a new separatist church. Such was the trend of events throughout the 18th century. The Liberals successfully maintained their position against the Orthodox, and supported an aristocratic system of church government because it protected them against the fanatical Calvinism of the lower classes. But at the close of the century the situation entirely changed. After the French Revolution, opposition between the cause of the people and the cause of intellectual freedom was no longer possible. The Popular Party insensibly tended to become the champion of the rights of the individual reason, and under the leadership of Sir Harry Moncrieff began to regain the ascendancy in the Church. In 1805 it was proposed to annul the nomination to the chair of mathematics at Edinburgh University of John Leslie, a doctor, who was accused of having adopted in his scientific treatises the philosophy of Hume. The affair made a powerful stir in Edinburgh society. And it was the Popular Party who, in alliance with Dugald Stewart and the intelligentsia, won the victory for Leslie. 1 Does this mean that the Popular Party in becoming liberal repudiated its ancient Calvinist tradition? Far from it. In 1811 Thomas Mac-Cree published a Life of John Knox. The appearance of the book marked an epoch in the history of Scottish thought. Hitherto it had been the fashion in liberal circles to depreciate the memory of the man who introduced Calvinistic Puritanism into Scotland. Mac-Cree's book was a defence of Knox by an enlightened Democrat. It had scarcely appeared before the leading liberal organ, the Edinburgh Review, took the book under its patronage. In this way came into being in the Scotland of the early 19th century irrationalist Protestantism or intellectual Calvinism, a faithful expression of the paradox inherent in the national mentality. For that mentality betrays a curiously double character. On the one hand, Scotland is the home of philosophic idealism, of intuitionist metaphysics. But it is equally a country scrupulously observant of the religious traditions of the past, a country where every Sunday the current of social life ceases to flow, every street is empty, every church filled to overflowing. And yet in spite of these contrasts the national character is eminently homogeneous. All Scotsmen, whatever their religious persuasion, are Scottish and proud to be Scottish. They are all filled with admiration for their fellow countrymen as a body and with contempt for the English. Men whose attitude towards Christian dogma is of the freest feel an affection for religious customs which are as much national as religious. And those even who have rejected these practices are still attached more or less consciously, more or less avowedly to moral traditions inherited from the religion of their fathers. Instances are not far to seek. Thomas Erskine, the friend of Maurice and the Duchesse de Broglie, was a freethinker professing strange religious views peculiar to himself and taking no part in the worship of any religious body. But all his life long he would speak with emotion of the Calvinian atmosphere in which he had been brought up and of a religion which makes God all and the thought of him all in all, and makes the creature almost as nothing before him. Thomas Carlyle refused to enter the ministry. He no longer believed in Christianity. But he remained a mystic and was fully aware that he owed his mysticism to the education of his home, to the separatist sect, of which his parents were members, to the preachers of that sect, men so like evangelists in modern vesture. I have nowhere met with among Protestant or papal clergy in any country in the world, and to the humble village chapel, rude, rustic, bare, but more sacred to me than the biggest cathedral. And he will consecrate his entire life as a writer to the celebration of Puritan heroism. But the case of James Mill is perhaps the most typical. Mill was an avowed freethinker, an opponent of the Christian creed, especially in its Calvinist form. But read his son's picture of his father, he had scarcely any belief in pleasure. He deemed very few pleasures worth the price which, at least in the present state of society, must be paid for them. He thought human life a poor thing at best, after the freshness of youth and of unsatisfied curiosity had gone by. For passionate emotions of all sorts, and for everything which has been said or written in exaltation of them, he professed the greatest contempt. He regarded them as a form of madness. This utilitarian is a Stoic, even an ascetic, and we cannot fail to recognize in his instinctive asceticism the stamp of his early education. The life led by Thomas Carlyle and James Mill during their childhood and youth was the life of every poor Scotsman who desired to win through to success. Parents, schoolmaster, and minister determine that he shall enter the ministry. They teach him reading, writing, arithmetic, and elementary Latin. He is then sent to the university to prepare for ordination. But as he follows the lectures of Dugald Stewart, Thomas Browne, Playfair, and Leslie, the student feels his orthodoxy undermined, abandons all thought of the ministry, and in search of an arena more worthy of his ambition goes up to London, where he will become a political pamphleteer or journalist, a government official, a statesman. He reaches the capital assured of his intellectual and moral superiority to the English around him. He does not distinguish between these two diverse species of excellence, and is apt therefore to believe that if he appears better endowed intellectually than others, it is simply that his industry has enabled him to extract more profit from intellectual endowments common to all men alike. And this determination, as he is well aware, is the gift of his Calvinist education. In this way the Scottish Presbyterians, hard on others, hard on themselves, unwearied thinkers, contributed to 19th-century England an element of intellectual virility which would have been wanting had the country been abandoned entirely to the emotionalism of the Wesleys and the Wilberforces. 14. Equally with the Scottish Presbyterians, though for different, indeed opposite reasons, Catholics turned a deaf ear to the Methodist preacher. 17 times Wesley crossed St. George's Channel and traversed on horseback the whole of Ireland. The conversion of Catholic Ireland was his avowed ambition. But whatever proselytes were made in Ireland by the Wesleyan, and still more by the Calvinistic Methodists, all belonged to the colonists of English or Scottish origin, were Protestants, Dissenters, Presbyterians, Quakers. Wesley himself admitted that out of every 100 Catholics 99 remained faithful to the religion of their fathers. In 1814 Wakefield declared that he did not know a single instance in which a Catholic had been converted. When the itinerant preachers of Methodism, nicknamed the swaddlers or cavalry preachers, traversed the villages in pairs, preaching the one in English, the other in Gaelic, the Catholic priests forbade their flocks to attend their sermons. If on occasion the prohibition were not obeyed, the priests took a whip and dispersed the audience. In 1816, in County Kerry, a two-woman named Catherine Healy called herself the Holy Woman and claimed to be the recipient of new revelations of a doctrinal character. But the Bishop of Limerick condemned her in a pastoral letter read from the pulpit, and she found no disciples. For what, indeed, was the need to which the Methodist Evangel could appeal? The common people of Ireland, unlike the English poor, possessed a poor, resident, and conscientious clergy, and a cult saturated with the miraculous, and speaking daily to the imagination. Catholic devotion was impervious to Protestant piety. In the United Kingdom as a whole the Catholics were a minority, though a powerful minority, in Ireland a majority. What, then, was the proportion of Catholics to the entire population of Ireland? It is difficult to answer with any approach to accuracy. According to Newenham they constituted 4/5 of the population, 6/7, or even more than that, according to Wakefield. Their numbers exceeded 4, possibly 5, millions. Only in the northeast, in the district around Belfast, did the number of Protestants equal the number of Catholics. In the centre, the west, and the south the Protestants were a mere handful. This Catholic population consisted of an aristocracy, ancient and poverty-stricken, for it had been stripped of its possessions by the English invaders, an aristocracy ill-educated indeed, but men of honor and universally respected, a middle class comprising numerous wealthy members, the graziers or middlemen of whom we have already spoken, a class which the poor hated and everyone despised, and finally a vast proletariat, ignorant, miserably poor, superstitious, and disorderly. The organization of the Church had preserved the form it had possessed when the Catholic Church was the official church of the country. There were 26 dioceses, governed by 4 archbishops and 22 bishops. The dioceses were regularly divided into parishes, which were served by 1,000 parish priests assisted by over 800 curates. The obedience displayed by the common people of Ireland towards their priests was regarded as the extreme of servility, and Protestant landlords often made use of the priest to maintain order. If a theft had been committed, they applied to the priest to discover the thief. If a popular rising threatened, they would consult with the priest on the best means of preventing it. Nevertheless, the priests were well aware that the docility of their flocks was not unlimited. If the Irish loved their clergy, it was not only because they were good Catholics, it was also, and this perhaps was the predominant motive, because they saw in their priests the defenders of their nationality. To be sure, the Catholic Church in Ireland had not until quite recently been free from lay interference. While Charles Edward, the Jacobite pretender, lived, episcopal nominations were in his hands. And after his death the Irish officers in the pay of the great continental governments had provided through the embassies many candidates with an effective recommendation. But about 1785 propaganda had decided that henceforward no account should be taken of recommendations by the laity. When a see fell vacant, it was the custom to hold a meeting of the clergy of the diocese which postulated the appointment of one of their number to replace the late prelate. The bishops of the province also met and submitted to the Pope a list of 2 or 3 names, and, practically speaking, the Pope always gave effect to these local recommendations. Stripped of all their former possessions, the Irish Catholic clergy depended exclusively for their support on the voluntary offerings of the faithful. Wakefield calculated that the Irish people, besides paying tithe to the established church, gave £500,000 to the Catholic Church. The bishops received from the lower clergy what was termed the cathedraticum, procuration, or proxy. Parish priests regularly contributed 2 guineas, curates a guinea. They increased their income by reserving to themselves in commendam the titles of 1 or 2 parishes, and by selling marriage licenses. From all these sources united, the best paid bishop in Ireland received an income of £550. The average episcopal income did not exceed £300. The parish priests, who themselves kept curates at a fixed stipend, received the offerings of their parishioners at Christmas and Easter. These offerings, payable in money or in kind, and whose amount varied according to the means of each family, ran from a shilling to a guinea. At a marriage they received an additional offering. Half the year they dined with their parishioners. Their average income, which varied enormously in different localities, may be estimated at £65.3. Obviously no legislation guaranteed to the Irish priest the enjoyment of it. He was therefore financially dependent upon his flock. At times this dependence was felt as a heavy burden. The priest, in the words of a contemporary witness, must follow the impulse of the popular wave, or be left behind on the beach to perish. Live with me and live as I do, oppress me not with superior learning or refinement, take thankfully what I choose to give you, and earn it by compliance with my political creed or conduct. Such, when justly translated, is the language of the Irish cottager to his priest. However diverse their respective constitutions, the Catholic Church in Ireland and the Presbyterian Church of Scotland possessed one feature in common. Both were national churches. Lacking a parliament to voice his desires, the Irish, like the Scottish peasant, found in his church the only society which opposed an impassable barrier to the encroachments of the central government. For the Irishman, obedience to his priests was a means, and the only means at his disposal, of asserting his independence against the Parliament at Westminster and the English Crown. There was a constant stream of immigrants from Ireland to Scotland and England. Thus Irish Catholicism overflowed into Great Britain. There were several thousand Catholics in London and Liverpool. This was due to the large Irish immigration into these towns. But Great Britain possessed also its native Catholics, themselves divisible into 2 sections. One section consisted of the remnants of the pre-Reformation Catholic population in the Highlands of Scotland, in Lancashire and Staffordshire, which had remained faithful to the old religion through 2 centuries of persecution. The other section was composed of old families among the nobility and gentry scattered throughout all the counties of England. Each of these families, with its Catholic servants and tenants and the chaplain who formed part of the family, constituted a little island of Catholicity amid the ocean of Protestantism. The total number of Catholics, according to calculations whose accuracy is merely approximate, was about 60,000 for England, 30,000 for Scotland. To be sure, a tiny minority. Nevertheless, the Catholics of Great Britain, whose leaders were the heads of noble families of the highest rank and most ancient lineage, regarded themselves and were regarded by others as occupying a position far superior to the Irish proletariat, as the flower of Catholicism in the United Kingdom. Since the relaxation of the penal laws, many English Catholics no longer made it a point of honor to be loyal to the faith of their fathers. Among these was the Duke of Norfolk, the friend of Fox and one of the Whig leaders. But even the large majority, who regarded conversion to Protestantism as dishonorable, were, when all is said, country gentlemen, closely akin in ideas and manners to their Protestant neighbors. They were equally attached to the throne, since there was no longer a Catholic claimant, equally attached also to the English traditions of self-government, equally opposed to every kind of bureaucracy whether in church or state. What had been the organization of the Catholic Church in England under the penal laws? How was it still organized? Indiana 18152. There were no provinces or regular dioceses. 4 vicars apostolic, appointed by Rome, administered without the normal forms of government the 4 districts into which England was divided. There was no parochial organization within the district, and the vicar apostolic had but a vague idea of the number of priests under his authority. The priests were chaplains attached to the nobility and gentry. They had been chosen by the wealthy laymen, who provided their board and lodging, not by the bishops. It was therefore but natural that these laymen came to regard themselves as the protectors of their church, authorized by the very fashion in which English Catholicism was organized to control ecclesiastical affairs. When at the close of the 18th century they formed a committee to obtain the abolition of the penal laws, they were with difficulty persuaded to admit a clerical minority to their deliberations. They declared themselves prepared to take an oath, formulated by themselves, which refused the Pope all temporal jurisdiction, definitely restricted his spiritual authority, and expressly condemned his claim to infallibility. They drew up an entire scheme for the reform of the ecclesiastical organization, and demanded that the vicars apostolic, too directly subject to the curia, be replaced by regular bishops, whose canonical status would render their authority beyond dispute. These bishops were to be appointed by the inferior clergy, and even by the laity. Certain members of the committee laid their plans before the Duke of Norfolk. He gave them a sympathetic hearing, but added his ironical congratulations, "I applaud you for this, it is just what I ought to wish. You are following my example. You will soon become good Protestants, I have been only 35 years beforehand with you." These Cisalpine Catholics, as they termed themselves in distinction from the Ultramontanes, were the more impatient for entire emancipation in proportion to their sense of kinship in thought and feckling with their Protestant compatriots. In fact, Catholic emancipation had already made very considerable progress. The application of the severe penal laws, which from the beginning of the 18th century had weighed heavily on the Catholics of the 3 kingdoms, was already lenient in the early years of the reign of George III. Informations were not lodged against those who had infringed the provisions of the penal code, and when on occasion informers forced a prosecution, the judges taxed their ingenuity to mitigate the law by decisions as favorable as possible to Catholics. From 1771 a series of relief acts had been passed to modify the penal laws. In Ireland an Act of 1771 permitted Catholics for the first time, on conditions defined by the Act, to hold land on a long lease. An Act of 1774 provided for Catholics a special form of the oath of allegiance. An Act of 1778 placed Catholics on an equality with Protestants as regards the ownership and leasehold of land. 2 Acts of 1782 granted Catholics freedom of worship and education, and an Act of 1793 admitted them to the franchise and to commissions in the army below the rank of colonel. In England an Act of 1778 provided for Catholics an oath modelled on the Irish formula of 1774, and repealed several provisions of the penal laws. Hence forward a Catholic could acquire land, by inheritance or purchase, and could open a school without incurring the penalty of imprisonment for life. No longer would the priest or the bishop or the religious be at the mercy of the informer. An Act of 17,914 completed the Act of 1778, and on the fulfillment of certain legal formalities granted Catholics, clerical and lay, freedom of worship. In 1793, the concessions secured by the English Catholics were extended to the Catholics of Scotland. Was this complete civil emancipation? No. In Scotland Catholics still lacked the right to open schools. Neither in England nor in Scotland had they the right to celebrate in public their marriages and funerals. The Catholic service was performed at the house. In church, or at the grave, a clergyman conducted the service. Was it complete political emancipation? Far from it. A Catholic could be a barrister but he could not be judge of a high court. In Great Britain he neither possessed the franchise nor could he hold even a subordinate rank in the army or the navy. Nowhere in the United Kingdom had he the right to command a regiment or a vessel of the line, to occupy a post in the administration, to be elected to the Commons, to take his seat in the Lords. But after such rapid progress within the space of 20 years, was not the work of emancipation on the verge of completion? Since the opening of the 19th century the question had been agitated, and had absorbed a large part of the attention of statesmen. The influence of the Catholics of the United Kingdom on the intellectual life of the nation was slight, 3 on the economic even slighter *, but indirectly they affected profoundly the fate of England. 4. The question of Catholic emancipation paralyzed, and, as long as it remained unsolved, would continue to paralyze the efforts of reformers. 15. When in the year 1800 Pitt carried through the union of Great Britain and Ireland, he hoped to make the union popular with the Irish Catholics by granting them and their English and Scottish co-religionists complete political emancipation, including the right to sit in Parliament. But he was thwarted by the obstinate refusal of King George, and resigned office. In 1807 the Ministry of All the Talents made another but a less radical attempt to give relief to Catholics by opening to them all ranks in the army and navy. But not only did George III refuse his consent to the introduction of the bill, he even demanded from the cabinet a promise never to bring it forward again, and the ministry resigned. Year after year a Catholic petition was presented to Parliament asking for emancipation. In 1812 a majority of 129 in the Commons voted that the petition be taken into consideration, and in the Lords a motion in favour of the Catholics was lost by only 1 vote. At this moment there was a split in the Tory party, and the opposition seemed on the eve of taking office. It was the universal belief that as 1806 had witnessed the abolition of the slave trade, 1812 would be the year of Catholic emancipation, and the favourable motion in the Commons would be speedily followed by an act to give it effect. But a bill brought forward in the Commons in 1813 failed to pass the House. Continental victories had secured the position of the cabinet, and once more Catholic emancipation was postponed. Would the postponement be prolonged? And what were the obstacles opposed by public opinion to a reform whose ultimate adoption seemed inevitable? Were these obstacles of a religious character? Obviously Catholicism and Protestantism represent opposite and mutually exclusive views of church government and Christian dogma, indeed of religion and life as a whole. And the very period when Parliament initiated a policy of tolerance for Catholics witnessed an outbreak of Protestant feeling in England. 2 years after the Relief Act of 1778 the Gordon riots broke out against Catholics, and for several days filled the streets of London with bloodshed and 475. Incendiarism. Many people accused the Methodists of having fomented the riot. Had not Wesley uttered a public protest against any amelioration of the penal laws, when the Relief Act of 1791 was under discussion? The abolitionist leader, Granville Sharp, founded a Protestant union to oppose the bill. 2 But we must not forget that since these events 25 and 35 years respectively, had passed by and several causes had conspired to render English Protestants more tolerant towards their Catholic fellow countrymen. In the first place, the apologists of Protestantism presented their religion as essentially individualist in character, and delighted to identify, if only in word, the cause of Protestantism with the cause of freedom of conscience. To justify the persecution of Catholics they were obliged to employ very subtle arguments. And secondly, the most purely Protestant among the Protestants were the dissenters who, like the Catholics, though not to the same extent, had been victims of Anglican intolerance. In 1807 the Tories had run an election on the No Popery cry, and had worked hard to detach the dissenters from the Whigs by appealing to their anti-Catholic prejudices. But the dissenters had been rewarded for their Tory vote, by a Tory attempt to carry an act restricting their freedom of organization. And there was yet a third factor at work, perhaps the most influential of the three. The anti-religious philosophy of the 18th century, and the French Revolution which embodied that philosophy in action, had given the problem of toleration a new aspect. The modern Babylon was no longer Rome but Paris, Antichrist no longer the Pope but Voltaire. Thus the antipathy felt by the English Protestant for absolute and open infidelity led him to regard with more indulgence all forms of religion and especially Catholicism. True enough, wrote Hannah More in one of her anti-Jacobin tracts, the French had but a poor sort of religion, but bad is better than none. Among the saints, Henry Thornton from 1805 was a convinced advocate of emancipation, and Wilberforce, who had always been disposed to extend the fullest toleration to Catholics*. 1. In 1812 and in 1813 supported their admission to Parliament. In circles widely remote from these there was a movement of reaction against the 18th century ideal, classical, profane, and pagan. And the reaction favored Catholicism. In the Christian and Catholic Middle Ages men of letters discovered new sources of inspiration. Wordsworth in The Excursion contrasts with the hell of the modern factory the peace of the ancient cathedral. Admires and describes Gothic ruins. And is indignant at the thought of the disorders which accompanied the Reformation, of the altars destroyed, the religious scattered. In Scott's Waverley all the Calvinists are ridiculous or odious. Charles Edward, the Catholic pretender, is on the contrary idealized, and the heroic Flora Mac Ivor, also a Catholic, concludes the novel with her entrance into a Benedictine convent. Wordsworth and Scott were notwithstanding Tories, and the Tories opposed Catholic emancipation. In ecclesiastical affairs their legislation was guided by the opinions of the High Church party. Why, then, did the High Church party adopt this attitude of determined hostility to Catholicism? Of the two parties which contested the government of the Church of England, was it not the High Church which tended to counteract the Protestantism of the establishment, and which insisted on precisely those aspects of the Anglican ideal which approximated to the Catholic? But if in 1815 one or two theologians, 5 Alexander Knox or Daubeny, had reached this philosophic presentation of Anglicanism, they were a mere handful. 3/4 of a century after the Low Church revival the High Church was still asleep. And it would not awake from its slumber till the realization of Catholic emancipation had suddenly altered the respective strength of the two. I strongly incline to their coming into Parliament, though not to their secking with other men's eyes. Political parties, and that in turn had caused a profound revolution in the national life. Meanwhile the High Church was a party without an ideal, and a party of men in office. For the Anglican bishops a rival hierarchy of Catholic prelates was a disagreeable prospect. Essentially also a government party. The arguments with which the High Church opposed Catholic emancipation were not theological but political. The Catholic Church, urged the opponents of emancipation, was not a Christian sect like the others and must therefore be submitted to a special control. In virtue of a constitution at once autocratic and bureaucratic, its entire structure rested on a foundation of passive obedience to an absolute ruler, who was at the same time a foreign monarch. The Catholic Church was and desired to be a state within the state. It was all very well for Catholics to declare that their obedience was due to the Pope only in spiritual matters. Between spiritual and temporal the line was difficult to draw, and Catholics left the Pope to draw it. Was it not an article of the Catholic faith that no one was bound to keep faith with heretics? That the Pope could dispense Catholics in advance from the obligation of their oaths, and absolve them for the guilt of their violation? Of what use was it to extract from Catholics the express repudiation of these tenets, when their affirmations, even when sanctioned by oath, must always be suspect. Was it prudent to abandon the penal laws which had freed England for a century from the troubles occasioned in so many continental nations by the struggle between the clergy and the government? But in the course of the last 50 years these arguments had obviously lost much of their old plausibility. The memories of the Armada, blessed by the Pope, and of the two last Stuarts, Catholics and traitors to the nation, had begun to fade into the distance. It was in vain that a sour fanatic like Dr. Duigenan, or a pedant like Sir John Cox-Hippisley, insisted on the danger to national unity to be feared from the political interference of the Holy See. The House of Commons heard their harangues with a growing impatience, and they caused even more amusement than irritation. For the European situation had entirely changed. Between 1792 and 1795 England had witnessed the arrival on her shores of large numbers of the French clergy proscribed by the Jacobins, and had taken pride in extending to them a lavish. 478. Religion. Hospitality. Scarcely 15 years after the Gordon riots a public subscription for the exiled priests brought in £33,775. The government, with the approval of Parliament and of public opinion, granted them a regular monthly allowance £10 to bishops, £1.15 to ordinary priests. The religious houses founded on the continent in penal times, at Paris, Douai, Saint-Omer, and Liege for the education of Catholic children, or as seminaries for the English Catholic clergy, were transported to England with the connivance of the government, and this monastic revival aroused only a few feeble protests in the Commons. In Scotland, the government appointed a Catholic chaplain to a regiment of Catholic Highlanders, and even made grants to the Catholic clergy and their two seminaries. In Ireland, Parliament voted an annual grant of £8,000 to the new seminary at Maynooth for the training of the Irish priesthood. When, in 1800, the Cardinal of York, the last representative of the Stuarts, was compelled to leave Rome by the French occupation, and lost his ecclesiastical revenues, the king, on Pitt's recommendation, granted him a pension of £4,000. How could one speak seriously of a Catholic peril when the Catholic Church, spoiled and oppressed, was a pensioner on the charity of Protestant England? Surely such a church deserved pity rather than hatred. There followed in France the autocracy of Napoleon. After an attempt by the Concordat and the Organic Articles to subordinate the French clergy to the civil government, Napoleon finally carried the Pope into France, with the intention of making him the instrument of his designs. Napoleon's policy supplied the English anti-Catholics with new arguments. Suppose, they urged, Pius VI died in his prison, and Napoleon secured the election to the papacy of his uncle, Cardinal Fesch, would not this involve the total subjection of the Holy See to the Empire, and consequently open to French influence an entrance into the kingdom through the Irish and English Catholics? To this the advocates of emancipation replied that if the papacy submitted to such bondage the Catholic world would withdraw its obedience from a government thus degraded, that a slavery so complete was hardly conceivable, and that even Cardinal Fesch, once Pope, would be in a position to defy the Emperor too. Then came the overthrow of the French Empire, and at once all these fears became groundless. Pius VII returned to his capital under the protection of the British Army. His Secretary of State, Cardinal Consalvi, had long been the friend of English statesmen. It was to the influence of Lord Castlereagh that he owed his seat at the Congress of Vienna at the side of Allied sovereigns and their representatives. To secure the integrity of its territory against the ambitions of Austria, the Holy See counted on the support of the British cabinet. The Pope had become the client of England. Should we conclude from these facts that the political objections to emancipation were entirely chimerical? This would be the case were our statement complete. But one objection has been left unexamined. The vast majority of Catholics in the United Kingdom were Irish. Therefore, whenever the question of Catholic emancipation was raised, it involved the Irish question, and for British statesmen Ireland was a subject of legitimate anxiety. 16. In Ireland Pitt had sought the simultaneous settlement of the political and of the religious problem. If he deprived Ireland of her parliament, he intended in return to grant Irish Catholics the right to sit in both houses of the United Parliament. And he wished at the same time to establish both Irish Catholicism and Irish Presbyterianism, which was very powerful in the northeast of Ireland. The state would pay the Catholic priests and the Presbyterian ministers, and would obtain in return a control over the choice of both. In this way the priests and ministers, instead of fomenting rebellion as they had done during the previous decade, would become government officials with an interest in the maintenance of order. The English government expected the Presbyterians to raise difficulties. Jealously Republican, accustomed to regard their church as a strictly independent community, they were little likely to accept government control. With the Catholics Pitt hoped for an easier success, for the laity were not accustomed to control the choice of their clergy, and the clergy accepted Pitt's scheme. 10 bishops, and among them 2 archbishops who had met by accident at Dublin in 1799, had drawn up, signed, and transmitted to Lord Castlereagh a formal declaration to that effect. The name of every nominee to a bishopric was to be submitted for the approval of the British government before it was sent up to Rome. Every appointment of a parish priest was to be notified by the bishop with an attestation that he had taken the oath of allegiance. But when Pitt's government failed to open the Westminster Parliament to Irish Catholics, the prelates changed their attitude. They dared not brave Irish public opinion by accepting the revenues held out to them at the very moment when the hopes of their lay co-religionists had been disappointed. Nevertheless, in spite of repeated failures, the British government continued to expect good results from the Union. It must, they thought, accustom Irish and English Catholics to common action in defence of their common interests. It may, wrote Sir Arthur Wellesley in 1807 to Lord Hawkesbury, have the effect of moderating their party violence. At all events it will give us an additional channel for knowing their secrets. Events very quickly gave these hopes the lie. In 1808 the secret, hitherto successfully guarded, of the negotiations between Lord Castlereagh and the 10 bishops on the eve of the Union leaked out. John Milner, Vicar Apostolic of the Midland District and the London agent of the Irish bishops, admitted that the report was well founded, and that in 1799 10 Irish prelates had in fact accepted a government veto on episcopal appointments. The supporters of Catholic AEAE Henry Grattan and Lord Ponsonby made haste to argue that the fears expressed by its opponents were without foundation, and that complete equality of legal rights could be granted to Catholics without imperiling national unity. But a division was immediately revealed among the Catholics of the United Kingdom. The more wealthy Catholics, noblemen, gentlemen, and members of the middle class, landowners, barristers, and merchants, were eagerly waiting for the passage of the act which would enable them to take an active share in the political life of the nation. They had not the least objection to grant the government in return a veto on episcopal nominations. There was nothing in such a veto that conflicted with Catholic discipline. In Canada the British government, as the successor of France since the 7 Years' War, actually appointed the Catholic bishops. Poor Catholics, on the other hand, had no direct interest in such legislation. They could never become officers in high command, judges, or members of Parliament. And in Ireland these poor Catholics were opposed to the veto for a very good reason, not religious, but political. The veto would give the government in London a control over the choice of the Irish clergy, and this would complete the Act of Union by a further assault upon their national freedom. A party was formed in Ireland whose programme was opposition to the veto. Its leader, an orator whose eloquence never flagged, was the young barrister, Daniel O'Connell. O'Connell refused to divorce the cause of Catholic emancipation from the cause of Irish emancipation. If one must be sacrificed to the other, it should be the former, not the latter cause. He proved himself so skillful an agitator that he intimidated the Irish hierarchy. Less than 4 months after the debate in Parliament, during which the secret of their concessions had been made public, the Irish bishops, gathered in a meeting convened for the purpose, declared unanimously that it was inexpedient to make any change in the canonical form hitherto followed in the appointment of Catholic bishops. The popular party, led by O'Connell, with its programme of unyielding resistance, made continual progress at the expense of the aristocratic and moderate party, led by Lord Fingal. When in June 1812 the opposition secured the passage by the Commons of a motion in favour of Catholic emancipation, which was carried by a considerable majority, it revealed a glaring divergence between the Catholics and their supporters in Parliament. The latter had obtained their majority by accepting conditional emancipation accompanied by a system of securities. The overwhelming majority of Irish Catholics, that is to say, the overwhelming majority of the Catholics of the United Kingdom, desired and were actually demanding at a series of extremely violent meetings the total and unconditional repeal of the penal laws. During the spring of 1813 a Catholic Emancipation Bill was introduced in the Commons. The original draft was the work of Grattan, but Canning added a number of articles embodying the desired securities, and Grattan accepted these articles in the belief it was impossible to pass the bill on any other terms. What, then, were these securities? First, an oath very long and detailed and directly inspired by Cisalpinism. Secondly, the establishment of a board of commissioners, to be chosen by the Crown from the leading representatives of British Catholicism, the peers, and great landlords. When Rome proposed a successor to a vacant bishopric, the board should possess the right to examine his credentials, and after such examination accord or refuse the candidate the testimonial of loyalty and peaceable behavior, without which he could not be appointed, and all bulls and other papal documents must be submitted to the examination of the board, which would refuse to permit their circulation if in their opinion they were opposed to the law of the land. Probably the scheme also was of Cisalpine inspiration. The Catholic gentry would have been delighted to introduce into the administration of the Church the principle of aristocratic self-government after the approved British pattern. Generally speaking, all, or almost all, the English Catholics accepted Canning's plan, and among them 3 of the 4 vicars apostolic, but Catholic Ireland was in arms. O'Connell expelled the vetoists from the Catholic Board, a committee that had been formed in Ireland for Catholic defence. The bishops denounced the scheme as schismatic. It was impossible, urged the anti-vetoists, to regulate the relations between church and state without an agreement with the Pope, and the Pope, then Napoleon's prisoner, was inaccessible. But even in the Pope's absence Rome possessed an ecclesiastical authority for the transaction of current business. In February 1814 the English statesmen and the Catholic moderates obtained from Mgr. Quarantati, the head of propaganda, an unreserved approbation of the Bill of 1813. This, however, altered nothing. The Irish intransigents refused to admit his competence, and appealed to the sovereign pontiff in person. Indeed, they went even further, and declared that if the Pope were to ratify Quarantati's decree they would not yield. "I am sincerely a Catholic," declared O'Connell, "but I am not a Papist. In spiritual matters, too, the authority of the Pope is limited. Let our determination never to assent reach Rome." Meanwhile Pius VII returned to Rome. Anti-vetoists and vetoists dispatched rival deputations to lay their case before him. The anti-vetoists were represented by Murray, coadjutor of the Archbishop of Dublin, and by John Milner, the vetoists by Poynter, Vicar Apostolic of the London district. Pius VII found himself in a difficult position. For all their unguarded language, the Irish Catholics were defending the right of the Catholic Church to unrestricted freedom. On the other hand, the Pope had no desire to quarrel with the British government, nor, indeed, could he afford a breach. In April 1815 a letter from Cardinal Litta, the prefect of propaganda, attempted to hold a balance between the two parties. The oath was rejected and with it the Board of Commissioners. But a modified form of veto was suggested. From the list of candidates proposed for every vacant bishopric the Crown should have the right to demand the elimination of a certain number of names, but must always leave enough for the Holy See to make a choice. But even this was too great a concession for Irish intransigence. O'Connell accused Milner of betraying the cause of those whom he represented in Rome. And the Irish bishops, while protesting their veneration for the sovereign pontiff, unanimously expressed their persistent anxiety at a determination of His Holiness adopted, not only without our concurrence, but in direct opposition to our repeated resolutions. The English do not dislike us as Catholics, they simply hate us as Irish. In speaking thus O'Connell no doubt described correctly the true character of English hostility to Catholicism. The speaker himself did much by his agitation, half religious, half political, to strengthen the prejudice against the Irish, and it aggravated the agrarian disorders already described. The mass of the proletariat, indeed, still lacked sufficient class consciousness to enter into the agitation, but its inertia was daily decreasing. The Catholic Board, twice dissolved, was reconstituted in 1815 as the Catholic Association, and it was O'Connell's avowed intention to make a parish priest the official agent of the revolutionary societies and he had organized. Is it surprising that in London there was a reaction of opinion unfavourable to Catholicism? A majority of the Commons, and possibly even of the Lords, would have admitted to Parliament a Lord Petre, an Earl of Shrewsbury, a Sir John Throckmorton, and a Charles Butler, but no one cared to face the prospect of a party of demagogues intransigent, rebellious, and separatists sitting in Westminster as representatives of the Irish counties. Those who had hesitated were strengthened in their doubts. Such was Wilberforce, whose state of mind reflected faithfully the changes of public opinion. In a speech, delivered in 1814, he asks in accents of irritation whether the Irish must not be regarded as among the races unworthy of freedom. The most convinced supporters of emancipation could not forgive O'Connell and his followers for having so brutally dismissed Grattan, after long years of unwearied labour on behalf of Irish independence and Catholic emancipation, merely because Grattan had not indeed proposed, but had judged it prudent to accept, the system of securities devised by Canning. I mean, Grattan declared, to support the Catholic question with a desperate fidelity. It was the courage of despair. During the century now opening, the Irish question was destined alternately to accelerate and to retard the movement of reform. In 1815 it retarded reform. For the moment, by universal consent, the cause of Catholic emancipation was at a low ebb, and this was the result of Irish violence. During the opening years of the 19th century, Methodism and evangelicalism had imbued English society with their ethos. And it was precisely in the middle class, whose social importance was increasing with the progress of the Industrial Revolution, that this Protestant revival first took root. The middle class, therefore, was not only deprived by their eagerness to accumulate wealth of the leisure necessary for the appreciation of the fine arts, it was imbued with a spirit of positive antipathy towards the artistic. The Protestant pietist was an iconoclast who rejected as sheer paganism every attempt to idealize natural form. The conscience of the individual believer was a sanctuary where God was present to his worship. But no symbol could represent his presence, however imperfectly, to the imagination. If a Puritan merchant deigned to accord any attention to the fine arts, he was actuated not by any aesthetic ideals, but by the hope that the improvement of artistic technique might indirectly improve the processes of industry. Since 1754 there had existed in London a society for the encouragement of arts, and the society was flourishing. The first exhibition of paintings had been held on its premises, and it offered annual prizes for drawing. But its full title was Society for the Encouragement of Arts, Manufactures and Commerce in Great Britain, and the title reveals its founder's real object. 200 or 300 youths studied the fine arts in London. How many of these would become in the strict sense of the term painters or sculptors? 5 or 6 was the estimate of the Edinburgh Review. The rest, continued the Review, spread themselves through our various manufactures, of porcelain, pottery, foundry, cotton printing, etc., and give them that elegance of design and beauty of finish, which, added to our superiority in capital and machinery, secures to them the command of the markets throughout the world. Thus did the manufacturer make the artist his tool. Apart from this service to himself, he disdained the artist's life as useless, idle, and sensual. The entire energy of the English capitalist was directed to the improvement of the tools and methods of manufacture and the better organization of industry, and apart from these ends of immediate utility, to purposes more general indeed, but still utilitarian, philanthropy and political reform. If he rested every seventh day, it was to pray, not to enjoy life. If these were the new interests of the middle class, interests inimical to artistic culture, were any counteracting influences at work in England? The court perhaps? When George III ascended the throne, he was the first of his dynasty to manifest a desire to give the monarchy its legitimate place among the national institutions. And the revival of monarchy had reacted on the fine arts. British artists were divided into rival coteries. The king decided to take one of these groups under his protection and to establish it as the Royal Academy of Arts in London, for the purpose of cultivating and improving the arts of painting, sculpture, and architecture. 2 The Royal Academy consisted of 40 members, a proof of the royal purpose to imitate the French monarch and the French Académie des Beaux-Arts. Its membership was recruited by co-optation. Its government was a president assisted by a council of 8. The members elected a secretary and an archivist. The king nominated a treasurer. 9 visitors, historical painters, eminent sculptors, or other qualified artists, arranged classes of drawing from models. 4 professors taught anatomy, architecture, painting, and perspective, and these 9 visitors and 4 professors were elected by the Academy and removable by the king. Reynolds had been the first president. Indeed, the accession of George III marks the transition from the period of Hogarth to the period of Reynolds. 487. Hogarth had been a popular artist, hostile to the aristocracy. He had preferred to depend for his livelihood on the sale of his engravings than to enter the clientele of a nobleman. The foe of corporations, he had prevented the British painters founding an academy during his lifetime. Reynolds, on the contrary, was a man of the world and a born academician. He was the first artist to receive a title since the accession of the House of Hanover. He was a fashionable portrait painter, also a painter of large mythological and historical groups. He decorated churches and palaces. His inaugural speech at the Academy is an excellent statement of his aims. After paying his homage to the influence of majesty, against which the Whigs were opening their campaign, he preached to the students an implicit obedience to the rules of art, as established on the practice of the great masters, perfect and infallible guides, and expressed the hope that the new institution may answer the expectation of its royal founder. That the present age may be in arts with that of Leo X, and that the dignity of dying art may be revived under the reign of George II. Reynolds died in 1792. 1 West and Lawrence divided the succession. West became president of the Royal Academy, Lawrence the court painter. Never before had British art enjoyed a period of equal brilliance, and the Academy could claim the credit without fear of contradiction. The king subjected the Academy to a rigorous control, and in 1806 for political reasons he refused to appoint Smirke archivist. 2 The social position of an artist was immediately raised by the fact of his inclusion in the official hierarchy. The Academy gave an annual dinner to which 140 guests were invited, at which all the distinguished members of government circles were entertained on a footing of equality by painters, sculptors, and architects who possessed the diploma. The artist, therefore, was now treated as a gentleman, not as formerly, an artisan. On ceremonial occasions the academician took precedence over Master of Arts. Himself and his eldest son had a right to the title of Esquire. Though since Reynolds no artist had received a baronetcy, 2 architects, Chambers and Soane, the engraver Strange, and the painter Lawrence had been knighted. When the president of the Academy, West, refused a knighthood, he justified his refusal by his religious scruples as a Quaker, but popular report found the true reason in a pride which disdained a distinction not hereditary. 1 The painter Opie, who died in 1808, was buried, like Reynolds, in Westminster Abbey. A social barrier had fallen. Artists had been admitted to the ruling class, and apparently by the action of the monarch. We must not, however, overlooked the limitations which confined royal influence in this direction. King George attempted conscientiously to play the part of patron of the arts. Unhappily, he lacked the vocation. He was a countryman, devoted to farming and hunting, and his interests were bounded by the domestic circle. Artists had more to hope from his son the Prince of Wales, who spent lavishly and loved luxury and pleasure. But since his advent to power as regent, all his actions were subject to the jealous scrutiny of Parliament. His private means were not inexhaustible, and he was not free to regulate his own expenditure. The entire weight of commerce and industry in the House of Commons opposed the addition of useless expenses to the crushing burden of the war debt. To the great Whig families the regent was the object of implacable hatred, a liar and a traitor. And the gentry viewed with suspicion anything that might increase unduly the prestige of the crown. The true rulers of the country were the nobility and gentry. And it was they who, by commissioning portraits at high prices, gave art its orders. If the Royal Academy had succeeded, the measure of its success had been determined by the extent of their patronage. And in fact the novel institution had been the object of lively opposition and had not been suffered to enjoy an uncontested supremacy. It was accused of servility to the government. Barry and Hayton conducted campaigns whose echoes spread far and wide against a body they judged inimical to the unfettered development of genius. Though the hostile groups which had preceded the foundation of the Royal Academy, the Society of Artists, and the Free Society of Artists were extinct by the end of the 18th century, other groups had been formed independent of the Academy, though not directly competing with it. Until 1798 the choice of an artist to design a public monument had been left to the official society. But the favoritism displayed by the academicians, their tendency to manipulate unfairly open competitions, and to monopolize commissions, provoked lively complaint. In 1798 the House of Commons appointed a committee of taste composed of amateurs, taken in part from the members of Parliament, to which these nominations were henceforth transferred. And when about the beginning of the new century public opinion was convinced that the government did not yet afford sufficient encouragement to art, no appeal was addressed to the Royal Academy, no new official society was demanded. A number of noblemen with the assistance of a few wealthy bankers founded by subscription a free society. The British Institution for the Development of the Fine Arts, founded in 1805, awarded prizes, possessed a permanent picture gallery, and opposed to the Academy exhibition its annual or rather its half-yearly exhibitions. To be sure, the institution disclaimed any systematic opposition to the spirit of the official society. Nevertheless, the circumstances of its foundation and the success it achieved are symptomatic of the national temper. In England the power of the monarch was swamped by the influence of the aristocracy. 0. Royal patronage, noble patronage, these were the influences which in England supplied the lack of patronage by a middle class too hard-worked and too puritanic to encourage art, and which stimulated artistic progress. But we must not be too dogmatic in our statements. It is not easy to establish between the fine arts and other social phenomena relations sufficiently simple for the convenience of the historian. Natural endowment is a necessary, if not a sufficient condition of artistic achievement, and the causes of its existence or non-existence lie outside the sphere of history. How, for example, can we explain by the influence of Pietism the worthlessness of British music? No doubt the English 18th century Puritan proscribed every branch of art, even music, and refused to admit hymns into his worship. Nevertheless, of all the arts music must have suffered the least from this proscription. What, then, was the reason that in spite of the Puritans 18th century England possessed dramatists and painters but lacked musicians? Moreover, in this respect, as in so many others, the new Puritanism, the Puritanism of Wesley, marked a transition. Far from excluding hymnody, the Methodists made hymn singing a distinctive feature of evangelical worship. Both Charles Wesley and John Wesley himself were the authors of hymns which became classics, and they stimulated an entire literary movement which would culminate in 1833 in the publication of Edward Bickersteth's Christian Psalmody, whose circulation reached 150,000 copies. And if the Church of England at first discouraged hymn singing as tainted by its Methodist associations, she encouraged instrumental music in opposition to hymnody and as a counter-attraction. Towards the close of the 18th century, Burney introduced professional singers into Anglican churches. A few years later, Sidney Smith remarks the growing employment of music to attract congregations, and notices the erection of a large number of organs in churches throughout the provinces. This rivalry should have effected a revival of sacred music. That this was not the case was surely no fault of the prevailing Pietism. Must we not rather infer a racial incapacity? To turn from music to architecture. Here the operation of the environment is easier to discern. The enormous towns now springing up on all sides were of a uniform ugliness, an ugliness which occasioned no discomfort to the capitalists who built them. 4 brick walls pierced by windows, soon black with grime, served according to the arrangement of the interior as house, factory, or church. These buildings, which boasted no style of architecture whatsoever, were dumped down at haphazard. Thus, as street was added to street, villages grew into towns, towns into cities. No public authority intervened in the process, national, provincial, or municipal. There was no general plan, no expression of the will of the community. In future times, wrote Lady Holland in 1800, when this little island shall have fallen into its natural insignificancy, by being no longer possessed of a fictitious power founded upon commerce, distant colonies, and other artificial sources of wealth, how puzzled will the curious antiquary be when seeking amidst the ruins of London vestiges of its past grandeur. She explains the meanness of everything throughout England by the spirit of independence and selfishness engendered by a commercial civilization. Hence there is no ambition, no desire of perpetuating by great works fame to posterity. The brothers Adam, who were architects, remarked how the bigoted zeal and the superstitious pomp of Roman Catholicism had favored the artistic achievement of Italy. Neither, they continued, has the form of our government nor the decent simplicity of our religion ever demanded any such exertion, nor is it probable that they ever will while we continue a free and flourishing people. The Tory spirit, once more awake in England since the accession of George Ill, reacted against this extreme of religious and commercial individualism, but the results of this reaction were disappointing. We have seen how ineffective, on the whole, the Tory revival had proved. Take ecclesiastical architecture. The Tories erected no churches, they abandoned the field to the nonconformists, who multiplied their hideous meeting houses. Take civil architecture. The government was thwarted by the jealousy and parsimony of the Commons, when Carlton House was connected with the northern suburbs by the opening of Regent Street, an imposing thoroughfare elaborately designed. Protests were raised which had not yet ceased. Moreover, this Georgian architecture bore the stamp of its origin. It was academic and artificial. The buildings of the ancients, wrote Robert Adam, are in architecture what the works of nature are with respect to the other arts. They serve as models which we should imitate, and as standards by which we ought to judge, for the principle here enunciated moulded ever more tyrannically the taste of British architects. Sir William Chambers's Somerset House, built at the end of the 18th century, was, it is true, a work of the classic style, in which free invention was combined with imitation. But as time passed, the Greco-Roman models were copied with an ever-increasing servility. For a century past, the Dilettanti Society had dispatched missions to Italy, Greece, and Asia Minor. Dawkins and Wood published their Baalbek, Adam his Spalatro, Stuart his Athens. All these archaeological treatises served as guides to the English architects. The middle class in the industrial centers followed suit. Whenever they required a town hall, an exchange, a bank, they planted haphazard amid the chaos of narrow streets a sham temple turned out to order by an academician. At the Bank of England, businessmen passed beneath the Arch of Constantine to receive their money in the Roman Temple of the Sun and Moon. It is more surprising that British architects were unable to create an original style of domestic architecture adapted to the requirements of the fine, spacious, and free existence spent on their country seats by the nobility and gentry. Over 200 mansions had been built in the course of the 18th century. In 1815 the movement had not slackened. But the artistic worth of all these country houses, the seats of the aristocracy, was very slight. Can it be that the 18th century Englishman, aristocrat, and bourgeois alike, was an individualist who disdained to display his wealth to the curiosity of the passer-by, and reserved for the interior of his home ingenious arrangement and luxurious furniture? Was not the most distinctive feature of English domestic architecture precisely the central hall, invisible from without, an adaptation of the Mediterranean patio to a cold and rainy climate, kissing face? The suggestion would be plausible had the exterior of the mansion been unpretentious. Unfortunately, the owners followed the advice of the professional architect whose ideal was the vast size and classical style of Latin antiquity. But since the remains of ancient architecture were the ruins of public buildings, architects set themselves the problem of building houses which should be as habitable as possible while resembling not the private houses of the ancients, for which evidence was wanting, but Roman or Greek temples. A few owners rebelled and demanded a style more national, less artificial. But exchanging one form of archaeology for another, they sought their models in the medieval architecture of England. 50 years earlier Horace Walpole had initiated the Gothic revival by building a sham abbey at Strawberry Hill. In 1815 Beckford was engaged upon his sham abbey at Fonthill, a ridiculous piece of scene painting hastily put together which had already fallen once and was destined to a second fall. An entire school of antiquarians furnished architects with the necessary models. John Britton published in 1807 the first volume of his Architectural Antiquities of Great Britain, Sir James Hall in 1813 his essay on the origin, history, and principles of Gothic architecture. And Catholics began to exploit, for apologetic purposes, the nascent enthusiasm for the art of the Middle Ages. John Milner, Vicar Apostolic of the Midland District, urged the fundamental Catholicism of the Gothic style in a work which attracted considerable attention registered, but in reality the Gothic fashion was as insincere as the neoclassical. There were not even two rival schools inspired by opposite convictions. The self-same architects, clever men of business, men like Wilkins and Nash, worked in either style indifferently, and produced to suit the whim of their client, a Doric portico, or a decorated facade, at need even a Chinese pagoda. In sculpture and painting the efforts of the Royal Academy to create a grand style achieved a measure of success. Thomas Banks had founded for the first time in English history a national school of sculpture. Flaxman, who enjoyed a European reputation, Chantrey, Westmacott, Wyatt, were artists of considerable merit. In Benjamin West, England possessed a successful historical painter. 50 years before our date West had effected an artistic revolution by depicting the men and women who figured in his pictures in the costume of their period and profession. Though now 70 years of age he continued to produce, and the subjects which he undertook were increasingly ambitious. It was said that between 1769 and 1801 he had received £34,787 for pictures commissioned by the king. In 1811 the British institution bought for 3,000 guineas his picture of Christ healing the sick and gave it to the nation. But the current code of morality restricted the patronage of king and government. Artists were faced by the prudery of the court. We are told that King George refused to sit to Gainsborough to mark his disapproval of the artist's personal immorality, and that the latter was therefore compelled to study the monarch unobserved and paint him from memory. They were faced by Puritan bigotry. When in 1773 the painters of the Academy offered to decorate the interior of St. Paul's at their own expense, the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Bishop of London refused the offer as calculated to arouse the cry of Popery *, and they were faced by the parsimony of the Exchequer. It was in vain that the Royal Academy made repeated attempts to obtain a grant of £5,000 to open a gallery of honour which should contain a permanent exhibition of the best examples of contemporary painting. Parliament voted the erection of 2 monuments to celebrate the victories of Trafalgar and Waterloo registered, but the Waterloo Memorial was never carried out. Such was the strength in the Commons of the spirit of opposition, so pettifogging was the meanness of the middle class, so intense the indifference of the gentry to the embellishment of the capital. The aristocracy, whose patronage exercised a decisive influence on the development of the fine arts, demanded portraiture. Economic reasons, therefore, explain the uninterrupted victory of the portrait painters in the struggle which they had waged for the past 50 years with the historical painters. It was by his portraits that Reynolds had accumulated a fortune of £100,000. A portrait by Lawrence cost in 1815 300 guineas and would shortly cost 700. It was in vain that the Royal Academy had been founded for the purpose of enabling a British artist to paint, without starvation, subjects other than portraits, in vain that the British institution excluded portraits from its annual exhibition. Despite every effort to the contrary, the English school remained a school of portraiture. Gainsborough had died in 1788, Reynolds in 1792, Romney in 1802, Hopner, the favourite painter of the Prince of Wales, in 1810, and the Scottish artist Raeburn had but a few more years to live. But Lawrence was in full possession of his faultless technique. The regent had entrusted to him the decoration of a state apartment at Windsor Castle to commemorate the victories of 1814 and 1815. Not, however, with battle scenes. In obedience to public taste and the force of circumstances, the regent commissioned a gallery of portraits. So Lawrence renewed the days of Rubens and Van Dyck, and went abroad to execute the royal command by obtaining sittings from all the sovereigns of Europe. It was the supreme moment of English portraiture. Webster tells us how he abandoned architecture in 1803 because he had not found in that profession the pecuniary advantages he had at first expected. He therefore determined to become a landscape painter, since landscape painting was at that time a highly lucrative profession. At the beginning of the century, the landscape painters constituted with the portrait painters the glory of English art. They had slowly emancipated themselves from the foreign influences under which they had grown up. Dutch influence is evident in Gainsborough, and in Crome, the founder of the Norwich School. French and Saint-Lassical influence can be seen in Wilson and is obvious in the pictures of Turner's first manner. Nevertheless, these masters possess an original quality common to them all. Before Turner's art had reached its perfection, or Constable had made his reputation, they constituted already a school in the strictest sense of the term. Registered, they created a new tradition, the offspring of a land of mist and cloudy skies. For they discovered the beauty of an atmosphere which possessed a life of its own and in which every object was bathed. This type of art of a supreme chastity and permeated by a vague mysticism awoke less than any other the hostility of the evangelicals. And an aristocracy of country dwellers appreciated this effort to maintain the love of nature, more vigorous and unimpaired than in any other country in Europe, at a time when in England beyond any other European country industrialism and its urban type of civilization were making such gigantic strides. And it is, no doubt, to the same influence that we should ascribe the vogue enjoyed by the genre painting, a little picture depicting a scene of everyday life, especially of country life. Moreland was dead, but Wilkie was the fashion and Mulready was winning his first successes. In the Academy exhibition of 1815 they were represented by two of their most celebrated pictures, Wilkie's Dist Reigning for Rent, Mulready's Idle Boys. Possibly the development in England of landscape painting, genre painting, and above all of portraiture had disappointed the hopes of those who had founded the Royal Academy to encourage the grand style in art, and historical painting in particular. For even in the Academy the historical painters were outnumbered by the portrait, landscape, and genre painters. Engravers on the other hand were excluded. By the constitution of the Academy they were allowed 6 seats among the associates, who lacked the vote and were even debarred from the library. Landseer wasted his energy in fruitless efforts to obtain better treatment for himself and his fellows. He demanded the election of 4 engravers and the addition to the annual exhibition of a room of engravings. His attempts failed, and the indignant engravers refused their candidature for the 6 seats among the associates which had been allotted to them. Academicians persisted in their contempt for engraving, as an art altogether subordinate, a mere technical process, serviceable for the dissemination of works of art, in fact, a craft not a fine art. Such obstinacy is amazing, and all the more amazing, when we consider that for the past 30 years England had produced the best engravers in Europe. The entire English school of engraving owed its existence to Alderman Boydell, a good artist and a successful man of business. He had commissioned from the best painters a series of pictures whose subjects were taken from the plays of Shakespeare. The pictures were to serve as models to Woollet, Earlom, and Sharp, and to form a permanent exhibition of modern painting, the celebrated Shakespeare Gallery in Pall Mall. And the growth in England of the trade in engravings had profoundly affected the economic situation of the English artist. Henceforth he depended not as formerly on royal or noble patronage but on the anonymous patronage of the public who purchased on a large scale the engravings of his work. 2 The engraving could either be sold singly or incorporated in a book. It might be the portrait of a celebrity, or the illustration of a novel or book of travels. In any case painter and engraver became producers whose productions were retailed by the publisher. Thus engraving considered as a trade occupies a position intermediate between painting and literary production. The government extended its patronage not to artists alone, but also to men of letters. England possessed her poet laureate, who for a salary of £100 per annum held himself in readiness to celebrate in verse victories by land or sea, and the birth, marriage, or death of members of the royal family. The state also awarded pensions, offices, and sinecures to men of letters. Southey, poet laureate since 1813, received beside his official emoluments a pension of £145. At the age of 27 the poet Campbell was granted a pension of £200. The influence of Lord Moira secured for Thomas More the post of Registrar of the Bermudas. He resided in England while a substitute performed his official duties in Bermuda. In 1820 the Regent will appoint the dramatist George Coleman, Lieutenant of the Yeomen of the Guard, and remit the purchase money. Authors often owed government favours to noble influence. But the heads of noble families, landed gentlemen, bankers, even manufacturers, were sometimes their immediate patrons. Coleridge was on the verge of entering the Unitarian ministry to obtain a livelihood when the Wedgwoods came to his assistance, and they paid later the entire expense of his tour in Germany. Wordsworth, Southey, and Thomas More all accepted the assistance of a wealthy patron. Even the new philanthropic movement employed its zeal in this quarter. A group of important landowners and merchants formed in 1790 an association, known as the Literary Fund, to assist indigent authors. The fund gave an annual dinner at which the members exchanged compliments and the authors thanked their benefactors in verse. Poetry, as the wise know, wrote one of his correspondents in 1808 to Constable, the publisher, requires judgment, genius, and patronage. But at the very time when this letter was written the patronage of literature whether official or private was passing out of fashion. Noble patronage was condemned by public opinion with an ever-increasing severity. In a novel, whose object was to attack patronage of every description, Maria Edgeworth introduces the drawing-room bard, the tame author, and portrays him as a miserable creature, a figure of fun. Writers who consented to accept the patronage of the literary fund were the object of universal derision. The laureateship had long since lost its ancient prestige, and was finally discredited when in 1790 Pitt gave it to an unknown poet named Pye as payment for political services. At Pye's death in 1813 the Regent offered the laureateship to Scott. But he refused and secured Southey's appointment in his place. It was not only that Southey was the older man and extremely poor. Scott shrank from the ridicule which attached to the title. "I should be mortified," wrote the Duke of Buccleuch, "to see you hold a situation which by the general concurrence of the world is stamped ridiculous." There were those who desired the state to do for writers what it had done for painters, sculptors, and architects and found an institution similar to the French Academy. but the scheme proved abortive. And though 1823 would witness the foundation of a Royal Society of Literature, it degenerated into a mere Académie d'inscriptions. When Canning was asked to patronize the scheme, he refused. "I am really of opinion," he replied, "with Dr. Johnson that the multifarious personage called the public is, after all, the best patron of literature and learned men." No longer was the court or even the nobility arbiter of the world of letters. The managers of theatres and the publishers, middlemen between the author and his public, had succeeded to their position as rulers of the literary world. 4. English drama made neither reputations nor fortunes. Since Otway tragedy was dead, Holmes Douglas, already half a century old, and far more recently Joanna Baillie's tragedies of character, were artificial and unsuccessful attempts. Gloomy and medieval dramas were, indeed, manufactured by the score, and Maturin's Bertram had won in 1815 a striking success. But nobody regarded these new productions, even if successful, as destined to become classics. During the early years of George Hill, in the days of Sheridan and Goldsmith, comedy had shone with the parting brilliance of sunset. But Sheridan was no more, and years before his death the politician had killed the dramatist. Though Charles Dibdin, George Coleman Jr., and Prince Hore were still writing light comedy, which was facile and amusing, the decadence was none the less rapid and incontestable. Theatre managers had supplied the deficiencies of the national drama by adaptations of French pieces, ancient or modern. Remarking the unpopularity of French literature since 1792, they turned to Germany for a new source of dramatic supply, and for the past 20 years the Londoner had wept over the tragedies of Kotzebue. 4 English drama was on the brink of the grave. By a remarkable paradox, England, destitute of great dramatists, was thick in great actors. In default of modern drama they drew Shakespeare from oblivion, and thereby won their own laurels. Garrick had initiated the revival, but Garrick presented a Shakespeare adapted to 18th-century taste. When in 1783 Kemble made his first appearance at Drury Lane as Hamlet, he announced his intention to play the tragedy as originally written by Shakespeare. He and he were the costume of the period in which the action was imagined to take place. Assisted by the painter, William Capon, and influenced by the Gothic revival, Kemble effected a revolution in stagecraft. And so thorough was the conversion of the public that the reform which he had initiated was soon felt to be inadequate. In spite of his promises he still presented an adapted Shakespeare, and Leigh Hunt, after witnessing what he termed a farcical representation of The Tempest, swore that never again would he watch Shakespeare acted. Even Kemble's acting seemed cold and mannered. Since, in the January of 1814, Kean had revealed his powers in the part of Shylock, and a few months later as Richard III. Kean's acting was violent, exaggerated, and brutal, and he pushed realism to affectation. "Our styles of acting," Kemble told a friend, "are so totally different, that you must not expect me to like that of Mr. Kean, but one thing I must say in his favor: he is at all times terribly in earnest." Registered. But the Shakespearean revival ushered no revival of British drama. As Shakespeare was more frequently acted and better interpreted, the exhaustion of dramatic genius in England was more painfully evident. To what cause must the decay of the drama be attributed? Many observers ascribed it to the legal regulations which controlled the stage in England. A statute of 1737 had not only subjected all plays to the preliminary censorship of the Lord Chamberlain, but had imposed severe restrictions on the number of theatres registered. Henceforward neither the Crown by letters patent nor the Lord Chamberlain by license could authorize dramatic representations outside the city of Westminster and places of royal residence. The erection of a theatre in any English town would require a special Act of Parliament. Certainly a larger measure of freedom had been bestowed by a statute of 1788 which invested the magistrates at quarter sessions with authority to grant licenses. But even this measure of liberty was seriously restricted. The magistrates were empowered to authorize theatrical representations for a limited time, they could not license a constant and regular theatre. nor had they power to grant licenses within a radius of 20 miles of Westminster and Edinburgh, 14 miles of Oxford and Cambridge, 10 miles of a royal residence, 8 miles of a theatre already licensed by letters patent. And if the provincial theatre secured new facilities by the legislation of 1788, the system of monopoly obtaining in London was unaffected by the Act. Whereas under Elizabeth London with a population of 230,000 possessed 17 theatres, and Paris in 1815 with a population of 548,023, contemporary London with its population of 1,000,000 had no more than a dozen. Of these 12 theatres only 2, in virtue of letters patent granted by Charles II, enjoyed an unrestricted liberty. One of these was Covent Garden, burnt in 1809 and re-erected on a magnificent scale by Robert Smirke with a facade in the classical style copied from the Parthenon. The other was Drury Lane, burnt a few months after the destruction of Covent Garden, and rebuilt in the same style by Benjamin Wyatt. The little theatres at the Haymarket and the Lyceum were only licensed for the summer months and their repertoire was restricted to light comedy. And these 4 were the only theatres in the strict sense of the term to be found in London. 30 years previously Palmer had attempted to open a new theatre in the East End in the neighbourhood of the Tower. But the management of Covent Garden and Drury Lane protested, and Palmer's Royal Theatre was condemned to be one of the second-rate theatres, theatres such as the Amphitheatre at Westminster Bridge, the Circus at St. George's Fields, Sadler's Wells at Islington, where pantomimes and farces were acted and circus performances given. The managers of the large theatres were clever politicians who employed aristocratic patronage and interested influential members of Parliament in their undertakings. Whitbread, the leader of the popular party in the Commons, had become towards the close of his life a member of the managing committee of Drury Lane. In this way, whenever the authorization of a new theatre was brought before Parliament, the monopoly secured zealous advocates, even among the most active members of the Liberal opposition. 1 We might be tempted to ascribe the paralysis of drama to these legal restrictions. The day, however, would come when the Act of 1788 would be repealed and the theatre released from its bondage, and the decadence of British drama would not be arrested. We are therefore compelled to seek its cause elsewhere, possibly in the growth of Puritanism. 18th-century actors had remarked that a provincial was more straight-laced than a London audience, and many pieces could be staged in London whose production would be impossible elsewhere. By degrees the severity of the provinces spread to the capital. A middle-class audience drawn from the social milieu most profoundly affected by evangelical beliefs would no longer tolerate the witticism stunts at the expense of Methodists and Quakers which were the traditional 18th-century method of extracting a laugh from the theatregoer. If Leigh Hunt in his articles of dramatic criticism was never weary of praising the Beggar's Opera, his motive was the desire to check the growing unpopularity of Gay's masterpiece. Modern cant found this rogue's comedy vulgar and demanded cuts. We are drilled, he complained, into a sort of stupid decorum, and forced to wear the same dull uniform of outward appearance. The nobility and gentry of the provinces had little opportunity to patronize the drama, and the private theatricals which were the fashion during the closing years of the 18th century could not supply the want of theatres. And in the large towns the Puritan bourgeoisie neither went to the theatre themselves nor desired the local authorities to patronize the stage. They were too busy, too serious, and they did not approve of pleasure. The stage about 1815 occupied a very curious position. The growth of Puritanism had not resulted in the degradation of the comedian to the legal status of vagabond out of which the 18th century had raised him. Garrick and Kemble were prominent members of the middle class, who moved in good society, and were universally respected. In London comedians dined with the Regent at Carlton House. Registered on tour they received invitations from the gentry. Nor was social propriety outraged when an actress made a brilliant match. The rigid code of the middle class would never be able to gain a complete triumph over the habits acquired by the upper classes during the previous century. Nevertheless, the theatre was being increasingly abandoned to the common people. In 1815 a traveller remarks that it was not the fashion in London to spend the evening at the theatre. Except for a row of boxes, the very arrangement of the theatre sacrificed the comfort of the wealthy playgoer, whether fashionable or bourgeois. He was squeezed on the narrow benches of the pit, for the French orchestra stall was still unknown. Above the boxes the gallery occupied a very important position. There, facing the stage, sat the gods, otherwise the populace, and interrupted the representation with its jokes, applauding, booing, throwing orange peel. To the right and left were free entrances for the light women of the neighborhood, for the management had devised this method of attracting the men. Nowhere in Europe were the theatres more rowdy. When in 1809 the management of Covent Garden had attempted to raise the price of seats, the OP demonstrations had stopped all performances for 2 months. There had been a riot at the Opera in 1813, riots at Drury Lane and Covent Garden in 1815.7. A popular audience demands a popular performance. Therefore, while polite and polished drama, the comedy of manners and the comedy of character, was declining and on the verge of extinction, the harlequinade flourished. Kemble and Kean were content to revive Shakespeare, but Grimaldi created an original type, the English clown. Nevertheless, a middle class, careful for the respectability of the nation, supervised the amusements of the populace. If the English clown was brutal, he was not obscene. V.V. If the theatre was at a standstill, the publishing trade was making enormous strides. The development dated from the 18th century. The first important publishing houses in England had been founded by Jacob Tonson and Bernard Lintott shortly after the Revolution of 1688. The London firm of Longmans dates from 1724. During the early years of George II's reign, Eliot of Edinburgh earned the jealousy of the entire trade by his daring ventures and by the high prices he paid to authors. The standing of Miller of Albemarle Street won him the sobriquet of Lord Albemarle. Joseph Johnson, the publisher of Liberal Nonconformity, gave dinners attended by Price, Priestley, Fuseli the painter, Gilbert Wakefield, and Mary Wollstonecraft. But it was only within the last 20 years that the touch of the Industrial Revolution had transformed the venerable Guild of Publishers. The Stationers' Company registered. Formerly, competition between publishers was practically non-existent. Books were often published cooperatively by several members of the company or by the company as a whole. Moreover, every publisher was at the same time a retail bookseller, and business between publishers was a process of barter, each publisher exchanging a portion of his own stock for a corresponding quantity of books published by the other houses. But the publisher was now a publisher first and foremost, his retail trade an unimportant extra, his concession to the established tradition, though also continued because his shop served as a salon where authors, critics, and men of literary taste could meet, discover the public demand, and acquire a personal influence over the world of letters. He now refused country orders, and purchase had replaced barter in business relations between publishers. Once a year he held a trade sale. All the booksellers, both those of Paternoster Row and the Edinburgh booksellers, were invited to a dinner at a hotel. After dinner the stock of which the publisher wished to dispose was sold by auction. This arrangement enabled a publisher to sell his stocks quickly, and the custom of trade dinners was introduced into the book trade. On the eve of the trade sale publishing houses had no ready money. Their effects had accumulated in the publisher's safe, and their commitments were on so large a scale that the debts of a single firm might exceed £40,000. A financial crisis selected the solid firms by extinguishing the imprudent. The new system of industry and commerce was marked by the supremacy of a few energetic leaders compelled at every instant to employ all their resourcefulness in the defense of their sovereignty. The book trade, equally with iron or cotton, possessed its kings in 1815. Constable reigned in Edinburgh, Murray in London. Constable exploited Sir Walter Scott, Murray Byron. Constable shared with Geoffrey the editorship of the Edinburgh Review, the famous critical review whose foundation marked an era in the history of English literature and which was the organ of advanced liberalism. Murray was editor of the Quarterly Review, founded to oppose the Edinburgh. Its director was Gifford, its inspiration Canning. Murray, heir to a firm already solidly established, and better educated than his rival, professed all the tenets ethical, religious, and political of the respectable conservative. Unlike Murray, Constable, a man of the people, displayed the manners of a parvenu. Overweening, despotic, and daring, he pursued his road to bankruptcy. Constable was the Napoleon of publishing. Murray the prince of booksellers. It is astonishing at first sight to remark no apparent decrease in the price of books. New books were very expensive, more expensive indeed than at the commencement of the reign. A short poem by Byron, for instance The Bride of Abydos or The Corsair, was priced at 6d, a new novel in 2 or 3 octavo volumes between 12s and 18s. But these figures do not represent the true cost of books. Hooksum and Lane had already founded large circulating libraries, in which a single copy served the needs of a great number of readers*, and since the publishers were no longer interested in the retail trade and sold their stocks below the published price, booksellers were free to sell below the nominal price. James Lackington had inaugurated the system in 1790,5 and his example had been followed throughout the entire trade. Again, if first editions were expensive, reprints of popular works were soon issued at a lower figure. A publisher named Harrison had begun in 1779 the system of publication by installments, in weekly parts of 2 octavo columns, and priced at 6d.6. His Novelists magazine had been followed by the New Novelists magazine, by the British Classics and the Sacred Classics. When Hume's History of England went out of copyright, 2 popular editions in parts were published by rival houses, and both were successful. In 1815 the leading publishers were still opposed to this method. Publication in parts, the number trade, seemed to them unworthy of their reputation, and they were afraid that a cheap reprint of a successful work would reduce their unsold copies to waste paper or check the circulation of the first edition. But they would be obliged to adopt the new methods at no distant date. Within a few years Constable, and Murray in imitation of Constable, would be selling quite recent novels in a single SIXS volume and would thus multiply tenfold the number of readers. How large was the public reached by the publishers of London and Edinburgh, it is difficult to arrive at an exact estimate. The combined circulation of the Edinburgh and the Quarterly extended to 20,000 copies. These 20,000 purchasers, who represented perhaps 100,000 readers, constituted the elite of the British public. It was calculated that Longman spent £300,000 on the publication of Chambers' Encyclopedia, revised by Rees. And the enterprise was a stickus. This implies an enormous number of purchasers. The increase in the number of publications affords another measure of the increase in the number of readers. 327 was the average yearly output during the last decade of the 18th century, $88 during the first 25 years of the 19th century. But the most reliable proof of the prosperity of the book trade is afforded by the large profits which authors were beginning to make. The merchants and manufacturers of the new school were essentially optimists who speculated on an unlimited extension of their markets. The book trade was no exception. Constable, Murray, and their fellows displayed their optimism by their liberal treatment of authors. It was the etiquette with publishers not to keep too exact an account, to pay more than the stipulated sum if the success of a work had exceeded the publisher's expectations, registered to make up totals to a round sum, and occasionally to pay guineas where the agreement was for pounds registered. Constable made presents to Scott, and furnished Abbotsford. "In your connections with literary men," wrote the publisher Blackwood to Murray, "you have the happiness of making it a liberal profession, and not a mere business of the pence." Publishers, now the patrons of English literature, made the fortunes of authors. For serious works dealing with religion, philosophy, science, and travel an author might receive up to £1,000, even £1,500. In 1812 Constable paid Dugald Stewart £1,000 for a preface on the progress of philosophy to introduce the supplement of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, and an equal sum to Playfair for a sketch, of the progress of mathematics and physics. 2 Fashionable novelists received for a novel £1,500, £2,000, even £3,000. Poets fared as well as novelists, and their emoluments increased every year. In 1805 Scott received from Longmans £500 for the copyright of the Lay of the Last Minstrel *, and in 1807 for Marmion 1,000 guineas payable in advance. It was a price, he said later with a laugh, that made men's hair stand on end. In 1814 he received 1,500 guineas for half the copyright of Lord of the Isles, the other half remaining his property. Registered Byron in 1812 received £600 for the first 2 cantos of Childe Harold, 1,000 guineas in 1813 for the Giaour and Bride of Abydos, £2,000 in 1816 for the 3rd canto of Childe Harold. In 1814 Thomas More was looking for a publisher to buy a poem. Longmans agreed to pay 3,000 guineas, but asked to see the poem. Murray agreed to dispense with the inspection of the verses, but offered only £2,000. More finally agreed with Longmans to take £3,000 for a poem still unwritten, the poem to be at least equal in length to Scott's Rokeby. Registered and the second-rate poets benefited by the rise in prices. When Crabbe in 1818 offered Murray his Tales from the Hall, Murray offered to purchase the copyright of his entire works for £3,000. Authors had now become so exacting that Crabbe at first refused and sought, in vain, better terms from another publisher. Registered. The authors, thus released from penury and Bohemia, adapted themselves in different ways to the novel conditions. When Crabbe received his £3,000 he was as delighted as a happy child, and hurried off with his banknotes to Trowbridge to show them to his son. T. Byron remembered that he was a lord, affected to despise payment, refused to negotiate directly with his publisher, and abandoned the money he had earned to poor friends. The aged Southey, whose character was methodical and industrious, turned out epics and reviews with the diligence and regularity of a conscientious workman. Registered Scott was a daring speculator, who got on all the better with Constable because he regarded authorship as Constable regarded publishing. Scott wrote to get rich, to purchase an estate, to become a great landlord. He began by putting his money into a printing and publishing business in order to receive from his works a double profit, the publishers as well as the authors. The business was doing badly when Constable bought it. Henceforward the great publisher and the great author worked in partnership. Constable paid Scott fixed sums in promissory notes in return for an undertaking to deliver a poem or a novel by a fixed date. If the undertaking was not fulfilled, and the novel was not delivered by the promised date, Scott redeemed his promise by undertaking to deliver an additional novel by a later date. "They talk," he wrote, "of a farmer making 2 blades of grass grow where one grew before, but you, my good friend, have made a dozen volumes, where probably but one would have existed." There remained the possibility of Scott's death in the interval. Constable had taken the precaution of ensuring his life. But perhaps Scott might have outwritten his welcome. Constable experienced occasional qualms on that score. A fellow publisher warned him that Bank of England notes fall in value by an overissue. 5 When this happened, instead of the publisher jogging the author pushed the publisher forward. "I am wholly against any hiatus in these works," Scott told his friend Mr. Cadell. "I have 5 or 6 subjects in my head. Some other person may enter into the arena, and give me a heavy oar to work to make up to him again. Lamb now young and healthy and strong, some 2 or 3 years hence it is hard to say how I may be." Thus in turn did these 2 men of business spur each other along the road to ruin. 6. Writers had become well-to-do members of the middle class. No longer were they retainers of king or noble. Their sole patrons now were their readers, for whose consumption they produced in concert with the publisher such literary wares as they deemed most saleable. The public demanded novels. Author and publisher fed the demand with a supply almost excessive. More novels appeared during the opening years of the 19th century than in the period of Fielding and Richardson, of Smollett and Sterne. But the type of novel now in demand was no longer the type popular in the 18th century. Therefore a different type of novel was now written. Horace Walpole had inaugurated a literary revolution by the publication of his Castle of Otranto in 1764. It was a stupid novel, whose literary merit did not surpass the architectural worth of its author's Gothic pile at Strawberry Hill. Nevertheless, its success calls for explanation. Walpole, a sceptic and a dilettante, had a sense for the demand of the moment. He perceived that the time was ripe for a double reaction, against the realism of the English novel and the classical manner of the French. By this first attempt he fixed the romantic scenery of the imaginative novel, the medieval castle with the ruined wing untenanted or abandoned to the family ghost. He distributed the casts: the ill-used wife, the cruel husband, his immured victim, the boastful and cowardly retainer. He had thus drawn up the recipe whose application would for a good half-century enable novelists of the school of terror to frighten readers out of their wits with no chance of failure and with a minimum of labor. Clara Reeve was the first to follow in Walpole's traces with her Old English Baron, a Gothic history. Further causes supervened to assist the progress of the new school. The French Revolution placed an abyss between the literature of England and France. Meanwhile German literature was coming to birth, a literature of sentiment, romance, and unbridled fancy. To put the imagination to school in Germany and to compose Gothic romances was to collaborate with the anti-Gallican and anti-Jacobin movement. Mrs. Radcliffe published her celebrated novels, the masterpieces of the school, her Sicilian romance, forest romance, mysteries of Udolpho, and Italian. In his Monk, Lewis combined terror with impropriety. Mrs. Roche's Children of the Abbey enjoyed a success almost equal to the success of the Mysteries of Udolpho. During my confinement, wrote Lady Holland in 1800, I have been reading multitudes of novels, most of them sad trash, abounding with the general taste for spectres, hobgoblins, castles, etc. Nevertheless, modern rationalism set limits to this renaissance of imagination. In the manifesto with which he prefaced the Castle of Otranto, Horace Walpole did not pose as the uncompromising foe of realism. He claims for his novel a position intermediate between the novel of the old style, where all was imagination or improbability, and the modern novel, where nature is always intended to be copied. And the resources of fancy have been dammed up by a strict adherence to common life. While he would leave his imagination free to expatiate through the boundless realms of invention, he would make his characters act according to the rules of probability, as it might be supposed mere men and women would do in extraordinary positions. And it was also due to his realism, his desire to keep close to nature, that he attempted to combine in his novel comedy and tragedy, clowning and sublimity, in this the disciple of a greater model than Voltaire, Shakespeare himself. And Mrs. Radcliffe never really quits the sphere of real life. For she is careful to reassure the reader at the end of the story, not only by an exact adjustment of fortune to merit, but by a natural explanation of all the happenings which in the course of the tale had appeared preternatural. The last representative of the school of terror was the Irish writer Maturin. But in the preface to his Pour et contre, which appeared in 1818, Maturin admits the very indifferent success of his earlier novels, The Wild Irish Boy, Mont Orado, and The Milesian Chief, and ascribes it to their lack of reality and of probability, because the characters, situations, and language had been drawn solely from his imagination. 1 The new novel he now offered the public was devoid of striking incidents and was a copy of everyday life. Even during the last years of the 18th century, when the school of terror was at the summit of its popularity, the style had been an artificial product. In 1815 it was on the decline. Indeed, the British public had never been condemned to an exclusive diet of Gothic romance. The realist novel had survived Fielding and Smollett. But its character had been modified. It had lost its old brutality, its crude masculinity. Indeed, it could scarcely have been otherwise. For the novel was now the monopoly of women. Robert Page, whose political novels had been popular towards the end of the last century, had just died. Henry Mackenzie, the author of The Man of Feeling, and William Godwin, the author of Caleb Williams, were ghosts of their former selves. The sole exception, Maturin, does not invalidate the general rule. In the opening years of the century, library shelves were laden with the works of women. The fact measures the emancipation of the Englishwoman. But it was an emancipation whose character is difficult to define. Legislation shows scarcely a trace of it. The political emancipation of woman was obviously non-existent and remote from actualities. Mary Wollstonecraft's defense of the rights of woman had awoken a very feeble response from public opinion. Even her personal emancipation was merely beginning. Though by a clever use of trustees wealthy women had secured in equity the protection of their marriage portion against the exploitation of their husbands, according to the common law the wife had no right to her personal fortune. She had not even the refuge of divorce, a privilege reserved to the very rich, for every divorce required a special Act of Parliament. It was not to law but to custom that the Englishwoman owed a degree of personal freedom unknown apparently in any continental country. For example, in England the love match was the rule, and normally at least, a girl was allowed the choice of her husband. It was otherwise in France and Germany. Nevertheless, the Englishwoman did not take advantage of her greater degree of personal liberty to claim the right to think, live, or write as her male contemporaries thought, lived, and wrote. On the contrary, in the pride of her stricter morality, she sought to impose on the male sex that modesty of conduct and language which the world exacted from a respectable woman, or a girl who had been well brought up. This was undoubtedly a result of the evangelical propaganda. Feminine virtue was portrayed in its most aggressive form in the Christian novels written by Hannah More and Mrs. Sherwood. Elsewhere the same influence was at work, though in a more indirect and attenuated form. Passing over the names of Mrs. Inchbald, Mrs. Opie, Miss Owenson, and Mary Brunton, we come to the greatest women novelists of the period: Fanny Burney, Maria Edgeworth, and Jane Austen. Where Mrs. Radcliffe doted, these three women maintained the realist tradition. But all three were ignorant of the brutal and unclean aspects of life, and confined themselves to a minutely detailed study of the world open to the observation of a girl of good education and quick understanding. The subject of Fanny Burney's novels is always the same. A young girl, in consequence of unforeseen misfortunes, finds herself plunged suddenly into the difficulties of life, and the novel is the account of her difficulties. Tragedy is by no means wanting, but the interest of her work lies in her accurate description of the 1001 incidents of everyday life, her picture of a ball, of an evening at Vauxhall, of a middle-class London family living beyond their means, of a noble family bullied by a pompous and stupid father. Fanny Burney's novels are akin to the genre painting and the caricature, and her tone was scrupulously moral. She deserved her position as lady-in-waiting at the rigid and prudish court of Windsor. She has as much virtue of mind, said her father's old friend Samuel Johnson, when as an enthusiastic admirer of the young novelist he introduced her to his friends, as knowledge of the world, and with all her skill in human nature, is at the same time as pure a little creature. With Maria Edgeworth the novelist was a school mistress. Her avowed purpose was to illustrate for the imagination the moral precepts taught in the educational works of herself and her father. Her moral tales and her popular tales displayed in action the practical education, her tales of fashionable life the essays on professional education. Maria Edgeworth's morality had nothing of the supernatural. Whether preaching or storytelling, her feet were firmly planted on the earth. Occasionally she was content to tell a story for its own sake. The sole object of her Irish stories is to describe for the English reader the picturesque disorder and innate generosity characteristic of her countrymen. The remarks of the critics enable us to understand the qualities which the public appreciated in works which passed for masterpieces. The quintessence of common sense, declared the Edinburgh Review. Miss Edgeworth, observed the Quarterly, is, if we may be allowed to coin a word, an anti-sentimental novelist. With Jane Austen this feminine realism attains its perfection. While the 18th century lasted she sought a publisher in vain. The 19th century brought her a publisher and an audience. Sense and Sensibility appeared in 1811, Pride and Prejudice in 1813, Mansfield Park in 1814, Emma in 1815. The petty jealousies and hatreds, the littleness and the meanness which characterized social relations in the country and the provincial town, were portrayed by Jane Austen with a merciless, if unembittered pencil. Have for the first time, wrote Gifford to Murray, looked into Pride and Prejudice, and it is really a very pretty thing. No dark passages, no secret chambers, no wind howlings in long galleries, no drops of blood upon a rusty dagger, things that should now be left to ladies' maids and sentimental washerwomen. And in a review he welcomes the appearance within the last 15 or 20 years of a type of novel which, instead of the splendid scenes of an imaginary world, is a correct and striking representation of that which is daily taking place. The novel of Fielding and Smollett was the novel of the old Whig England, insubordinate, riotous, licentious. The novel of M.R.S. Radcliffe was the novel of Tory England, counter-revolutionary, francophobe, chivalrous, romantic. The novel of Fanny Burney, Maria Edgeworth, and Jane Austen was the novel of the New England, the England of middle-class respectability and virtuous common sense, the child of evangelicalism and industrialism. Suddenly in 1814 the world of letters was startled by a new novel. Nothing presaged its appearance, and for years to come its author would be anonymous. It related the adventures of a young man named Waverley, a colorless and indecisive figure who during the last Jacobite rising in the middle of the 18th century was tossed to and fro between the Whigs and Tories, carried in succession from England to Scotland, from the lowlands to the highlands. The public were entertained by its descriptions of a barbarous and heroic society, its episodes of love and war. The author persevered, and Waverley opened the long series of historical novels by Walter Scott. Were the Waverley novels the resurrection under a new form of the romance discredited by the extravagancies of M.R.S. Radcliffe and her followers? Undoubtedly the psychological appeal was the same. But Scott revived the romance by making the romance realistic. He himself informs us that his object in Waverley was to do for Scotland what Maria Edgeworth had done for Ireland, to utilize the romance to describe the manners of a past state of society, and relate as truthfully as possible the history of a period and country. It is usual to contrast Scott with Balzac. But the contrast has been exaggerated. Not only is there plenty of romanticism in Balzac, there is plenty of realism in Scott. In many respects Balzac is Scott's successor and disciple, who merely transposes Scott's procedure by applying to contemporary society the methods of the historical novel which Scott had applied to the past. Scott indeed lacks Balzac's depth and genius. The psychology of his heroes is adapted exactly to the intelligence of the schoolroom, and it was, in fact, among children of 15 that the novels found faithful readers for an entire century. These boys and girls were delighted with the idea of learning history while reading novels. Scott addressed an audience eager at once for extraordinary adventures and the acquisition of knowledge. 7. The literary revolution which had given birth to the School of Terror, to the romance, exercised on English poetry an influence of the same order, but more decisive and more profound. The imagination of the poets broke the bonds imposed by French classicism, invented freer rhythms, and sought new themes in the Christian chivalry of the Middle Ages. The German origin of the Romantic movement is indubitable. Scott began his poetical career by translating German ballads. Then Coleridge, by the publication of Christable, proved that English as well as German poets could draw on the sources of national legend. Scott edited the old Scottish ballads, and finally composed original poetry in the irregular metre which Coleridge had employed in Christable, and published in rapid succession the Lay of the Last Minstrel, The Lady of the Lake, and Marmion. These were short romances filled with adventure and picturesque scenery. And there were exceptional touches of the preternatural. The author was not a great poet. He himself disclaims that ambition. But his verse is living and dramatic. It obtained a success beyond all expectation, and provoked a host of imitators, who soon wearied the public. Then a new style of ornament suddenly replaced in English poetry the medieval bric-a-brac introduced by Scott. The English had begun to realize that the war had not excluded them from the entire continent of Europe. British troops had never quitted Sicily, and the British possessed another foothold in Portugal. From garrison to garrison the traveler could reach Greece, and beyond Greece Constantinople, the Bosporus, and Asia. In 1809 the young Lord Byron, disgusted by the reception of his first volume of poems, hurled an insolent defiance at his critics and set out to discover the East. English men of letters had already sought inspiration in that quarter. Beckford's Vathek was preeminently a gorgeous picture of the East, not a didactic novel. In the Voltairian style. And Southey was at work on Kahama, but Byron was the first to reveal to the British public the Mediterranean world as a magnificent reality of which every man, if he would, might be spectator, and where, given sufficient bravery, he might play an active part. The two first cantos of Childe Harold are the account of his own voyage. The Giaour appeared in May 1813, The Bride of Abydos before the end of the year, The Corsair at the beginning of 1814, and in the same year Lara. The public became familiar with a new type of scenery and a new jargon, with Ramadan and Bahram, Mogherbans and Mamelukes, Conics and Tofakes, Yatagans and Jarids. And from the notes they learned that an emir is distinguished by his green robe one, and that when a Turk lost his temper his beard curled. I don't care, Byron wrote to his publisher, one lump of sugar for my poetry, but for my costume and my correctness, on those points I will combat lustily. 6 months had revolutionized the fashion in poetry. Scott replied to Childe Harold by Rokeby. Then the tide submerged him, and he abandoned poetry for prose. Byron had dethroned him and wore his crown. Sir Walter reigned before me. Whatever Byron might say, the change from Scott's romanticism to his own was no mere change of scenery. Byron's poetry was before all things personal, and the philosophy he versified was the antithesis of Sir Walter's moral idealism. Childe Harold was Byron himself, Conrad the Corsair his oriental incarnation. The Corsair became Lara. But what was Lara's country or epoch? Byron had renounced his oriental scene painting, indeed, local color of any kind. Lara is the direct precursor of Manfred and Cain, poems of philosophic rebellion, the apotheosis of a satanic individualism. The Byronic hero bids defiance to authority in every shape, to monarch, noble, and plutocrat. He rouses to revolt the pauper at home, the Greek in the Levant. And the leader of the rebels hates even his own leadership. The taciturn despot Conrad disappears one night and abandons to its fate the horde of bandits which he rules. What is command, asks Manfred, but another slavery? From top to bottom society is nothing but a fabric of conventions, illusions, and lies. Byron would shatter the idols. Patriotism. For the Giaour, 357. 2 Tbid, 593. Byron S. R. Murray, November 14, 1813. $18. Fine arts, literature, and science. Glory, honor, he denies them all. He rejects the entire system of hopes and fears on which human morality has been founded. He denies providence and immortality. And if, after all, God did exist, and the soul were immortal, it would still be a duty to defy God. He is, to be sure, omnipotent. But what reason other than his omnipotent will can he produce in justification of the monstrous commands he lays upon us, the miserable destiny to which he condemns us? Since we are rational beings, we have the power to judge the tyrant who destroys us. For all eternity, damned without hope, but forever free, we can defy the authority of God. How? Lucifer inquires of Cain. By being yourself in your resistance. Nothing can quench the mind, if the mind will be itself and center of surrounding things 'tis made to sway. In common with the whole of Europe, British society had been stirred to its depths. The war had been followed by riots. But the rebellious proletariat of the provinces had neither read Byron nor heard his name. And the educated middle class, who constituted the backbone of the liberal opposition, did not know what to make of this strange ally from the ranks of the nobility. Byron's true affinity was with the old Whig aristocracy, rebellious on principle, rather than with the new opposition, hard-working men of business, whose objection to the aristocracy in power was precisely their dissolute morals and disorderly finance, and who loved everything that Byron hated: order, peace, civilization, and comfort. Byron compelled admiration by the ascendancy of personal genius and by the very amazement he created. But in the country of his birth he was an anomaly. Since he met with nothing but mortification from his fellow countrymen, he twice abandoned England for the continent. The youthful Shelley, still unknown and, like Byron, a rebel against the beliefs and laws of his country, shared his voluntary exile. But was it, after all, voluntary? If both poets went to live in Italy, it was because British society had refused them a place. The man who is exiled by a faction, wrote Byron, has the consolation of thinking that he is a martyr. He is upheld by hope and the dignity of his cause, real or imaginary. 1 Cain, Act I, Scene 1. $19. He who withdraws from the pressure of debt may indulge in the thought that time and prudence will retrieve his circumstances. He who is condemned by the law has a term to his banishment, or a dream of its abbreviation, or, it may be, the knowledge or the belief of some injustice of the law, or of its administration in his own particular. But he who is outlawed by general opinion, without the intervention of hostile politics, illegal judgment, or embarrassed circumstances, whether he be innocent or guilty, must undergo all the bitterness of exile, without hope, without pride, without alleviation. This case was mine. Let another 10 years pass. Byron is dead. The poet Thomas More and his publisher Murray are his literary executors. In their possession are the poet's memoirs. Murray reads the manuscript, judges it scandalous and libellous. He summons his intimate friends and in their presence consigns it to the flames. No one can now read a work which was perhaps a masterpiece. Murray has sacrificed a fortune, but he has saved British respectability. The success of Byron's poems would be inexplicable if they had expressed no sentiments save hatred and scorn for everything which the English regarded with affection or reverence. Byron loved nature and the English loved nature with him. And he loved the sea whose praise is sung in every canto of Childe Harold, is indeed a motif never left long unheard from the moment of the hero's farewell to his native land to the majestic invocation to the ocean, which concludes the poem. And his fellow countrymen born in an island and accustomed to regard the sea as their bulwark and their empire loved it with him. But his passion for nature insensibly acquired a character more tender and more religious. When about 1816 he came under the poetic and philosophic influence of Shelley, it became colored with a vague pantheism. To be absorbed in nature is to be united with the universal being. I live not in myself but I become portion of that around me, and to me high mountains are a feeling. 3 And it is a reconciliation in the bosom of deified nature with humanity itself. Fine arts, literature, and science sent to fly from, need not be to hate mankind. All are not fit with them to stir and toil, nor is it discontent to keep the mind deep in its foundation. It is to return to the source of life, to discover the secret of immortality, and when at length the mind shall be all free from what it hates in this degraded form, when elements to elements conform and dust is as it should be, shall I not feel all I see, less dazzling but more warm? The bodiless thought, the spirit of each spot, of which, even now, I share at times the immortal lot too. When Byron ceases to talk the language of devils and damned souls, and worships nature, his inspiration is akin to Wordsworth's own, and Wordsworth was, or was on the verge of becoming, England's national poet. Registered it was in 1798 that Wordsworth and Coleridge had jointly published the Lyrical Ballads. Then Coleridge forsook poetry for metaphysics. The popular favorites were Scott and Byron, Mrs. Radcliffe, and Kotzebue. The invaluable works of our older writers, wrote Wordsworth sadly, I had almost said the works of Shakespeare and Milton, are driven into neglect by frantic novels, sickly arid stupid German tragedies, and deluges of idle and extravagant stories in verse. He ascribed this morbid fashion to the craving for violent sensations natural to a period of profound disturbance. But he continued to write without regard to the favor of the public. The Prelude, the most penetrating of his philosophic poems, was written in 1805. When peace was restored, he hoped that his time had perhaps arrived. Not only did he publish in 1814 his Excursion, a curious poem at once theological and bucolic, half didactic and half descriptive. In 1815 he offered the public a second edition of his early poems and prefaced it by a literary manifesto, a declaration of principles. His poetical creed was concerned with form and matter alike. For the form of poetry, Wordsworth denied the existence of a poetic diction. A poet should be able to evoke the most poignant and the most profound emotions with the words and phrases of everyday life. For the matter, he denied the existence of a specific class of subjects which alone were capable of poetical treatment. The true poet has no need of extraordinary adventures, preternatural happenings, or of the mysterious atmosphere in which events are clothed by distance in time or space. The joys and sorrows of daily life, the peaceful landscapes of the English countryside possess sufficient beauty. To render that beauty, the poet need only describe them with a scrupulous veracity of detail. Does this mean that Wordsworth's theory of poetry is nothing more than a defense of prosaic realism? That his object is to justify little descriptive sketches after the manner of Crabbe, the poetical counterpart of the genre paintings of Wilkie and Mulready? There is much more than this in Wordsworth. He is not satisfied with correcting the literary taste of his readers. He has a further aim in view, to reform and purify their moral sentiments. His often prosaic realism cloaks a moral, indeed a religious purpose. Everything in nature merits the observation and description of its humblest details because everything is the creation of a will infinitely good. Wordsworth's poetry is based on a fundamental optimism, on the conviction of an essential harmony between nature and man. But unhappily, as man develops the consciousness of his existence as an independent individual, capable of thinking his own thoughts, and acting in accordance with his own will or caprice, he destroys this harmonious correspondence with the environment in which the Creator has ordained his birth. Civilization, the artificial life of the city, have blinded him to the true relationship between natural objects and himself. It is therefore the task of the philosopher by his appeal to reason, and of the poet by his more direct appeal to the feelings, to reconcile man with nature and with God. How should the poet, thus invested by Wordsworth with the mantle of the theologian, fulfill his august fiction? By making every poem a continuous symbol, expressive of the intimate bond between the human soul and the universe. To every natural form, rock, fruits, or flower, even the loose stones that cover the highway, I gave a moral life. I saw them feel, or linked them to some feeling. Thus is man reunited with his native environment and his passions are disciplined. The very fact of employing verse as his medium furnishes the poet's narrative or description with a measure which restrains the movements of emotion. Man is restored by art to that natural serenity which is his summum bonum. From nature doth emotion come, and moods of calmness equally are nature's gift. This is her glory, these two attributes are sister horns that contribute her strength. Hence genius, born to thrive by interchange of place and excitation, finds in her his best and purest friend, from her receives that energy, by which he seeks the truth, from her that happy stillness of the mind which fits him to receive it when unsought. Too often Wordsworth's poetry is as commonplace as prose, as dull as a sermon. But if we resign ourselves to the soft and equable current of these innumerable lines of blank verse, we cannot fail to experience the serene and pure loveliness of the emotions he is analyzing, and the landscapes he describes. And we shall understand the quality of his appeal to the English mind. To be sure, Wordsworth does not, like the popular preacher, urge the fear of hell or man's need of a supernatural redemption. Sin and damnation play little part in his creed of optimism. He is the son not of Wesley but of Rousseau. But however little Methodists and evangelicals might relish Rousseau's natural religion, his philosophy was the first emotional and Christian reaction against the critical rationalism of the 18th century. and in spite of themselves the evangelicals felt his influence. Bowles, Wordsworth's precursor, was an Anglican parson, and it was his conversion to Christianity which made Cooper the poet of nature before Bowles. Gisborne, the author of Walks in the Forest, was also an evangelical, and a most genuine love of nature is displayed throughout the journal of Wilberforce. We may repeat about the nature poets our earlier remarks about the landscape painters. British life possessed a twofold aspect. It was half urban, half rural. As the Industrial Revolution progressively concentrated labor in the towns, the country districts, deserted by the artisan and the laborer, were becoming enormous parks, solitudes abandoned to the contemplation of the artist. In the country he found rest, lived at peace with his Maker, and almost fancied himself in Eden. A superstitious literalism in the interpretation of the Bible discourages the exact observation of natural fact. And religious emotion may easily produce a distrust of natural science, with its claims to infallibility and universal validity. In England, however, the period which witnessed the Methodist propaganda and the revival of Orthodox Protestantism witnessed also a series of important scientific discoveries which followed one another in rapid succession. One of two things, therefore, is certain: either we have exaggerated the part played by the Methodist revival in the formation of the national character, or this revival was after all less unfavorable to the scientific spirit than would appear at first sight. In the first place, Protestantism is a book religion, a thoughtful and serious religion. From every Christian, worthy of the name, it demands a knowledge of the Bible, and thus encourages its adherents to learn reading and to that degree at least favors, if not the higher studies, elementary education. And secondly, it was among the middle class, the mercantile and industrial class, that the new propaganda obtained the largest number of converts. But the manufactures which were now coming into existence and spreading so rapidly needed engineers and scientific experts. Moreover, the very sight of machinery inclines the mind to seek a mechanical explanation of all natural phenomena, and among them of human society. We must examine the entire system of education in Great Britain from the elementary schools to the universities, and we must endeavour to determine the action on British education of these two forces, the Protestant revival and the Industrial Revolution. Wherever neither of these two forces was operative, we shall discover complete stagnation; where, on the contrary, either or both had made itself felt, vitality and progress. 9. As the rapid diffusion of scientific knowledge is only rendered possible by a well-organized system of education, so in turn the possibility of such a system depends on an extensive and systematic provision for elementary education. Calvinistic Scotland held up its system of elementary schools as a model to the entire United Kingdom. A statute of 1696, modified in 1803, provided for the lodging and salary in every parish of a schoolmaster to be appointed by the local landowners and the minister. 1. The Scottish system was not strictly speaking a system of free education, but pauper children were educated at the expense of the parish, and the others paid only a trifling fee for their schooling. They paid 1s, 6d, a quarter for instruction in reading, 2s, 6d for reading and arithmetic together, and as much for Latin, for Latin was taught in the elementary schools of Scotland. Nor was it a system of compulsory education, but it was in fact universal. When a peasant was too poor to pay the master for the whole year, he made his children work on the land during the summer and sent them to school during the winter. When the area of a parish extended over many square miles, and it was, therefore, impossible for the children to attend school daily, the schoolmaster became an itinerant teacher and was lodged in turn by the inhabitants of the parish. No relation, however, of cause and effect obtained between this development of primary education and the progress of industry. On the contrary, the growth of manufactures was accompanied by a decline of popular education. 1. The parishes were swamped in a chaos of houses and factories, and like the church, the school ceased to be a center of social life. The children, conscripts of the factory, no longer possessed the time for education. All, or almost all, could still read, but the number of those who could not write was on the increase. Individual philanthropists were forced to supply as best they could the deficiencies of the official system by opening free schools in the poor quarters, or, like Dale and Owen, by attempting to educate the children in the factories where they worked. It was not in the manufacturing districts of the Clyde, it was in the country, and even in the Highlands, that travellers remarked the surprising contrast between the lack of material comforts, a squalor almost Irish, and the universal zeal for education, the schools crammed with pupils, the reading room and library in every village. Intellectual Scotland was the old Scotland, rural and Calvinistic. And its capital was Edinburgh, the city not of the manufacturer and the merchant, but of the theologian, the lawyer, and the university professor. England possessed nothing similar. The endowed schools were private religious foundations, where poor children received free education, sometimes also, free lodging, board, and clothing. The oldest of these dated from the Middle Ages. The majority were about a century old. These were the charity schools founded by the Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge. But many had deteriorated. The nominal schoolmaster had made his post a sinecure, pocketed the bulk of the salary, and delegated the work to a substitute miserably paid. 4 Nor was their number sufficient to supply the needs of a large nation. Only 150,000 children attended these schools. 5 The dames' schools were institutions of a humbler type. Old women eked out a livelihood by taking charge of little children and giving them lessons in reading for about 3d a week. When in 1819 the attempt was made for the first time to draw up educational statistics, the number of children attending the dames' schools would be estimated at about 53,000. There remains a third type of school, the schools of industry, opened in certain districts to provide pauper children with the rudiments of education, and teach them a trade. But we must not forget how scanty was the ground covered by the schools of industry. Out of the 194,914 poor law children between the ages of 5 and 14, only 21,600 enjoyed the benefit even of the extremely elementary education imparted in these schools. And we have now described the entire provision for primary education made by 18th century England. To be sure, many reformers during the last 50 years had been scandalized by the educational condition of the country. Adam Smith, himself a professor of Glasgow University, and later Malthus, had held up Scotland as a model for English imitation. And circumstances had apparently conspired to present the legislature with an opportunity to introduce a system of elementary education more liberal even than the Scottish. When Sir Robert Peel and Robert Owen were utilizing the provisions of the Old Poor Law to introduce the first legal interference with child labor, it would surely have been possible to make further use of the Poor Law, and organize a system of popular education. Why could not elementary education have been treated as a form of poor relic and free schools provided from the poor rate? But it was in vain that Pitt in 1796, as part of his extensive scheme of poor law reform, proposed the universal provision of schools of industry. It was in vain that Whitbread 10 years later reopened the question and demanded in every parish a school where children between 7 and 14 should have the right to free education for 2 years. Pitt's bill was not even put to the vote. Whitbread's bill, passed as a matter of form by the Commons, was thrown out by the Lords. Only one instance can be found of state action, and that of a most indirect nature. In 1812, on the motion of Wilberforce, an act was passed, by which the endowed schools were placed under the control of the Court of Chancery, to ensure the observance of the founders' wishes. And the act was a dead letter, had indeed, in the course of interminable debates, undergone several amendments which had weakened it considerably. If in the course of the past half-century popular education had made undeniable progress, no credit was due to the state. It was the free initiative of private individuals that had compensated in some measure for the inertia of the public authorities. In 1780 at Gloucester, a local journalist named Robert Raikes had founded with the help of an Anglican clergyman the first Sunday school. Every Sunday the children were taken twice to church, were taught the catechism, and received elementary instruction from a teacher, who was either paid or gave his services as a charity. Rakes found imitators. In large towns such as Leeds and Birmingham a methodical system was adopted. The town was divided into districts, and in each district 2 Sunday schools were opened, one for boys, the other for girls. In 1785 a London Society for the Establishment of Sunday Schools was founded, and in 1803 a Sunday School Union, whose activity embraced the whole of England. In 1820 it was calculated that 477,225 children in England and Wales attended the Sunday schools. 2 What were the influences to which the movement owed its success? The sentimental humanitarianism, whose foremost representative was Rousseau, had awakened the public conscience to a keener sense of duty to children. This occasioned a revival of interest in the theory of education and the publication of the first children's books written in this way. The replenishment of the Presbyterian ministry was permanently secured. It is true that the scholarship was insufficient to defray the entire cost of life at the university. The fees payable to the professors, which varied with the course and university between 10 shillings and 3 guineas, and the cost of board and lodging. But the poor student knew how to eke out his resources. His wants were few. Every week a messenger came in from the country, brought him oatmeal, potatoes, salt, butter, and eggs, and took back linen to wash and clothes to be mended. Between the lectures he repeated them for the benefit of some wealthy student. And during the 6 months' vacation, indeed the shortness of the session was in part designed to make university life possible for him. He either gained a livelihood as tutor in a noble family or returned to the spade or plough on his father's farm. For the Scottish student brought with him to the university that enthusiasm for learning which had already during his childhood enabled him to make such an excellent use of the parish school. And the Scottish professor, though faced with so vast an audience, had devised the means, whatever his critics might allege, of establishing contact with his pupils. The custom which Jardine had introduced at Edinburgh of devoting either a portion of every lecture or an entire lecture once a week to the correction of exercises and oral questions, was becoming more common every year. And if the entrance examination was unknown at Glasgow, Aberdeen, and St. Andrews, there was a formal public examination at the beginning or end of every session, calculated to stimulate the student's ambition. The same object was served by the prizes which had been founded for the students who composed the best essays. Sometimes these prizes were awarded by the vote of the students. And if the Scottish professor was less occupied by teaching than the professors of other universities, the students benefited by the provision of distinguished teachers to whom the 6 months' vacation gave sufficient leisure to compose the works which rendered them famous. The neglect of the classics is undeniable. But it was precisely because the classics did not occupy a predominant position in the curriculum that the education given at the Scottish universities possessed that philosophic and scientific character which was its distinctive feature. Even the course of rhetoric was marked by a scientific and abstract treatment. We should, indeed, describe it as a course of aesthetics, in which, in the language of an official report, it was the aim of the professor to invest criticism with the character of a science by relating the productions of genius to the operations of our physical and mental nature. Alone in the United Kingdom the Scottish universities possessed an original school of philosophy. The tradition had been continued for 3/4 of a century at Glasgow by Hutcheson, Adam Smith, and Reid, at Aberdeen by Beattie, at Edinburgh by Dugald Stewart and Thomas Brown. For the historian of philosophy, the Scottish philosophers are preeminently critics of the systems of Berkeley, Hume, and Hartley. But we must be sure that we understand the nature of their criticism. In Berkeley they criticized his idealism, in Hume his scepticism. That is to say, they rejected the metaphysical conclusions which these philosophers believed themselves to have reached by the application of their method. But they did not reject the method itself. They criticized also the psychologists of Hartley's school, who explained our entire mental life by a mechanical association of ideas, without however drawing an idealist or sceptical conclusion. But their criticism was inspired by a distrust of Hartley's generalizations as unwarrantably rash, and by the suspicion that his system was too simple to explain the complex phenomena of psychology. Thomas Browne, who had occupied Dugald Stewart's chair since 1810, followed so closely the French ideologists of the school of Caen 541. Dillot that he was even charged with plagiarism. And his famous analysis of the origin of the idea of space is in perfect conformity with the principles of the Hardelins. In short, the entire question debated between Berkeley, Hume, and the followers of Hartley on the one hand, and the Scottish philosophers of common sense on the other, is confined to the application of a method, admitted as their common starting point by all the disputants alike, the method initiated by Locke. For all alike, philosophy is reducible ultimately to psychology, and is essentially experimental and positive. In his important dissertation on the progress of philosophy, published in 1815, Dugald Stewart, the most illustrious member of the Scottish school, maintained that by metaphysics we must understand not ontology or pneumatology, but the inductive philosophy of the human mind. The teaching of science was as well organized in the Scottish university as the teaching of philosophy. All the great British physicians of the 18th century, with the exception of the brothers Hunter, had been Scottish professors. Black, the 18th century physicist who was the immediate precursor of modern chemistry and anticipated most closely the modern theory of heat, lectured at Glasgow, and it was in his laboratory that Watt began his researches. And Watt, alone of the great English inventors, worked from the standpoint of theoretical, not merely of applied, science. Black's work on latent heat had been continued by his pupil Irvine, a professor at the same university, and later by Crawford, whose first experiments were made at Glasgow. Leslie, who published in 1804 a classic on the nature and propagation of heat, lectured at Edinburgh University. Robison and Playfair were professors of repute. To all these savants the universities made very considerable grants of money for the purchase of the necessary apparatus. In 1831 the professor of physics at Edinburgh, even when lamenting the inadequate equipment of his laboratory, will be obliged to admit that no institution in Britain possessed one as good. The Scottish universities were centres of an intense intellectual activity. The closing years of the 18th century and the opening years of the 19th marked the zenith of their greatness. Not only the students, but the entire intelligentsia of Edinburgh, were to be seen taking notes at Dugald Stewart's lectures. Around the universities debating societies flourished, at which, in virtue of a tradition almost unquestioned, the students possessed entire liberty to raise any question they pleased, theoretical or practical. A society of this kind was the Academical Society at Edinburgh, founded in 1796 and now on the decline. Another was the Speculative Society, which dated from 1764 and was enjoying undiminished prosperity. It was at the Speculative Society that about the year 1800 the youthful adherents of the two political parties had engaged stirring contests. Lord Henry Petty, sent by his father, Lord Lansdowne, to make a course of studies at Edinburgh, took part in these debates, and there made the acquaintance of the men who were later, as orators or publicists, to constitute the principal support of the liberal opposition Brougham, Horner, and Jeffrey. For if the English decried the system which obtained at the Scottish universities, their actions gave their criticism the lie. It had formerly been the fashion among the nobility to complete the education of a young nobleman by a grand tour on the continent in the company of a tutor. 25 years of continental war had rendered the tour impossible, and it was now to Edinburgh University that noblemen often sent their sons on leaving the public school to complete their education before going up to Oxford or Cambridge. We have already had occasion to depict the spirit of Scotland, at once liberal and austere. To a laxer England Scottish Calvinism was a teacher of serious morality and serious thought. Very different was the system followed at Oxford and Cambridge. Registered for over a century, the nominal professors had lacked an audience. Both universities had alike degenerated into agglomerations of independent colleges. The college was a species of lay monastery where celibate fellows resided with their pupils. There was no division of labor between the colleges. Every college claimed to teach every subject the student needed to learn. There was little or no division of labor between the tutors of the same college. Every tutor had the charge of a certain number of pupils, whose entire course he directed by lectures delivered to a class, or by individual tuition. Not apparently a system favorable to education. But the defenders of the English university maintained that the system possessed great moral advantages, that it brought teacher and pupil into close personal contact. They also called attention to the fact that the English universities were attended by students of riper years than the students of a Scottish university. The young Englishman was 18, not 14, years old when he arrived at the university. One thing at any rate is certain: the important part played by the two universities in the intellectual and moral life of the nation. Was this position justified too? If so, what was its justification? Oxford was preeminently the Tory university. Every new intellectual movement was an object of suspicion or abhorrence, whether it were Methodism, which, though like so many religious movements born at Oxford, had not prospered at its birthplace, or the Jacobinism of the French revolutionaries and those Englishmen whose sympathies lay to a certain extent with them. A number of students suspected of Wesleyan leanings had been sent down. No town in England had subscribed more liberally to the fund on behalf of the émigré priests. It is true that in 1809 Lord Grenville, the leader of the opposition, author of the act which abolished slavery and a supporter of Catholic emancipation, had been elected Chancellor of the University in opposition to Lord Eldon, the intimate friend and political advisor of King George. But such manifestations of independence were few. The High Church reigned at Oxford. It was not the spiritual and otherworldly High Church that would be born in 15 years' time, but the High Church of the 18th century, with its stolid conservatism and imperturbable apathy. The descriptions of Gibbon, Bentham, and Geoffrey * have rendered the intellectual torpor of Oxford a byword. There was a complete absence of rivalry between colleges or individuals. Men did not become undergraduates or fellows by passing an examination or even by election. The great public schools enjoyed a monopoly of scholarships and fellowships alike and distributed them at their unfettered discretion. Wealthy students kept hounds, passed entire nights over the bottle, gambled for high stakes. Nor did the university impose on candidates for the degree of Bachelor of Arts any examination worthy of the name. 3 questions made public in advance in theology, logic, and grammar, the answers to which existed in a stereotyped form and passed from candidate to candidate, followed by a dinner with the regent master who had questioned the candidate, constituted the entire examination. Except praying and drinking, I see nothing else that it is possible to acquire in this place, wrote Geoffrey to a friend in Scotland. 2 Such Oxford remained until the end of the 18th century. Since that time several reforms had been effected. The repute enjoyed by the Scottish universities, the even greater repute of the German, and the fall of the old Sorbonne made the continuance of this torpor impossible. In 1800 a system of genuine examinations was organized. After 2 years at the university, the undergraduate who wished to be promoted to the rank of sophista generalis must construe to the satisfaction of a board of examiners whose impartiality was beyond question a passage, no longer made public in advance, from a Greek and a Latin author. And there was a further optional examination in Aldrich's Manual of Logic and Euclid's Elements. For the BA degree there was an examination at the end of 3 years in religion, in logic, on Aristotle's Rhetoric and Ethics, in mathematics. This examination proving too difficult to attract more than 4 or 5 candidates a year, new regulations were introduced in 1807, which transformed a qualifying into a classifying examination. Thus established on a definite basis, the reform, if we may trust contemporary witness, awoke at Oxford an intellectual ambition hitherto unknown. To obtain better tutors, the colleges were beginning to abolish the public school monopoly and open their fellowships to allcomers. And to raise the quality of their students they were instituting entrance examinations, and terminal examinations upon the term's work. When Ward visited Oxford he noticed the improved tone of the university. There was less ragging and less drunkenness. He describes the examination, at which he was himself present, of a brilliant scholar, who answered questions for 5 consecutive hours before a crowded hall. I regard, he writes, the institution of these examinations as one of the most important national improvements that has taken place in my time. But before we decide whether this enthusiasm was justified, we must investigate more closely the degree, and above all the real character, of the progress accomplished. It was not in the very least an improvement in the teaching of science. Mathematics, it is true, entered into the scheme of the new examinations. But they counted for practically nothing. Pure mathematics alone were concerned, and the standard was elementary. In 1815 the thought had occurred to no one of setting up a special board of examiners in mathematics. 2 For the natural sciences there had existed at Oxford since the 18th century public lectures in experimental philosophy, astronomy, mineralogy, and botany, and in 1803 a chair of chemistry had been established. But these courses were optional and no examination was attached. Hearers were few or none. Even the chairs of medicine had become sinecures. The examinations in this faculty were a pure formality. The same indifference was shown towards the attempts that were made to impart a scientific character to the study of humanity, social or individual. The faculty of law might have been utilized for this purpose. But at Oxford the faculty of law was no less a sham than the faculty of medicine. There was no chair of political economy, the occupant of the recently established chair of modern history was expected to throw out passing allusions to the new economic theories. The best works in political economy, wrote Copleston, the provost of Oriel, as well as in the elements of law and politics, are in the hands of many students with the full approbation of those who regulate their studies, although it is never forgotten that to lay a foundation of liberal literature, ancient and modern, before any particular pursuit absorbs the mind is our main business. The English were a nation of manufacturers and merchants governed by an aristocracy who made it a point of honor to appear ignorant, indeed to be ignorant of the economic foundation on which rested both the national greatness and their own. And it was at Oxford that this aristocracy finished its education. It would have none of a scientific education which it scorned as plebeian and materialist. It demanded an education exclusively classical. And Oxford knew nothing of the methods by which German scholars were transforming the study of the classical texts. The Edinburgh Review criticized severely the costly editions issued by the Oxford University Press, which were over a century behind the productions of the German school. Cambridge differed from Oxford. There the college fellowships had never been monopolized by the public schools, and the masters had therefore more liberty to appoint competent tutors. Relations between tutors and pupils were more friendly than at Oxford. Just as the Oxford tradition was Tory, the Cambridge tradition was Whig. The obligation of subscription to the 39 Articles had been abolished altogether in 1775 for the undergraduates, and for bachelors of arts a formula had been drawn up in language deliberately ambiguous in 1793. The Jacobinism of the fellows and undergraduates of St. John's College and Trinity College had alarmed the authorities. If Oxford was the strong hold of the High Church, Cambridge, where Milner and Simeon taught and preached, was, as we have seen, a center of evangelical activity. This occasioned an inevitable rapprochement with dissent. The Baptist preacher Robert Hall attracted to his chapel not only the normal meeting house congregation, shopkeepers, farmers, and artisans, but a large number of members of the university, both tutors and undergraduates. 1 In 1809 the Duke of Grafton, Chancellor-elect of the university, openly attended in London the Unitarian chapel in Essex Street. For the past 30 years Cambridge had been distinguished by its zeal for the abolition of the slave trade. Nothing of the kind would have been possible at Oxford. And we must remark another important difference. At the end of the 17th century, when Newton was making the discoveries to which he owes his renown, Cambridge had established the examination known as the mathematical tripos. It had therefore possessed for over a century a system of genuine examinations, and a system whose character was distinctively scientific and modern. The lectures in physics, chemistry, and anatomy were better attended than at Oxford. T. Clarke, who had occupied since 1803 the new professorship of mineralogy, was a scientist of distinction registered for the past 20 years. Farish had been lecturing on chemistry and applied mechanics to audiences which approached 100. For his practical work and his demonstrations he had at his disposal a fine laboratory equipped with a steam engine registered, while Oxford, faithful to the scholastic tradition, was teaching Aristotle's logic and ethics. Aristotle was unknown at Cambridge. Newton's Principia, and in philosophy Locke's essay and the works of Paley, were the foundation of the Cambridge course. And candidates were examined not only on Locke arid Paley, but on Hume, Butler, Clarke, and Hartley. 1. No systematic courses were yet given in political economy, but their absence had for many years been keenly felt by many tutors. Paley had introduced lectures on political economy into his course of moral philosophy. In 1799 Ingram had demanded the institution of a professorship in economics, and his desire was to be fulfilled in 1816. And the scientific character of the education given at Cambridge was apparent even in classics and theology. Porson, who had died in 1809, had been one of the greatest Hellenists in Europe. Marsh, the foe of the Bible Societies, was the only member of the Church of England who attempted to apply to the Bible the methods of German criticism. If further evidence be desired of the spirit of scientific rationalism which prevailed at Cambridge, here is a conclusive, if external, proof. The critics of the Edinburgh Review, whose attacks upon the University of Oxford were so unsparing, treated the sister university with indulgence or passed it over in silence, and silence is a species of indulgence. But when all has been said, we must admit that the methods employed at Cambridge in teaching natural science were in many respects open to complaint, and invited criticism similar to those brought against the methods of contemporary Oxford. As at Oxford, the courses in science were optional. A series of unassuming lectures delivered to an audience whose attendance was not compulsory, they were elementary in the extreme. Newton's chair was occupied by a theologian, Milner, and Gunning in his witty and entertaining reminiscences of Cambridge describes his lectures in optics as mere exhibitions of the magic lantern. Moreover, the teaching of mathematics was submitted to a traditional routine. A Newtonian scholasticism reigned at Cambridge as the Aristotelian at Oxford. 4. All the progress effected since Newton in the study of the differential and integral calculus was deliberately ignored, and the antiquated method of flux ions obstinately maintained. Few Englishmen, therefore, were capable even of understanding the great works of the contemporary French mathematicians. Astronomical mechanics and mathematical physics were alike unknown at Cambridge. And the ignorance of Cambridge hindered the development of these branches of science throughout the whole of England. To sum up, the University of Oxford, although important reforms had been made in the methods of study, was exclusively literary and classical and despised or ignored the sciences. The University of Cambridge, where the intellectual interest had always been more serious, had indeed been affected by the modern developments in natural science, but could not be considered in any degree the home of active scientific research. Both universities were suffering from a radical evil that was due to the composition of their student body. No doubt at Cambridge, and even at Oxford, there had been for many years past an elite who worked hard, who even at times overworked themselves to prepare for an examination. But the great mass of undergraduates were deliberately idle. Neither university educated doctors, and barristers learnt their profession in London. If future doctors and barristers spent a short period at Oxford or Cambridge, it was either under the compulsion of the rules of their profession or because it was the correct thing to do from the social standpoint, and the body of which they hoped to be members was aristocratic. All candidates for ordination passed through the university. But as we have seen, the national church in England made no claim to be intellectual. The vast majority of undergraduates were drawn from the nobility and gentry. The ambition of the ablest was to play a part in the political and parliamentary life of the country. These men asked of their teachers a sufficient stock of philosophic and historical commonplaces, a few tricks of oratory, and some reminiscences of the classics. And they wanted nothing further. For the rest, the university was entirely and exclusively a club of young men who had come up on leaving their public school to learn the art of spending money. During the 7 months of term the wealthiest could spend several thousands. It was difficult to live in a town where these rich spendthrifts set the fashion, under £100 to £150 a year. 1 The poor student was condemned to a precarious and humiliating existence in an environment necessarily unfavorable to serious study. The reason for the immense social importance of Oxford and Cambridge, the reason also why their social importance was so disproportionate to their scientific, is now clear. Were there perhaps outside the universities other institutions that could be relied upon to promote the advance of science? XM. The Royal College of Physicians of London, a 16th-century foundation, possessed both the authority and the duty to organize and control in London the teaching of medicine, and in this way to further the progress of the biological sciences. It had been founded by Henry VIII at the advice of his court physician, Linacre, to protect the public from quacks by the establishment of what we may term a Supreme Council of the profession. 8 electee chosen by co-optation and themselves appointing an annual president had been charged with the supervision of the London doctors who constituted the associates, the socii. With the process of time the constitution of the college became increasingly elaborate and hierarchic. It now consisted of a treasurer, a keeper of the archives, a librarian, and a bedell, not to mention the 4 censors elected annually. As a weapon against the increasing competition of Scottish doctors, it had been decided that no one should be admitted as an associate who had not taken a degree at Oxford or Cambridge. For the others, whose professional merit could not be ignored, a subordinate rank had been created in the hierarchy of the profession, the rank of permissi or licentiates. And occasional attempts were made to compel candidates for the rank of licentiate to spend 2 months at Oxford or Cambridge. The total number of members amounted to 50 associates and 50 licentiates. Undeniably this policy of exclusion raised the standing of the profession. London doctors could accumulate enormous fortunes. We hear of a doctor about 1,815 who made over £20,000 a year. The standing of the medical profession was perhaps slightly inferior to that of the 2 other liberal professions. 2 Members of noble families did not enter it, nor could a doctor receive a peerage. On the other hand, no dissenter could become an associate, since only members of the Church of England could take a degree at Oxford or Cambridge. During his years at the university an associate had mixed with the future dignitaries of church and state, the members of the ruling class. Once established in London he belonged to their world. He might aspire to a knighthood, even to a baronetcy. Of all the countries of Europe, England at the opening of the 19th century was the country where the prestige of the medical profession stood highest. The Royal College of Physicians with its 100 members was obviously incapable of providing all the doctors required even for London, not to speak of the provinces. The deficiency of official physicians was supplied by the surgeons, members of a subordinate corporation. They possessed their Royal College registered established in 1800, which was governed by a court of assistants, a council of 23 inclusive of the master and 2 governors. No one could be admitted to the Royal College of Physicians of London and retain his membership of the Royal College of Surgeons of England. This regulation determined the respective status of the 2 bodies. And the surgeons in turn excluded from their court of assistants any surgeon who in addition to the exercise of his profession was an accoucheur or a chemist. Nevertheless, the chemists, or apothecaries, as they were termed, though they were relegated thus to the lowest degree in the medical hierarchy, and although no professional qualification was required for the practice of their trade, played a very important part in English life. For the provision of surgeons was as inadequate as the provision of physicians. In country districts the treatment of the sick was abandoned almost entirely to the apothecary. 1 In the towns and even in London the period was not yet distant when doctors never saw the majority of their patients, and were satisfied with a consultation with the apothecary who sought his advice for serious cases. And the apothecary was still the ordinary medical advisor of the family. It was only when the illness had become dangerous that the doctor was summoned on the advice of the druggist. In the medical profession the apothecary bore the same relation to the doctor as, in the law, the attorney bore to the barrister. And just as many famous barristers had received their legal education in the office of an attorney, So many celebrated doctors had begun their medical career in an apothecary's shop. Thus the effect of organizing the medical profession as a close corporation was to place the vast majority of patients at the mercy of ignorant practitioners. Nor did the system compensate for this unfortunate result by raising the standard of medical knowledge among the members of the Royal College. If among the doctors of Europe the English were the most respected, they were far from being the most learned. The Scottish universities, and Edinburgh in particular, possessed a medical faculty which enjoyed a high reputation. But the Royal College of London made entrance into the profession difficult alike for the Scotsmen who had studied in these universities and for any Englishman who might desire to do so. At Oxford and Cambridge, at which a long period of attendance was made compulsory by the rules of the Royal College, a medical faculty was for all practical purposes non-existent, the lectures were displays of oratory, the examinations a farce. And the Royal College of Physicians did nothing, or almost nothing, to supply this lack of medical teaching at the two universities. At intervals of about 20 years it published a pharmacopoeia. In its medical transactions it printed communications from members. A museum, the Harveian, and a fairly extensive library were attached to the college. And a certain number of lectures which bore the names of their founders, the Lumleian lecture, the Goldstonian lecture, the Croonian lecture, the Harveian oration, were given at regular intervals. The Royal College of Surgeons also possessed its museum, equipped by John Hunter at his private expense, published communications dealing with anatomy and surgery, and gave an annual course of 24 lectures. But all these lectures were mere academic displays, of an oratorical rather than a scientific nature. This was the case even when the rules of the foundation prescribed that the lecture should be accompanied by a dissection. When all is said, it is evident that the two colleges were exclusive and reactionary corporations in close alliance with Oxford and Cambridge, not for the encouragement but, on the contrary, for the obstruction of scientific progress. Was nothing, then, done in London to improve medical training? We have not yet examined the management of the hospitals, and it is precisely this examination which will bring home the difficulty of determining for a particular point of time the condition of a social institution in a state of continual change. In the early years of the 19th century the professional tradition in England still declared it beneath the dignity of a doctor of any position to set foot in a hospital. The staff attached to the hospital visited the wards barely once a week. The daily medical work was done by apothecaries. Very few medical students received their training in the hospitals. The right to attend the doctor as a physician's pupil cost about 16 guineas a term. Salaried posts were obtained by favor or purchase. The rough and ready fashion in which operations were performed, and the almost total absence of accurate observations and records, were a source of frequent complaint. These abuses were of long standing. Nevertheless, they were universally condemned and reform had begun. But the reform was the work of forces entirely foreign to the College of Physicians and the College of Surgeons. Modern humanitarianism was multiplying the London hospitals. Sir Thomas Bernard, a friend of Wilberforce and a man of vast wealth, spent his energy and devotion in the reform of the One Life of Sir Robert Christison, Volume I, pages 189 SQQ, 190-1, 193, 194. Cf. Journal QT by a French Traveller, 1815, Volume I, pages 76-7. Trademark a higher Nr** Clark, Autobiographical Recollections, p. 314. 554. Fine Arts, Literature, and Science. Great Orphanage in the north of London, the Foundlings Hospital. By the opening year of the new century the necessity of special hospitals for infectious diseases had been realized, and the example given by their foundation in London had been followed immediately by Manchester and Liverpool. The Society for the Improvement of the Condition of the Poor, the joint foundation of Sir Thomas Bernard, Wilberforce, and the Bishop of Durham, was struggling to make the system universal. Between 1800 and 1815 London witnessed the foundation of a cancer hospital, 2 ophthalmic clinics, 2 societies for the free treatment of hernia, a large number of dispensaries. The propaganda in favor of vaccination dated from 1799. In 1806 for the first time a week passed without a single death in London from smallpox. And the philanthropists who founded hospitals would of course see to it that their condition left nothing to be desired, that the administration was conscientious and scientific. During the closing years of the 18th century 2 celebrated doctors, Heberden and Abernethy, inaugurated a system of practical training for medical and surgical students in the operating theatres of the hospitals. Nor was this all. In the neighbourhood of the hospitals, which were institutions for free treatment, governed by trustees and managed by committees of noblemen, gentlemen, and wealthy members of the middle class, there sprung up a considerable number of private medical schools which proved very successful. In these medical students were taught for a fee the knowledge of their profession. The most celebrated of these schools was the school in Great Windmill Street, off Piccadilly Point 2. Thus did unofficial England, the initiative of the individual or, more strictly speaking, of the private and voluntary association, supply the deficiencies of the official corporations, and compel those ancient bodies to adapt themselves to modern conditions. In 1815, after a struggle continued for 3 years, the apothecaries obtained the legal regulation of their trade and the institution of qualifying examinations. England now possessed a guarantee that, in the near future, the practice of medicine would no longer be divided between an oligarchy too exclusive and too confident of its privileges to be industrious, and a proletariat of practitioners who offered their patients no proof of the necessary scientific equipment. Of all the sciences we can discover one, and one alone, towards which the British government appeared to admit a duty of official patronage. A venerable tradition, dating, perhaps, from the period of judicial astrology, placed astronomy under royal protection. Moreover, the needs of navigation, more urgent in England than in any other country, necessitated the careful observation of the planets and stars, the tides, and the variation of the compass. The 18th century had produced a host of inventors who successively improved the instruments of observation and measurement. The labors of George Graham, John Bird, Edward Troughton, and the long line of Dallons had facilitated astronomical research, and had bestowed on British astronomy its distinctive character as a science of observation rather than a branch of mathematics. William Herschel was, after all, only the greatest of these instrument makers. It was by constructing without assistance or pecuniary resources telescopes sufficiently powerful to discover a new planet, that he attracted the attention of King George and earned his pension from the government. Private observatories were numerous in England. Observatories were attached to the universities of Oxford, Cambridge, and Dublin. The East India Company had constructed them at Madras, Bombay, and St. Helena. A favourable environment for astronomical research had thus been created. The Royal Observatory, founded in 1675, 8 years after the Paris Observatory, and distinguished successively by the presence of Halley, Bradley, and Maskelyne, benefited by the interest in astronomy. When in 1811 Pond had succeeded Moss-Cullen as Astronomer Royal, the salary attached to the position had been raised to has been termed uninteresting. No sooner had I entered upon its consideration, than I could scarcely tear myself from it. XVIL. Thus by 1815 the theories of Malthus had been incorporated by Ricardo into the classical tradition of political economy. But contemporaneously Ricardo's teaching was itself incorporated into an entire system of philosophy whose action upon British public opinion would be profound and lasting, the philosophy of Bentham and his school. Unlike Malthus and Ricardo, Bentham did not achieve an immediate success. His introduction to the principles of morals and legislation had been written about 1775, contemporaneously with the publication of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, and had been published in 1788 without attracting any attention. The countless manuscripts in which he expounded the plan of an entire system of jurisprudence, wholly different from the established system, emancipated from the domination of metaphysical fictions and founded on the rational and lucid principle of general utility or the greatest happiness of the greatest number, had been written. before the introduction was published. But it was not until 1802 that Dumont published in France the Traits de législation civile et pénale. And even after their publication England continued to ignore Bentham, or, if he was known at all, it was not as a writer but as a philanthropist and, moreover, as an unsuccessful philanthropist. He had invented a novel type of prison, a circular prison equipped with a system of central supervision, the panopticon, or house where everything was visible. He had done his best to persuade the British government to adopt it, had offered to undertake the financial responsibility and administer himself the institution he proposed. He had even purchased a site for the future prison out of his private means. But the passage through Parliament of an act in favour of the scheme had borne no fruit. Neither Pitt nor his successors had given Bentham the support he had been promised. Already 60 years of age, unknown as a philosopher, impotent as a philanthropist, his fortune devoured by the panopticon scheme, he believed his career at an end, and his life a failure, when in 1808 he made the acquaintance of James Mill, who had just come up to London from Edinburgh University, and was laboriously earning a livelihood by hard work with his pen. Bentham converted Mill to his philosophy. Mill in return restored Bentham's self-confidence, propagated his ideas, and gathered around him a school of disciples. In the history of social science in Britain during the early 19th century, the formation of this Benthamite school was an event of the first importance. The Benthamites were in the strictest sense of the term a sect, and their influence is comparable in its extent to the influence of the Clapham sect. Possessed by an equal enthusiasm, their inspiration was widely different. Their thoroughgoing rationalism was in striking contrast with the emotionalism of the evangelicals. Only 7 years had passed since the junction between Bentham and James Mill, only 5 since Mill had taken a house at Westminster, next door to Bentham's, and already the influence of Benthamism was spreading in every direction. James Mill was expounding its creed in the Edinburgh Review and in the Philanthropist, the magazine of the Quaker William Allen. In the House of Commons Bentham's lifelong friend, the barrister Romilly, was urging year by year in conformity with his friend's principles a mitigation of the penal code, a reduction in the number of capital felonies. James Mill introduced Bentham to Robert Owen. 578. And Lancaster, indeed, to all who were seeking the reform of society in a system of popular education. We have already seen the share taken by Bentham and his friends in the Lancastrian movement. James Mill became the friend of Ricardo and introduced him to his master. Without Mill the principles of political economy and taxation would perhaps never have been written. And finally, it was through Mill that Bentham made the acquaintance of Francis Place, the famous electoral agent of the Westminster constituency. We have remarked the formation at Westminster about the person of Bentham of the youthful party of radicals. Fame had come to Bentham, and with fame wealth. In 1813 Parliament had voted him an ample indemnity as compensation for the losses incurred in his panopticon propaganda. A kindly and eccentric old man, owner of a house in town and a country seat, he commanded an army of disciples. The philosophic and social ideas of the 18th century had awoken from a slumber of 25 years. What was the common philosophic principle on which the utilitarians built their jurisprudence, their political economy, and their politics? Man seeks pleasure and avoids pain. This, according to Bentham and his disciples, is the fundamental law of human action. The summum bonum is pleasure, not indeed. The passing pleasure of the individual, which would render impossible a scientific treatment either of happiness or morality, but general utility, the greatest happiness of the greatest number. Hence a rational art of conduct presupposes the knowledge of the conditions which produce pleasure and pain, that the former may be sought, the latter avoided. And this knowledge is in turn to be obtained only by constructing a psychology modelled on the natural sciences already in existence. But these fall into two classes: the sciences which collect facts, and the sciences which explain and construct a system of laws. It was after the pattern of the latter class, the sciences whose objects are elementary and simple phenomena, that the utilitarians conceived their new science of human nature. Such was the spirit of their age and country. It is a current belief that the English are cautious observers, with a keen eye for detail, careful to respect the complexity of nature, as opposed to the French, who delight in intellectual constructions and in generalization. This belief, however, is far from the truth. In reality, simplification has been the distinctive character of British thought. 579. During the 19th century, British men of science, for the reasons we have already determined, reasons of a strictly historical character, united the inexperience and the boldness, a boldness often successful, of the self-taught man. They were reasoners who sought and discovered simple laws, men of intuition, who claimed to perceive beneath the manifold of natural phenomena, the outlines of a machine, whose parts are few and whose motions are all sensible. It was because it was at once the simplest hypothesis, and the most easily visualized, that Dalton adopted the atomic theory. It rendered the fundamental composition of bodies visible. And the method of Bentham and his school was Dalton's method applied to the moral sciences. In both departments there was the same simplification, the same atomism. The human soul is a compound of psychical atoms, elementary feelings, agreeable and disagreeable, which differ in intensity, duration, number, and the manner of their mutual combination. And the laws which govern their association are few and simple, the law of association by likeness, and the law of association by contiguity. Possibly even these two laws could be reduced to one, the law of association by likeness being a special case of the law of association by contiguity. Bentham had translated a work of the Swedish chemist Bergman. James Mill was the intimate friend of Thomas Thomson, a champion of Dalton's atomic theory. Both were conscious imitators of the methods of the new chemistry. Their ideal moralist, educator, and legislator must practice a mental chemistry and learn from the chemist the art of constructing complex psychoses by combining simple elements. The art of education would thus consist in effecting in the minds of children such an association of ideas that the child could no longer separate his personal happiness from the happiness of his fellows. The art of legislation would consist in producing a similar effect in the mind of the adult. By associating the idea of certain actions with the idea of certain penalties, the legislator would intimidate the potential criminal and prevent crime. The scientific analysis both of the crime and its penalty into their constituent elements, their atoms, and the establishment of an accurate proportion between both sets of factors, constituted, for the utilitarian, the entire science of penology. Evidently a science of calculation and reasoning and nothing beyond. The utilitarians neglected as useless learned research, knowledge of the historical growth of law. Their method was, as they fully realized, in radical opposition to the historical method which the professors of Germany were bringing into fashion. One might, wrote Bentham in scorn, open an historical school a lo mode d'Allemagne. Der Herr Savigny in Germany could furnish admirable masters. To the army and the navy of a country substitute, for example, a history of the wars waged by that same country. Tone order on a cook for dinner, substitute a fair copy of the housekeeper's book as kept during the appropriate series of years. These words express the hatred of the reformer for the traditionalist, of the self-educated man for the university scholar. We may now adopt a slightly different point of view and consider not, as hitherto, the mutual combinations of simple psychoses in the individual consciousness, but the association of individuals to form a society. Bentham and his followers saw in society only an agglomeration of individuals, mature, existing in isolation, and united solely by deliberate acts of choice. A certain proportion of individuals were happy, a certain proportion unhappy. Which side of the account showed a surplus? This was the balance which you must strike whenever you would appraise a law or a custom. Such simple operations of addition and subtraction composed the entire intellectual task of the utilitarian reformer. And this individualism may be regarded as a kind of sociological atomism. It explains the line of reasoning which led the utilitarians to political radicalism. And it was the foundation stone of the entire edifice of the new political economy. Suppose all the individuals, the atoms, out of which the social body is composed, perfectly selfish, inaccessible to any motive. except a self-regarding prudence. Suppose them also perfectly rational, free from any liability to be blinded by passion. And finally, suppose them perfectly free, admitting no external constraint in the pursuit of their economic end. We thus construct a society as unlike any actual human society, as the simplified world of the sciences is unlike the world of sensible experience, but capable of rendering equal service in the explanation of phenomena. In fact, the hypothesis, precisely because of its simplicity, rendered possible an almost mathematically exact description of several economic phenomena such as the circulation of currency, exchange, and banking. It even provided a sufficiently accurate account of the exchange of manufactured goods. And Ricardo believed that, when taken in conjunction with the Malthusian law of population, it made it possible to explain with equal accuracy the distribution of the profits of labor between the landlord, the capitalist, and the laborer. No attempt was made to discover empirical laws by observation. Nor was economic theory controlled by statistics. Political economy, as understood by Ricardo and James Mill, was built up by the series of hypothetical constructions whose character we have explained above. And this individualist theory was applied by individualist practice. The utilitarians regarded the state as in principle incapable of controlling economics. It must stand aside and leave individuals free to regulate their economic interests, whether as between class and class, or nation and nation. Thus was erected the finished edifice of utilitarianism. It was frankly irreligious. Neither as the explanation of history, nor as the foundation of ethics or law did it invoke the supernatural, or any principle transcending sensible experience. Nor is it sufficient to call utilitarianism irreligious. It was aggressively anti-religious, and regarded religion as a whole and Christianity in particular as the bane of civilization. For religion was of its very nature a form of asceticism, a perversion of feeling which made men desire pain and shun pleasure. And asceticism had produced a taste of slavery of every description, political, legal, and economic. Above all, it was responsible for the notion of punishment as an expiation, which had induced men to regard the infliction of punishment as a good thing in itself, and had thus led to that useless severity of the criminal code against which from the commencement of his literary activity Bentham had never ceased to protest. It would be $82. Impossible, without unduly anticipating the future, to relate the campaign of anti-Christian propaganda no longer deist as in the days of Tom Paine, but frankly atheist to which the utilitarians would lend their aid. It dates from the years which followed the of peace. But even before 1815 the body of doctrines which composed philosophic radicalism exercised in every direction a subversive influence. Thus with Bentham and his friends we are at the opposite pole alike to the Toryism of the government, and to evangelical Pietism. How then are we to explain the success of the utilitarian propaganda in face of the hostility of government, and the influence, felt universally, of the Protestant revival? 17. When the Tories wished to discredit utilitarianism, they denounced it as an unpatriotic philosophy, inspired by foreign ideas, and especially by French ideas. Were not the political principles of the Benthamites the democratic principles of the Jacobins? Did they not derive their ethics and their jurisprudence from Helvetius and Beccaria, their psychology from Condillac, their philosophy of history and their political economy from Condorcet and Jean-Baptiste Say? Were they not irreligious Voltairians? Had not Bentham composed in French and published at Paris his Traités de legislation 2+, but the utilitarians could reply with truth that all these so-called French ideas, of whose importation they were accused, were in reality English ideas which had found a Prairie home. Abroad. Before its appearance in France, democracy had been the political theory of the Anglo-Saxon rebels in America, and the Americans had themselves taken the principles which inspired their rebellion from Locke and the English Republicans of the 17th century. Condillac's psychology had been the psychology of Hartley and Hume before Condillac ever set pen to paper. It was in England that Voltaire had learned to be a free thinker. Throughout the anti-Jacobin reaction there had been, Thurker's Erasmus Darwin, Thomas Day, Edgeworth, the political agitator Horne took, Unitarians of the school of Priestley who defended what they believed to be the national tradition against the innovatio fee of the Tories. Among the ideas which composed the utilitarian system, their economic theories tended more and more to take the first place. And, however great the influence of the French physiocratic school, Hume and Adam Smith were undoubtedly the founders of the new political economy, and the action of the latter was influential in circles impervious to the complete utilitarian system. The English are a nation of traders and can be governed only by men who possess the commercial mentality. Pitt, the leader of the anti-Jacobins, was a disciple of Adam Smith. Burke, at once the orator and the philosopher of the counter-revolution, was as zealous in the defense of economic individualism, as in the denunciation of political. When the Tories became a party of landlords and country squires, they signed their own death warrant. In this way its economic principles obtained for utilitarianism an entrance into the governing classes. 25 years of Tory reaction, a reaction, when all is said, only skin deep, had proved insufficient to destroy intellectual traditions so deeply rooted. And moreover, what official body was in existence on which the party in office could rely to combat the ideas of the Benthamites? The Scottish universities. We have seen the empirical spirit which inspired the philosophers of the Scottish school. If they shrank from the conclusions of Hartley and his followers, their hesitation was due only to the extreme simplicity of Hartley's generalizations. For they were men of university training, not self-educated men. But at bottom they differed from the radical empiricists only by their greater caution. Was Cambridge less exposed to the infection of utilitarianism? We have seen that Cambridge had always professed Whig ideas in political philosophy and in philosophy generally. Locke, Paley, and Hartley were the philosophers studied. A few years hence Benthamism will be the fashion among the Cambridge undergraduates. It remained the impregnable citadel of Oxford. But Oxford was asleep and no one could possibly regard the remnants of Aristotelian scholasticism taught in her schools as a living intellectual tradition. To be sure, for the past 20 years there had existed on the continent a new system of philosophy professed by men of genius, capable of attracting the rising generation and counter-acting utilitarianism. But it was not English. And how inane Englishmen were able to read Kant, Fichte, and Schelling in the original, the Scottish professors attempted to make acquaintance with the new systems through the channel of French interpreters, Madame de Staël and de Guérindeau. And what they understood, they disliked. Alone in England the poet Coleridge had been deeply influenced by German thought. He had abandoned verse for prose, and exchanged the naturalistic pantheism of his youth for a transcendental theology inspired by Schelling. But Coleridge, far more than Bentham, was an eccentric and lonely thinker. He belonged to no teaching body, to no national tradition. In 1815 his influence still counted for nothing. England is a free country in which government pressure plays no part in the formation of public opinion. It is not therefore surprising that the utilitarian propaganda overcame the opposition of official conservatism. It is more difficult to understand the influence exercised by utilitarianism in an environment so impregnated with evangelical religion as was the England of the early 19th century. Was the action of the two forces successive? And was utilitarianism in 1815 a growing force, evangelicalism on the verge of decline? Such an explanation would do violence to the complexity of the situation. The fundamental paradox of English society, which it is necessary to explain before we conclude this volume, is precisely the partial junction and combination of these two forces theoretically so hostile. We have already spoken of the philanthropic activity common to both parties. Utilitarianism was a philosophy wholly practical. Bentham and his friends were ardent advocates of the panopticon model prison, whose very idea had been conceived by their leader, of Lancaster's model school, and Robert Owen's model factory. They regarded these institutions as moral inventions, akin to the important technical inventions which were transforming industry, as moral machines ingeniously constructed for the automatic production of virtue and happiness. The Christian philanthropists, whatever their repugnance to such a mechanical conception of psychology and ethics, could not be deaf to the appeal of inventions so beneficent as these. Between the utilitarians and the old dissenters there existed little short of a permanent alliance. And even the Methodists and evangelicals sympathized with the utilitarian philanthropy. As their contribution to the common task, the Christians brought their zeal, their missionary spirit, their love for a self-imposed discipline. Nor did the utilitarians fail to appreciate these qualities. Townsend, wrote Bentham, was what I had liked to have been, a Methodist, and what I should have been, had I not been what I am. And the utilitarians contributed their practical sense, their conviction of the possibility of a social technique, an art of employing the right means to obtain the desired end. Many Christian philanthropists, educated in the school of industrialism, shared their convictions on this point. But we may go further and discover closer affinities between Benthamite utilitarianism and Protestant Pietism. It would be a mistake to establish an irreconcilable opposition between the utilitarian ethic and the Christian, on the ground that the former is founded on pleasure, the latter on sacrifice. For utilitarian morality cannot be described without qualification as hedonism. It was based simultaneously on two principles. One of these, it is true, was the identification of the good with pleasure, but the other, of equal importance with the former, was the duty incumbent upon man, in virtue of the natural conditions to which his life is subject, to sacrifice present pleasure to the hope of future, and purchase happiness at the cost of labor and suffering. This jaw of work, implicit in Bentham's moral arithmetic, was the principle explicitly proclaimed by the entire system of the classical political economy, and introduced into utilitarianism an undeniable element of asceticism. How can we explain the popularity of the Malthusian thesis at the very period when public opinion was apparently attached more closely than ever to the Christian tradition? Undoubtedly it contradicted one of the fundamental doctrines of the Bible. But it also refuted the atheistic humanitarianism of the 18th century, and taught that man is destined by his very nature to an unending struggle for existence, to a perpetual condition of hardship. And this appealed to the ascetic and Christian preconceptions of the public. It was in vain that the Benthamites attempted to reconcile the principle of population with the creed of unlimited progress, the pessimism of Malthus with the optimism of Condorcet. Their efforts could not abolish the distinction between the standpoint of the French utilitarians and that of their English teachers. Benthamism, as its principles were popularized about 1815 by James Mill the Scotsman, was the French philosophy of the 18th century adapted to the needs of a nation molded by a dogmatic and austere religion. And moreover, the utilitarians were individualists. The object of their entire ethical teaching was to bring home to the individual that society existed only through him and for his sake, and that it is his personal duty to maintain his rights and pursue his interest. To be sure, this individualism was not that theological individualism of the Protestant, whose character has been described above. And moreover, the new type of Protestantism, which had sprung from Wesley's preaching in the previous century, was in this respect an enfeebled type. The organization of the Methodist sects was more hierarchic than that of the old 17th century sects, and the evangelicals were Methodists who had refused to break with the Anglican Church. But no Protestant revival could fail to be, in some measure at least, a revival of religious individualism. Between the secular individualism of Bentham and the authoritarian Christianity of the High Churchmen, the liberal Protestantism of the Unitarians, Scottish Calvinism, the Methodist sects, the evangelicalism of the Low Church Party, constituted a series of imperceptible transitions. Nor was the individualism of the utilitarianism radically antisocial. It did not exclude in principle all state intervention. For the utilitarians looked to the legislature to establish a harmony of interests in the community by imposing obligations sanctioned by penalties. And even where they rejected government interference, they encouraged the formation of voluntary associations whose members would pursue a common end by the free surrender of a portion of their independence. Secular philanthropy and Protestant dissent stood in equal need of such associations. They were thus among the typical expressions of private initiative in 19th century England. British individualism is a moderate individualism, a mixture whose constituents are often mingled beyond the possibility of analysis, a compound of evangelicalism and utilitarianism. 587. From whatever point of view we study the institutions of Britain, we are brought back to the same formula. England is a free country. But language is not a perfectly accurate instrument, and the same word can bear many meanings. What then are we to understand by British freedom? After 30 years of Tory reaction, England was a free country. Such was the conclusion of our study of her political institutions. And we meant by this that England was a country in which the executive was systematically weakened in every direction. It would not even be true to say that government was based on the division of powers and that in this division the province of the executive was narrowly limited. On the contrary, the several branches of administration were confused in such a way that all the others encroached on the executive, and the powers of its nominal head were reduced to a minimum. The actual executive consisted of the group of persons which composed the cabinet, all members of the legislature, and responsible to it. The justices of the peace, men of good family, scattered up and down the entire country, united judicial functions with administrative duties of the first importance. A free press and the right of rebellion, ultimate guarantees of popular liberty against the encroachments of any department of government, were a very real part of the British Constitution. And the jury system in turn guaranteed the liberty of the press. The weakness of the army, a weakness which survived even the large increase of numbers necessitated by a long war, made rebellion a serious possibility. Montesquieu was not wrong in describing the British Constitution as a mixed constitution equally composed of monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy. But it would perhaps be more accurate to term it a blend of oligarchy and anarchy. We also pointed out that the economic system of England was a free system, and by that we meant that England was the country in which capitalism had developed more rapidly than in any other country in Europe, and therefore the country in which the system of free contract had superseded most completely the system of custom, corporate trading, and state regulation. Mechanical invent 588. Tions had multiplied until men had come to regard a continual transformation of technical methods as the normal condition of industry. The guilds had disappeared, or had become mere social groups wholly devoid of compulsory powers. The state indeed still protected the nation's manufactures and agriculture against foreign competition. But as far as the former were concerned, this protection had been rendered unnecessary by the enormous technical superiority of English methods of manufacture over those in use abroad. And agrarian protection had become inefficacious and unpopular, for it raised the cost of subsistence above the natural level. Therefore the principle of free trade was continually gaining ground. Moreover, the progress of capitalism involved the accumulation of vast wealth in the hands of a few, and this in turn stripped increasing numbers of their property and reduced them to the condition of wage earners. No legislation regulated the relations between the employer and his hands. The old statutes bore no application to the novel conditions of manufacture. And it was no easy task to build up the new system of laws demanded by the complexity of economic life. Alike in country and town the proletariat formed a disorganized and turbulent mass. The old political wiggery of the noble families was gradually replaced or overlaid by the economic individualism of the commanders of industry. The political riot which from 1688 to the French Revolution had been the traditional expression of popular feeling in Great Britain gave way to the strike, the riot of the workers, the revolt of the hungry. England was the country of economic freedom, unbridled competition, and class war. And finally, if we consider the religious, moral, and intellectual conditions in England, we must still term England a free country. For England was a country in which the established church, whatever privileges it might enjoy, left the sects outside her borders entire liberty of organization, full power to form a host of little states within the state. Atheism and deism alone were excluded from this toleration, as antisocial systems. but sects whose doctrine was practically indistinguishable from deism had obtained a legal status and had just been secured by Act of Parliament from the bare possibility of persecution. Of official protection of art, literature, or science there was little or none. Although the Tory monarch, George III, had shown signs of a desire to put an end to the traditional inaction of the crown in this sphere, had 589 founded the Royal Academy, and had encouraged the reorganization and rejuvenation of the Royal Society, all that was best in the intellectual life of Britain developed apart from royal interference. The absence or insufficiency of royal patronage was supplied by the patronage of the aristocracy. And the patronage of the new industrial class counted for even more. Throughout this youthful, British society, free from all court ties, free even from any connection with the governing aristocracy, independent thinkers were at work, who carried on their experiments and made their discoveries unguided and uncontrolled. Did this lack of organization in the religious and in the scientific world produce the same anarchy we have observed in the political and in the economic? Certainly not, and for the following reason. The religious bodies whose freedom was respected by the state were societies which, because they lacked the power of legal coercion, were obliged to direct their efforts to the establishment of a powerful moral authority alike over their own members and over society as a whole. And their efforts were successful. They exercised the influence they sought. Not only did they encourage the growth in every sphere of a spirit of free association, and occasion directly or indirectly the mass of voluntary institutions both philanthropic and scientific so characteristic of modern England. They disturbed the torpor of the government and even of the established church. They occupied themselves with the regulation of public morality, compelled the application of existing laws, revived laws which had fallen into abeyance, demanded new legislation. Uniting their influence with that of industrialism, they fashioned the character of the English middle class, dogmatic in morals, proud of its practical outlook, and sufficiently powerful to obtain respect for its views from the proletariat on the one hand, from the aristocracy on the other. The ruling classes watched the growth of this new power, whose nature they could not comprehend. They knew that the British Constitution did not give them sufficient strength to repress a general rebellion. And they perceived that the development of industrialism was rendering the social order more unstable and multiplying industrial and political crises. So they called to mind the French Revolution and the American War of Independence and feared Methodism almost equally with Jacobinism. Had they understood the situation better, they would have realized that Methodism was the antidote $90 to Jacobinism, and that the free organization of the sects was the foundation of social order in England. England is a free country. This means at bottom that England is a country of voluntary obedience, of an organization freely initiated and freely accepted.